After separating from Kevin, the four cohorts, Sasha, Kyle, Marcus, and Troy, were kidnapped by Alliance guards and imprisoned inside a treehouse. While the Alliance leader distracted Kevin inside his tent, a fire broke out on the other side of the compound. When the leader arrived on the scene of the fire, Xavier presented Troy as the culprit behind the fire, as was the leader's evil plot, and the Alliance leader swore to turn Kevin to ash. The Alliance leader pointed at Kevin and yelled, "Seize him immediately!" Without question, the Alliance members began to form a circle around Kevin, their eyes full of rage. Kevin drop-kicked the first Alliance member who tried to detain him and punched the second to the ground. Just as Kevin was about to land another kick, the Alliance leader shouted, "Stop, Kevin! One more punch and your friend Troy here gets put down." Kevin looked over and saw Xavier holding a dagger up to Troy's throat, who was still too drowsy to fight back. Kevin dropped his hands right away. He knew that Troy could easily overpower any foe in the camp, but it was obvious he'd been drugged, and Kevin wasn't about to risk having Troy injured before he could think through the situation. He had a sincere look on his face. "We had nothing to do with the fire. Please, if you let us go, we'll help you find the culprit." Kevin could have easily used his superior levels to upend the face-off that was going on, but he was a member of the Alliance himself, and it wouldn't look appropriate for him to commit an action that the leader could then tell others was a mutiny. Kevin was assessing the situation slowly while knowing he'd come out on top, whether he took control quickly or after a bit of reasoning with the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader flashed Kevin a menacing grin. "I don't want another culprit, Kevin. I want you." Just then, an Alliance guard walked up behind Kevin and jabbed his arm with a syringe. Kevin started feeling dizzy and weak. Before he collapsed on the ground, the last thing Kevin heard was the Alliance leader say, "Prepare the Wicker Man." When Kevin stirred awake a few hours later, he was lying inside a round cage with wooden bars. When he looked outside, he saw that he was 50 feet in the air, enclosed in the head of a giant statue made of sticks. Kevin looked over and saw Troy lying down beside him. With a gentle push, he shook Troy awake. "Huh? Kevin, where are we?" "I don't know, but it doesn't look like we're at a picnic," Kevin replied. They both tried to pull apart the wooden bars, but they wouldn't budge. Down below, a crowd of Alliance members started to gather around the giant wooden statue. Troy, still groggy, viewed the angry members warily. "It looks like we might be the picnic," he said quietly. With his eyes shielded by his tinted sunglasses, the Alliance leader stepped in front of the statue and addressed the crowd. "Look, brothers and sisters, they are beginning to awaken. We may begin with the cleansing ceremony." The Alliance members started to pump their fists and chant, "Purge the wicked! Purge the wicked!" Troy shouted down from the top of the statue, "Let us go! We have reinforcements on the way." When the Alliance leader chuckled, all of the other members laughed along with them. "You've been talking about this backup for hours now, Mr. Evans. I think it's time you accept that they're not coming." Troy refused to give up. "Just wait and see. They're going to bust in here any second now." The Alliance leader was sick of hearing from Troy. "You're awfully quiet, Kevin. Do you have any last words?" Kevin looked down at the leader with fearlessness in his eyes. "This was obviously your plan from the start. You summoned me here to take personal revenge. The fire was just an excuse to get your followers on board with your plan. Don't listen to this clown, people. Can't you see he's manipulating you?" The Alliance members responded with a chant, "Purge the wicked! Purge the wicked!" The Alliance leader looked up at Kevin and smiled. "You'll never change their minds, Kevin. They are devoted to the Alliance, which means they are devoted to me. Now enough stalling, let's get on with the cleansing ceremony." When the leader clapped his hands, a pair of Alliance members stepped forward with torches and lit the bottom of the wooden statue. As the flames started to rise, the leader looked up at Kevin with a menacing grin. "Thank you again for coming, Kevin. Long live the Alliance." The other members smiled with delight as the flames rose higher and higher. Long live the Alliance! Inside the head of the statue, Kevin and Troy were starting to cough as smoke filled the air. Troy banged against the wooden bars as hard as he could, but it was no use. Kevin, on the other hand, was studying the wood with a calm expression on his face. Wait a second, these bars are made out of ironwood. It's nearly unbreakable when it's dry, but when it gets wet, it becomes incredibly flexible. Troy stopped banging on the wood and looked over at Kevin with renewed hope in his eyes. Really? They stripped me of my weapons, but they didn't notice the camel pack tucked into my armor. Here. Troy took off his shoulder plate and retrieved a pouch of water strapped to his back. Then he handed it to Kevin. This is perfect, Troy. Let's get out of here. Kevin tore the pouch open and dumped the water all over the bars in front of him. Once they absorbed it, the wooden bars started to sag. Kevin pulled them apart and created a large enough gap to climb through. When the Alliance leader saw them starting to climb out of the statue, his face dropped. They're escaping. Don't let them succeed. A group of Alliance guards fired arrows at Kevin and Troy, but they all missed. Once they were both outside the cage, the statue started to topple. The Alliance leader sprinted away when he saw it beginning to sway. It's coming down. Get out of the way, everyone. As the burning statue toppled to the ground, Kevin and Troy jumped off at the last second. There was a huge cloud of ash and dust, but once it cleared, the Alliance leader saw Kevin and Troy standing among the rubble, without a single scratch on either of their bodies. Kevin wiped the sweat off of his forehead and smiled. Nice try, folks. Now it's my turn to purge the wicked. The Alliance leader turned red with anger. Kill them! Kill them now! Most of the ordinary Alliance members scurried into their tents, but the Alliance guards grouped together and attacked Kevin with swords, spears, and arrows. Kevin and Troy exchanged a quick, knowing glance before the guards descended upon them. Their attackers had the advantage of numbers and weaponry, but Kevin and Troy had the edge in agility and combat finesse that their superior levels granted them. As the first wave of guards lunged at them with gleaming blades, Kevin shifted into a defensive stance. He parried their attacks with precise blocks and countered with rapid strikes of his own. Each of his movements was like a well-choreographed dance of combat. At the same time, Troy unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks and acrobatics to repel his assailants. One by one, the guards started to fall like flies. Kevin ducked under a spear thrust, retaliating with a series of lightning-fast punches. Stay sharp, Troy. We've faced worse odds than this. I can sense from their auras that most of these guards are level 3 at best. Troy somersaulted over an attacker's sword and landed with a precise spin kick. We've got this, Kevin. These guards are good, but they're not as good as we are. The Alliance guards attempted to encircle them, but Kevin and Troy maintained a seamless defensive wall. Kevin's movement seemed almost anticipatory, as if he could read the guards' attacks before they were executed. Troy's agility and surprise strikes kept their opponents off balance. A group of guards armed with bows began to unleash a volley of arrows aiming to subdue them from a distance. Kevin and Troy, however, relied on their agility. They dodged and deflected the incoming arrows with incredible skill. Kevin weaved between the guards with fluidity, disabling opponents with swift kicks and punches as he danced between them. His hands and feet moved in harmony, leaving a trail of incapacitated guards. Meanwhile, Troy jumped over a slashing sword and backflipped over a group of guards. His spinning kick disarmed a guard and sent another crashing to the ground. His movements defied the odds as he fought through the chaos. In the midst of the fray, Troy shouted, "Let's finish this together, Kevin." Kevin nodded, and with a display of unparalleled synchrony, they converged. Troy launched a devastating flying kick, creating an opening for Kevin. As Troy's kick sent several guards tumbling down, Kevin dashed forward and punched another one in the face. Finally, Kevin and Troy were the only ones left standing. The fallen statue behind them was still burning. The flames made the battleground hot, and Kevin and Troy were sweating profusely. After catching his breath, Troy looked at Kevin and said, "There's something else I need to tell you, Kevin." Just then, the Alliance leader appeared in front of them and shook his fist. "No,
The wickedness must be purged. I won't allow you to escape. You must be punished for stealing my wife."
The Alliance leader charged towards Kevin with a knife. When Kevin dodged out of the way, the Alliance leader lost his footing and tumbled into the fire. He screamed as the flames consumed him.
"Long live the Alliance! Long live the Alliance!"
And then he fell silent. Troy looked at Kevin with a puzzled look on his face.
"You're telling me this whole thing was about you and his wife?"
Kevin sighed. It's sort of a long story. Troy knew now more than ever before that the Alliance leader's revenge plot against Kevin was fueled by insanity. Kevin's eyes and heart would never, ever leave Lily, and that anyone would think otherwise was a sign of crazed paranoia. Troy Evans looked out into the forest.
"Well, then I don't have time to hear it right now. Sasha, Kyle, and Marcus are being held in a treehouse, Kevin. We have to save them before it's too late."
Kevin agreed. "Let's not waste any more time then. We have to save our friends' lives." After accusing Kevin and Troy of starting the fire, the Alliance leader trapped them in a huge wooden statue and set it on fire as part of a cleansing ceremony. Fortunately, Kevin realized the statue was made of ironwood, which gets flexible when wet. Using Troy's camel pack full of water, Kevin bent the wooden bars and escaped just in time. After they dealt with the Alliance guards, the Alliance leader tried to attack, but stumbled into the fire and burned. All that was left to do now was save Kyle, Marcus, and Sasha from the treehouse. Kevin and Troy left the main compound and hiked a few hundred yards into the woods. Eventually, they saw the treehouse on the horizon and got behind a bush to strategize. There were over a dozen guards patrolling the perimeter. "These guards all have cultivated power bases," Kevin whispered. "Most of them seem like level 4s and 5s. We have to be cautious." Troy nodded.
"We should take them out silently, one at a time, so they don't get a chance to use the boys' lives as leverage."
Kevin agreed. "I'll go right, you go left. Sound good?"
"Sounds good,"
Troy replied. When Kevin and Troy split up, they squatted and crept through the woods using the dense foliage to their advantage. Silently, they snuck up behind a pair of guards and nodded at each other. Then they stood up and karate chopped the guards' necks, causing them to instantly collapse. When they got to the next set of guards, Troy slipped on a loose rock and alerted the guards to their presence. They immediately drew their swords and raised them at Kevin and Troy. "The wickedness has intruded, brothers and sisters. Let us purge them with haste." As the first guard lunged forward with a sword, Kevin evaded the blow with a quick sidestep. With a series of rapid punches, he disarmed the guard and sent him sprawling to the ground. Troy took a more unconventional approach. He leapt onto a fallen tree trunk, using it as a springboard for an aerial kick that disarmed another guard and sent them tumbling into the underbrush. Inside the treehouse, Marcus began hearing grunts and loud crashes coming from outside. "Hey, do you hear that? Sounds like fighting." Sasha smiled. "I knew Kevin and Troy would come back for us." Just then, Kevin jumped behind a tree to evade a flying spear. When the spear got stuck in the tree, Kevin grabbed it and threw it back at the guard, striking him right in the chest. Kevin chuckled with glee. "Is that the best you can do?" Meanwhile, utilizing a low-hanging branch, Troy performed an acrobatic maneuver, swinging off the branch to send another guard hurtling through the air. Troy landed with a roll and crashed into another guard full force.
"I call that little move the human bowling ball. What do you think?"
Another guard rushed out from behind a tree and tried to stab Troy. Without looking back, Troy threw up his fist and knocked the guard down. He was mowing them down like grass. The forest itself played a vital role in the battle. When one guard lunged at Kevin, he jumped onto a boulder and kicked off of it with incredible force, crashing into his attacker with a powerful aerial strike. "Two can play at that game." Another guard pushed off the same boulder and flew toward Kevin with his sword raised high in the air. To Kevin's left, there was a tree that was slumped over and cracked at the base. Thinking fast, Kevin kicked the base of the tree and it fell onto the guard before he could land an attack. Smashed to the ground, only the guard's fingers were sticking out from the trunk. A nearby guard looked at Kevin with fear in his eyes. Kevin grinned. "You want some? There's plenty more where that came from." At the same time, Troy used a vine to swing through the trees, launching a swooping attack from above that caught several Alliance guards by surprise. Leaves and soil were sent flying as the guards crashed down into the earth like bowling pins. Between the clashing of steel, the rustling of foliage, and the crisp mountain air, the forest seemed to come alive, bearing witness to the breathtaking duel. With a playful grin, Troy executed a series of cartwheels, unleashing a flurry of rapid kicks that knocked several guards to the ground.
"I think we're winning."
Kevin nodded with determination. "We are, but let's not underestimate them. Stay sharp." Kevin considered using the Blue Storm technique, a powerful tool he'd mastered but which needed to be used wisely and against only the most deadly of enemies. Kevin knew that so far he and Troy were in no danger of losing this battle. With resilience and discipline, the duo fended off the guards' relentless assaults. Kevin's defensive maneuvers and precise counters, combined with Troy's agile acrobatics and flying kicks, proved an unbeatable combination. Just when they thought they had put down the last of them, Kevin and Troy heard a voice call out from below the treehouse.
"Stop right there!"
When Kevin and Troy looked over, they saw an Alliance guard standing below the treehouse with a torch in his hand. He raised the torch to the tree and said, "Surrender now or your friends will be purged." Kevin took a step forward, his heart completely unafraid. "Let's get one thing straight, all right? We are not surrendering. Your leader is dead, you poor fool. Just drop the torch and we'll let you live. I promise." The Alliance guard started to chuckle. "Very poor choice of words." He let go of the torch, and the forest started to go up in flames, including the tree that contained the treehouse. The lone guard didn't stand a chance. Kevin charged forward and took him down with a single kick in the jaw. Now they had an even bigger problem to worry about. "We have to get them out of there. How do we get to the treehouse?" Kevin asked. Troy pointed at the wooden platform beside the tree, which was completely on fire.
"They used a pulley device to lift that platform up to the door, but I don't think that's an option anymore."
Kevin nodded. He wasn't ready to give up. "Fine. That gives us only one option then. I have to climb. You stay here in case any other guards come." Troy glanced around and saw the fire was quickly spreading.
"All right, but be quick. We're gonna have a forest fire on our hands in just a few minutes here."
Kevin reached for the lowest hanging branch and pulled himself up into the tree. He nimbly climbed the branches until he arrived at the treehouse, 50 feet up. When he swung the hatch open, Marius, Kyle, and Sasha cheered. Kevin poked his head in and said, "Come on, boys, I'm getting you out of here." They were eager to leave, but there was still one problem. "Our wrists are tied, Kevin. We can't climb down." Kevin looked down at Troy and shouted, "Troy, throw me a knife. The boys are still tied up." Troy picked up a knife that was dropped by one of the guards, but hesitated before throwing it.
"Are you sure? What if I miss?"
Kevin was sure. "Don't worry, I'll catch it." Troy took a deep breath and threw the knife at Kevin, who grabbed the handle as it spiraled through the air. Kevin then bit down on the blade to use two hands as he climbed into the treehouse to cut the boys free. There was no time to waste. All four of them started climbing down immediately. By the time they had made it to the bottom, the forest fire had completely engulfed the area surrounding them. Smoke filled the air and the flames were over 10 feet high. Troy had a nervous look on his face.
"This isn't good, Kevin. I don't see a way out anywhere."
Kevin was starting to sweat. Wherever he looked, there was a wall of flames blocking his path. Kevin knew that allowing his followers to panic was going to lead them to make bad decisions in a crisis. He kept a level head to lead by example. "I'm sure there is a way out. Just let's stick together and—" Just then, Kevin and his friends heard a loud honk come from up the hill. Troy's jaw dropped.
Could it be?
All of a sudden, the Radiance van came tumbling down the hill, crashing over large rocks and tree stumps. When they came to a skidding stop, the Radiance members threw open the door and shouted for everyone to get inside. Troy smirked.
It's about time you showed up.
One of the Radiance members saluted Troy. We were looking for you everywhere, sir. Sorry for the delay. Kevin gestured for Kyle, Marcus, and Sasha to get in the van. No time to argue. We have to get out of here. Without another word, everyone hopped in the van and Kevin closed the door behind them. Troy got behind the wheel and slammed on the gas pedal. For now, he didn't care about finding the road. He only cared about getting away from the fire. The van sped through the flaming woods, dodging trees, rocks, and fallen logs until finally, the fire disappeared in the rearview mirror. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Troy scoffed.
Some corporate retreat, huh?
Once they were free from the fire, Troy found the main road and started driving back to Chicago. Everyone was exhausted, so it was a quiet ride home. Eventually, Sasha looked up and asked, Does this mean the alliance is finished, Kevin? Kevin shook his head with a serious look on his face. It's never finished, Sasha. Now that the leader is dead, someone else will rise up and take his place. That's just the way it is. Sasha nodded. So what now? Will you come back to the lab with us? Kevin took a deep breath. I need to get back to Lily. I'll spend as much time with her as possible now. Kevin took out his phone and called Lily, who answered immediately and with excitement to hear from her husband. Hello? Kevin? How's the retreat going? Kevin sighed. The retreat is over, Lily. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it later. I'm on my way home now. Should I pick up something for dinner? Oh, that's all right, Lily said. My mother and your parents were, well, giving me a hard time, so I decided to stay at the Salix Leaf Hotel for a few nights. Why don't you come over and we can order some room service? Kevin smiled. Sounds good to me, honey. I'll see you soon. After about another hour of driving, Troy dropped Kevin off at the Salix Leaf Hotel. Kevin turned back at the group before closing the door. Good work out there, everyone, especially you, Troy. I'm glad I asked you to come. Troy nodded.
Any time, Chief.
When Kevin stepped inside, he went straight to the elevators, but all of a sudden he heard a familiar voice call out from behind. Kevin, it's you. I need to speak with you, please. Kevin's heart dropped as he turned around and saw who it was. It was Selena Salem, the Alliance leader's wife. Kevin was at a loss for words. After a long and arduous escape from the Alliance compound on Half Moon Mountain in Appalachia, Kevin was returning to Chicago victorious. He had thwarted the Alliance leader's plot to frame him for an attack on the compound and saved his protégés who were captured as part of that plot. But now he'd come face to face with the reason why the Alliance leader had schemed against him. The leader's wife, Selena Salem. Kevin had come back to Chicago with one thought in mind, seeing Lily. She was always the one to make him feel calm and grounded after an intense battle or escape, and because she was staying at the Salix Leaf Hotel to get a break from her mother and in-laws, Kevin was looking forward to some alone time. Unfortunately for him, Selena Salem had other plans. Selena, what on earth are you doing here? Kevin asked. He had just bumped into her in the lobby of Rachel's hotel on his way to find his wife. Kevin had, of course, been tipped off by Katja at the Williams School that Selena was looking for him, but the school was in D.C. He didn't think she would actually come to Chicago just to find him. He decided to play dumb, like he hadn't been tipped off or had just been at the Alliance compound himself in a battle that resulted in the death of Selena's husband. Last I heard, you had tragically died in a fire. Oh, Kevin, I can't be brought down that easily. You know what they say, fire can't kill a dragon. Selena threw her head back in a forced laugh at her own joke, her silky black hair cascading down her back. You have no idea how long and hard I've been looking for you. Selena purred, running a finger up Kevin's arm. Kevin pulled away. "Why would you want to find me?" Kevin asked, trying to be polite but already very uncomfortable by the way she was looking at him. It was like he was a big, juicy steak and she hadn't eaten for days. "Don't play coy with me, Kevin Williams. You know there's a magnetic attraction between us that makes it hard to stay away for too long. Eventually, you won't be able to fight the pull, and you'll be in my arms." Selena illustrated this point by grabbing Kevin's waist and pulling it into hers so that their stomachs touched. Kevin removed her hands from him gently with an uncomfortable chuckle. He had to humor Selena even when she tipped over into dramatic attempts to make her love for him known, as if he could have avoided seeing the evidence of it every time she was near him. Each time Selena threw herself at Kevin, it oddly only made him love Lily all the more, for being kind and sweet and humble and earnest and hardworking. All things that Selena was not. Well, now's not a good time. I just got back from a trip and I could really use some rest and some food and a shower," Kevin said as he hoped that Selena could once and for all see that he was never going to stray from his love for his wife, Lily. "Well, that's perfect. I'm staying in a room right upstairs. You're more than welcome to come shower and sleep in my bed. I promise I won't bite," Selena smirked. "That's a generous offer, but really, my friend owns the place. I can get my own room," Kevin insisted. "You mean you're going to let me stay here all by myself when you know I've come all this way just for you?" Selena pouted. "I didn't ask you to do that, Selena. Besides, your husband is just about beside himself with grief about losing you. You should really go back to the Alliance compound and show him that you're all right. I know they're lost without you up there." Kevin decided not to be the one to tell Selena that her husband had just died. That would be something best revealed to her far away from here. "My husband is an old grump. He's nothing like you, a spry young fighter in his prime." "I'm just an herbalist, Selena." Kevin hoped that some humility would bring Selena back down to earth for this conversation, but her eyes lit up when he said that, apparently adoring him all the more for it. "I reject that out of hand. You're so much more. A pharmaceutical mogul, a warrior, the richest man in Chicago. Anyway, I will admit there's another reason why I'm here. I need your help with something," Selena said, her tone switching to a much more serious tone. Kevin raised an eyebrow, still trying to find a way to shake her and get up to see Lily without making a total scene here in the lobby of the most luxurious hotel in Chicago. "What's that?" "A strange affliction has befallen me and my ladies, and I know that if anyone can find us a cure, it's you. I want to employ your lab to heal us," Selena told him. Kevin was interested. Selena actually needed his herbalism expertise, but he still didn't want to talk about this here. "I'm flattered you would seek me out for this, but just so you know, my lab is a little backed up on production lately. I don't know if we even have the capacity to take on a new project like that. But if you want, I can recommend a couple of other herbalists who will be able to help you." Selena frowned. "But they're not as smart as you, Kevin. They don't innovate the way you do. Come on, won't you just hear us out? It would mean the world to me and my ladies." Kevin sighed, sensing he wouldn't be able to walk away from this conversation without agreeing to at least listen to their plight. "Okay, why don't you come by the lab tomorrow? We can talk about it then. This isn't the place." Selena gave a celebratory hop and clap and said, "Yippee! Oh, thank you, Kevin. You're my hero." She threw her arms around his neck and pulled him into a tight, peach perfume-scented hug. Her right foot popped up behind her back like in a romantic comedy. Over her shoulder, Kevin spied Rachel, who was coming out of the elevator with an empty room service tray under her arm. He widened his eyes at her in a clear signal of, "Help me," and Rachel came right over. Not too long ago, Rachel might have thought that this situation, which looked bad for Kevin on the surface, would have meant that Kevin was cheating on Lily. But that was before Rachel had used some of Kevin's own truth serum to make sure that his affections for Lily were so strong and true that he would never, ever, ever do anything that would shake his love for her. "Ahem," she said in a weak attempt at pretending to clear her throat. Selena let go of Kevin but kept one hand on his shoulder as she greeted Rachel. "Oh, hello. I need fresh towels in room 1206 whenever you get a moment." Rachel was not having it. She looked Selena up and down with her classic steely gaze and said, "I'll send those right up," in a cool voice that sent a chill down Kevin's spine. Then Rachel turned her attention back to Kevin and said, "You're needed in 1411. Kevin gave her another wide-eyed look of thanks and bolted for the elevator before Selena could stop him. But that didn't stop Selena from calling after him. "Just so you know, I'm staying in Chicago for a while. I think I'll find an apartment soon, so I'll be seeing you around, starting with your lab tomorrow." Kevin just gave her a half wave as the elevator doors shut between them. That left Rachel, Kevin's wife's best friend, standing next to a woman who clearly wanted to break up their marriage, or at least dip her fingers in the honeypot on the side. "Where did you say you were visiting from?" Rachel asked Selena in a fake sweet voice. "New York," Selena lied. "It's awful this time of year." Rachel narrowed her eyes. "Yes, that's what I hear. What brings you to Chicago?" Selena narrowed her eyes right back. "Are you always so nosy with your guests? Surely the perk of a hotel like this is that the guests are treated like queens." Rachel chuckled. "Well, sweetheart, you're no ordinary guest. You see, that man you just wrapped yourself around is as good as my brother. So when I see someone making him uncomfortable, I make it my business to find out their intentions with him. What is it you want with Kevin anyway?" Selena shrugged. "I have no intentions. I'm not much of a planner, see. I like to ride where the wind takes me. And Chicago is the Windy City, is it not? Who knows what I might do next?" she said with a wink. Rachel got up closer to her and lowered her voice so no one around them could hear. "Well, rest assured, if what you do next does anything to screw up Kevin's life in any capacity, I'll make sure you're never given a room in any hotel or apartment building west of Ohio." Selena smiled. "I like you. I should make you one of my handmaids. I think you'd be a powerful asset among my lady warriors." "I quite like this job, thank you," Rachel retorted. "Well, you just let me know if you change your mind, and do send those towels up quickly, won't you? I'm going to take a nice long bubble bath," Selena said in a way that she thought would put Rachel in her place. The two stalked off in opposite directions, and Rachel got out her phone, secretly snapping a photo of Selena from across the lobby. If this woman was going to cause any trouble, Rachel wanted a record of it. No one messed with her best friend's husband and got away with it. Last of all, when that best friend was pregnant. Kevin escaped the arms of Selena Salem in the lobby of the Salix Leaf Hotel and made it up to Lily's room. After Kevin's parents had moved into their penthouse apartment with Lily's mom, Dorothy, the place had felt rather crowded, despite being many thousands of square feet large. Kevin had told Lily that when the noise became too loud, he would put her up in Rachel's hotel for a rest, and he was happy to see that she had taken him up on the offer. Their parents meant well, but there was always friction, thanks to Dorothy, and on top of that, Dorothy hated Kevin, so there was always an argument breaking out. Lily, pregnant as she was, had been on strict orders to relax from Dr. Serafina Willow, and that just wasn't possible to do at home. So when Kevin let himself into her room with the spare keycard Rachel had slipped him, he was overjoyed to see her resting on the bed watching a movie and halfway through a pint of ice cream with her favorite book on the bedside table. "Kevin," she cried when he walked in and kicked off his shoes. "You're back." Kevin ran over to her and knelt by the bed next to her. "I'm back. I heard I could find you here. How are you?" "I'm great." Lily tried to pull him up onto the bed, but Kevin was sweaty and dirty from his escape from the mountain, so he pulled away. He knew it was a long shot, but he didn't want Lily and their baby to inhale even the slightest whiff of smoke. How could that be good for anyone? Kevin wasn't going to do the slightest thing ever to endanger his wife and child. "Let me shower first, then I'll join you, okay?" Lily nodded, beaming at having her husband there for her night away. Be fast. Kevin rushed to the bathroom and jumped into the shower, watching the dirt and sap that had collected on his body run off of him and down the drain. He picked out a particularly musky-smelling lotion from the array of products provided by the hotel and rubbed it on his chest and neck for Lily to enjoy. Then he pulled on a clean robe and joined her in bed. So, what brings you here tonight? My parents or yours? Lily chuckled and handed him the ice cream, and he took a big spoonful. It was both of our mothers, actually. I made the mistake of coughing in front of them, and now they're convinced I'm coming down with some surely world-shattering cold or flu, and they've been fighting over who gets to make me soup. Your mom swears that her chicken soup can cure any ailment, and my mom started screaming about how giving a pregnant woman chicken is as good as punching her in the stomach. Kevin frowned. Why would anyone think such a thing? Lily laughed. Of course it's ridiculous and typical of my mother to try and turn chicken soup into a weapon. And I love your mother's soup, but my mother wouldn't hear a word about it, so I just told them to work it out. And I'd be at the hotel if they needed me. Lily looked at Kevin with eyes full of love. Hopefully they won't need me. Kevin put his arm around Lily and kissed her forehead. If they need anything, they'll have to go through me. How was my dad through all of it? Lily smiled. Great. Alan is a perfect gentleman. He packed my bag for me and drove me here. To be honest, I think he wanted an excuse to get out of the house too. I thought he might send in his Radiance Guard to break up the fight. Kevin remembered that the Radiance was supposed to be protecting every member of his family around the clock. Speaking of them, where's your guard? I didn't see them in the lobby or outside of your room. Lily shrugged. They're around here somewhere. Rachel gave them the room next door, so they're probably just getting some rest. After all, if you're here, no one can touch me. Kevin nodded. That's right. Now, what are we watching? Lily turned the volume back up on the movie she'd been playing, and for once, Kevin got a restful night with his wife. The real world came back to him the next day when he had to get out of the warm, cozy bed with Lily and go to the lab. Kevin walked in feeling well-rested but longing to be back in the hotel room, hiding from the world and all of its problems.
Kevin, thank goodness you're okay.
Larry Barnes greeted him. Kevin shrugged. Why wouldn't I be? Olivia joined them. Because we heard about what happened at the Alliance compound. You were lied to, lured there under false pretenses, and had to escape. How did you do it? Are Kyle, Marcus, Sasha, and Troy okay too? Kevin nodded. I gave them a few days off to rest, but we all made it out. Unfortunately, there was another fire, and the Alliance leader is dead. Larry and Olivia gasped, and Kevin put a finger to his lips. I don't want to be the one to spread the word, so keep that between us. They have the right to announce that if and when and how they want to. It's not something I'm proud of, but it had to be done, and now his wife Selena is in town trying to corner me. Olivia looked like she wanted to say something, but was biting her tongue. What? Kevin asked. It's just, you promised Brett Stewart a lot of favors. I know he can't be happy that you went to the Alliance meeting, but do you think he'll call it even when he finds out that the leader is dead? The Alliance leader has deceived Brett more than once. Kevin shrugged. With Brett, there's no black and white answers. He's ambitious to a fault, and I won't be surprised if he still tries to squeeze a few favors out of me. But I'll deal with him when he comes calling. For now, I must think of more important things. Right on cue, the laboratory doors opened and Selena Salem strutted into the lab, 5 women in their early 20s following along behind her. Honey, I'm home.
I'll go keep the students busy, Larry muttered to Kevin, and he disappeared into the far ends of the lab.
Olivia looked like she was going to make herself scarce too, but Kevin shot her a quick look that said, Stay with me, please. And she did. Kevin had to do this often with Selena, run defense to avoid her bold tries to get him into her arms. Hello, Selena. Glad you found the place. How did you get up here? Did someone buzz you in? Kevin asked. Oh, please. I'm the director of the Alliance. I can get through any door I please, Selena cackled. The guards downstairs didn't stop you? Olivia asked, looking unsettled by the prospect. I told them I had an appointment, Selena shrugged. Right, well, I'll have a talk with them later. What can I do for you, Selena? Kevin led the group over to the largest lab table at the center of the room, and everyone took seats on the stools around it. Selena tossed her hair over her shoulder, keeping one eye on Kevin at all times. Kevin felt like a mouse being eyed by a snake. As we discussed, my ladies and I have found ourselves in a peculiar situation. It's probably no surprise to you that the Alliance is ruled by an iron fist thanks to my husband, Selena began. Surely that's thanks to you as well as the director, Olivia cut in. Selena threw her a hateful look that indicated she had no use for underlings challenging her. That aside, when Alliance members join up, they're given a suite of pills to enhance their skills and allow them to learn battle strategy much quicker. Kevin frowned. I wasn't given anything. That's because you're an honorary member. You never lived at the compound and you don't train with us. Selena confirmed. It is my belief that we were also given a pill that plants a darkness within us. A darkness? Kevin asked. Yes. Since my ladies and I have fled the compound, we've realized that our minds aren't as sharp as they should be. Our judgment is clouded and we are quick to aggression and we act on impulse. It's like there's a devil on our shoulders telling us to do bad things and act as agents of chaos. I almost cut off that Vincent guy's remaining hand because the voice was yelling to me. He's missing one hand already and you might as well chop off the other one. Selena looked around at the stunned Kevin and Olivia in front of her. You met Vincent Reeves? Kevin asked. Of course, he drove us here, Sasha said matter-of-factly. Kevin rubbed his eyes with his hands. So Selena was here because of Vincent. Maybe she really wanted to ask Kevin for help, but she couldn't have done it without Vincent acting vindictively. Kevin had foiled Reeves's many plots to defame the Williams School, and Kevin knew that it wasn't going to stop there. Selena was clearly a revenge present tied up with a bow that Vincent had dumped on Kevin's doorstep. Okay, Vincent Reeves notwithstanding, how do you think I can help you with this evil voice you're all hearing? My remedies and my medicines are for physical ailments. I don't deal with mental health, Kevin said, trying his best to get out of helping them. That's not true, Kevin. I know all about your mental precision pills and your truth serums. I think you can make anything you want and you're just playing coy again. Selena batted her eyelashes at him and Olivia looked at him with a face like, what is this lady's deal? Well, as I told you last night, our lab is very busy at the moment. With what? Selena cut Kevin off and looked around the room. No one is here. They're in the refinery down that hall, Olivia told her. Well, when they get out, we'll just ask them how busy they are, Selena decided. No, you don't get to come in here and run this lab just because you need a cure, lady. You will do as Kevin says, and stop trying to pressure him into taking on an intense process of research and procurement of the herbs you need to feel better. Olivia stood up in anger. She didn't like to see women like Selena trying to take advantage of Kevin's generosity and brilliance when she knew that he was too much of a gentleman to tell her to get lost, as Olivia so longed to do. Kevin indicated for her to sit back down. It's okay. Listen, Selena, I feel for you, but I can't help you. Selena's eyes flashed dangerously. I don't think that's true. I think you can and you don't want to. So might I remind you that I have the full force of the Alliance behind me, and I can find out where any number of your loved ones live in a matter of hours. Are you threatening me? Kevin asked. I'm encouraging you, silly boy. I just think it would be easier for you to help me than to hurt me. Kevin looked at Olivia. He didn't want to give in to the pressure, but he didn't see any way around it. He would have to help her. Olivia was just shaking her head, livid that Selena was still in their lab. Kevin turned back to Selena. Let me have a look into the research and I'll let you know if there's an avenue here. Selena beamed. I knew you would see things my way. I'll take my ladies out to lunch and when I get back we can discuss the next steps. I certainly hope that by then you will be fully behind this assignment. Normally, Kevin would have been of the same mind as Olivia, tell Selena to leave his lab immediately, but he couldn't take any chances of endangering Lily, especially now that she was pregnant. She'd already endured enough: kidnappings, comas, car accidents, and Selena was making bold threats against Kevin's family. He would have to think of a way to satisfy Selena without allowing her to unleash her anger against Lily. Kevin brought Olivia back to his office with him to start looking for a cure. Selena Salem had found him in Chicago and had spun him quite a tale about how the Alliance had somehow slipped her and her ladies a pill to dull their senses and make them quick to act aggressively. Kevin thought she might be making it up, but he had watched the way her ladies had stared him down during the tense conversation they had, and there did seem to be a lot of misplaced anger in the room. Olivia, however, had run out of patience basically the moment Selena had walked into their lab. Kevin didn't blame her. Selena was very controlling and really reveled in sinking her hooks into Kevin. She had talked over him, tried to command him to help, and ultimately their agreement ended in a vague threat. Now that Selena and her crew were out to lunch, Kevin and Olivia were in his office and Olivia could let out her frustration. "I just don't get how you could cave to her like that," she groaned, pulling one of Kevin's secret herbalism books from the Night King toward her and flipping through the fragile pages with too much vigor. Olivia was the only person Kevin had ever let touch the secret books entrusted to him, and Olivia knew what a great responsibility that was, but her anger at Selena was such that even she, for the moment, forgot to treat these important texts with proper respect. Kevin slowed her hand and said, "I already have enough enemies. If helping Selena keeps the Alliance off my back for a little while longer, then I'm happy to do it. Besides, it sounds like they're running that place like a cult, and if these women are trying to distance themselves, I want to give them the agency to do that." "Do you really think they were drugged?" Olivia asked, her face full of skepticism. "I think it's not an accusation that could possibly be true," Kevin said, choosing his words carefully. "What about Brett and the Myriads? What will they think when they find out you're personally assisting the director of the Alliance?" "They're not going to find out because everyone in this lab can keep a secret," Kevin said pointedly, pulling out the other secret book to look through. That quieted Olivia down for a bit. She flipped through her book with more grace, but finally asked, "What do you mean by saying the accusation might be true?" Kevin sighed, skimming through his book, not really sure what he was looking for. "I mean, cults have always used all sorts of tactics to control the minds and the will of their members. The idea that the Alliance leader created some sort of evil or chaos pill to make his members better fighters and less free-thinking would make a lot of sense. The problem is that I have no idea what he could have used to do that, so I don't know how to make an antidote. So why not give them mental precision pills to try to override the effects of the evil pill?" Olivia asked, flipping her book back to the first page to go through it slower. "Because the mental precision pill will heighten their senses and help them think more logically, but it won't target their symptoms of anger and apathy. I want to find an herb or element that can bring them peace over everything else. Then we can pair it with other pills of ours to bring them back to their normal selves. Who knows? Maybe Selena is pleasant and respectful under all of that arrogance she puts on. That could all be the evil pill talking." Olivia huffed to herself but didn't say anything. Kevin checked his book for the chapter on antidotes and found again that if he didn't know what was in the first pill, he couldn't make a counter pill. So he looked for any indication of herbs that were used for mind control or to create chronic agitation. "I think I found something." Olivia came over to his side of the table and read over his shoulder. "Black willow bark contains high concentrations of norepinephrine, the chemical in the brain that triggers fight or flight responses." Olivia gasped behind him. "If you gave that to a bunch of soldiers and then trained them to exclusively use it to fight, you'd have a mindless army completely under the control of their brain's primal responses to situations." Kevin nodded. "Exactly. I'd bet anything that's what's in the evil pill." "So what's the counter?" Olivia asked. Kevin had a hunch, but to confirm it, he went over to his desk and pulled out a book on neurochemistry. Aha! Anandamide, a neurotransmitter that mediates the interpretation of the stimulus. What does that mean in English? Olivia asked, eyebrows raised. It means that it can calm the fight-or-flight response and turn it into a better feeling. So if someone were to say cut you off in traffic, you might respond to that by yelling or honking. But if we trigger the anandamide in your brain, you might just decide that being cut off isn't a big deal, and you can relax. Olivia grinned. Perfect. So how do we trigger it in these women? Well, in a normal brain, you could consume it through a painkiller or chocolate or a recreational drug. But these women's brains have been changed by an evil pill. So we need to find an herb or plant or something that has as high a concentration of anandamide as the black willow bark has of norepinephrine. Basically, we will cancel out the evil pill in their systems and bring them back to a neutral state. Olivia sighed. My brain hurts. Kevin laughed. I know, but think about it. If chocolate can make a normal brain feel better, think about what highly concentrated chocolate could do. Olivia stared at him blankly. So what? We go to the supermarket and get them some semi-sweet? Kevin shook his head. Nope. We're going to harvest cacao, the plant that makes chocolate. And there's only one place that has the freshest, highest concentrated cacao on the planet. The Brazilian rainforest. When Selena and her crew made it back from their long lunch, Kevin sat in the lab alone to discuss the plan. I found a solid lead on a cure for you ladies. You just need to give me a day or two to go get it and refine it, he told them. Selena sat down and eyed him carefully. How do we know you're just not going on the run? Because that wouldn't help anybody, Kevin retorted. Fine. Where are you going to get this magic cure? The Brazilian rainforest, Kevin said. Selena looked around at her ladies and seemed to come to some sort of decision because she looked back at Kevin and said, Great, I'm coming with. Kevin's jaw dropped. What? No, you're not. Yes, I am. I want to make sure you're not cheating me on any of this. My ladies are my responsibility and I plan to supervise the operation. Selena stood and one of her ladies handed her her jacket, like they were just going for a drive to the other side of town. You'll just be a liability. I don't need you slowing me down, Kevin told her. Too bad. Come on, the sooner we get there, the sooner we get back. With that, Selena left the lab to wait for Kevin at reception. Kevin sighed and followed. Had Selena not made a threat against his pregnant wife Lily, he would have kicked her out of his lab and out of his life. But he could do nothing that would endanger the safety of his growing family. Selena got a friend to lend her a private jet for the excursion. Kevin followed her from the tarmac up the polished white staircase and into the large cabin that could have comfortably fit 36 passengers at least. Kevin went right to the back to claim a row to himself before Selena could sit next to him, and he called up Lily. Hi, hun. How's work today? Lily answered the phone. It's interesting. I have to run down to Brazil for an herb. Are you okay if I'm gone for a couple of days? Lily sighed. Of course. Be safe, okay? When you come back, we'll do another night in the hotel. Kevin smiled, relieved. I'd like that. See you soon. Bye. Lily hung up the phone. She was out to lunch with Rachel while her Radiance guard was posted outside the restaurant. Where's he off to now? Rachel asked, concerned more that her friend was being left alone again than she was curious about Kevin's latest adventure. Lily shrugged. Brazil, I guess. He'll be fine. Rachel frowned. Who's he going with? Lily shrugged again. I don't know. He didn't say. Probably Olivia or one of his boys. Why? Rachel sighed. I didn't want to worry you if it was nothing but... What? Last night I saw Kevin in the hotel lobby with a woman. Not Olivia, not his mom. This woman has jet black hair. She was all over him. I mean, clinging to his arm the whole time. And I could tell Kevin was uncomfortable, you know. He called me over to save him. But this woman didn't seem to care. I tried to shake her down, but she was so odd, Rachel told her. Lily wasn't moved by Rachel's concern. Kevin would never do anything to compromise our family, and you know that too. after your sneaky trick at the lab with the truth serum." Lily was not happy that Rachel was still putting out doubts about something that had been proven to be untrue. And Rachel did know that Kevin was devoted to Lily in every way, shape, and form. It was probably just force of habit that she, despite having given Kevin the truth serum, under which he professed his undying love for Lily, still had to voice concerns. And admittedly, Selena was a strange character, the type of woman Rachel had never dealt with before. "I know the opposite of everything I said is true," Rachel related. "Kevin thinks of nothing other than you even when he's on another continent. But I can't help feeling that this woman was different. Evil somehow." Lily frowned. Maybe it was a new business partner or... She trailed off, unable to think of any reason a woman would corner Kevin and why Rachel, a good judge of character, would use the word evil to describe her. "I just worry that he's got a devil on his shoulder," Rachel said in a serious voice. Lily just shrugged again. "I guess we'll find out. I trust him." And Lily did trust Kevin, who was now halfway to the rainforest while in the company of Selena Salem, a woman whose actions were being guided by the evil pill. Kevin and Selena were on their private jet heading down to the rainforest of Brazil. After Selena tracked Kevin down to get him to find her a cure, Kevin discovered what element she and her ladies had been given that made them so agitated and impulsive. And the antidote to that element was only found in a cacao bean in the deep rainforest. That cacao lived in the Brazilian rainforest, and while Kevin was perfectly happy to go on this harvest journey alone, Selena insisted on supervising. And now Selena sat in the middle of the plane getting in a quick nap, and Kevin realized that Selena had yet to notice that someone else had come along with them on the trip, Olivia. Kevin had asked her to join to help him with the harvest and refining a pill out of the cacao, but secretly he had also hoped she would act as a buffer between him and Selena. Selena seemed determined to win Kevin's affections, and he wanted no part of that. Her very presence only made him love and long for Lily all the more. So he and Olivia sat in the back row of the private jet playing cards and waiting for Selena to wake up. She did wake up as they were passing over the Venezuela-Brazil border, and she shuffled to the back row toward Kevin with a horrible, pouty, sleepy look on her face, like she expected him to get up and cuddle. Olivia was in the bathroom, so Selena sat down with Kevin and started stroking his arm. "I feel so rested and ready to go on our Amazonian adventure. What is it that we're looking for again?" Kevin removed his arm from her grasp. "Cacao. There are these big orange pods that sort of look like footballs. Inside those are seeds that make chocolate. They contain something called anandamide, which will detox the evil pill from your system." "We're just getting chocolate? Why do we have to go to Brazil for chocolate? Did you just want an excuse to whisk me away on a trip alone?" Selena purred. Kevin didn't even humor her with a response to that last part. There's a small grove in a very specific part of the rainforest where the anandamide in the cacao is super highly concentrated. That means it'll act like a medicine or a drug more than just a pleasant bite of something sweet. Selena traced her finger up Kevin's leg. "I'd love a bite of something sweet if you're offering." Before Kevin could react, Olivia stepped out of the bathroom and said, "Me too." Selena snatched her hand back from Kevin's leg. "What are you doing here?" "What are you doing here?" Olivia taunted back. "I'm here with my hero so he can rescue me." Selena swooned. "Well, I'm here with my boss so I can rescue him," Olivia countered. She squeezed her way in between them so Selena was forced to scoot to the window seat. "We need to make a plan," Olivia said, turning to Kevin and boxing Selena out of the conversation. "I'm way ahead of you. We're going to be dropped in the square mile I marked on this map." Kevin pulled the map from his pocket and unfolded it. showing Olivia the section of the Amazon that he had narrowed down as being where the highly concentrated cacao grew, based on the environmental and weather factors present. Selena yanked Olivia's shoulder out of her way to get a look, but Kevin could tell she had no idea what she was seeing. Before they could break out into a full-on argument, however, the door to the cockpit opened and their pilot stepped out, leaving the controls behind. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be manning this plane?" Selena demanded, a panicked look on her face.
"Bathroom,"
the pilot grunted, brushing past all of them to get to the facilities in the back of the plane. Selena turned to Kevin, her attitude dropped completely to make room for the fear. Kevin just shook his head. "These things have autopilot. It'll be okay for a few minutes. If it makes you feel better, I'll go sit at the controls until he comes back." Selena nodded fervently, so Kevin made his way up to the cockpit and sat down in the pilot's seat, not touching anything, though he could have flown the thing if he needed to. Seconds later, Kevin heard a scuffle in the back of the cabin. He looked over his shoulder to see the pilot backing out of the bathroom with his arm around Selena's neck. Kevin jumped into action. "What are you doing?" Olivia cried at the pilot, trying to find a place to punch or kick him, but he was using Selena's body as an effective shield. Kevin made it over to them and swept the pilot's legs out from under him. "He's an assassin!" Kevin yelled to alert Selena and Olivia both to the danger. The pilot dropped Selena, who crawled on hands and knees to the front of the plane and locked herself in the cockpit. Olivia and Kevin double-teamed the pilot, swapping punches and chops and kicks to the head and the groin. The pilot was a skilled fighter. Kevin could tell he had cultivated his power to be at least at level 3, but he was no match for two fighters at once. After a particularly devastating right hook from Kevin, the pilot stayed down where he had fallen under a row of seats, and Kevin took the chance to try and tie his hands behind his back or do something to otherwise overpower him until they could dump him in the Amazon. But the pilot sprang back up unexpectedly, holding a small backpack. The pilot hit a button by the emergency exit door and the door swung open. The pilot then put on the backpack and clipped it over his chest, dodging a swipe from Olivia. "Who do you work for?" Kevin demanded, but the pilot just smirked and stepped backward out of the airplane. Olivia screamed. "What was that?" Kevin shook his head, breathing heavily. That was a parachute he just put on. He knew he would be leaving this plane before us. But why? Anyone can safely land a plane. Did he think that would kill? Before Kevin could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang, and the whole plane pitched to the left, sending Kevin and Olivia flying into its wall and sliding down into the nearest seats. Kevin looked out the window and saw the engine under the left wing ablaze, and half of the wing itself missing entirely. "He blew us up. He had the detonator with him so he could wait until he jumped. That should have destroyed the whole plane, but we're high enough in the air that the oxygen is thin, making the explosion weaker," Kevin said, working it out in his head as he spoke. Olivia didn't seem very interested in the explanation, however, because the plane was now in a nosedive over the vast expanse of the Amazon rainforest. Kevin and Olivia fell to the front of the plane as the gravity shifted around them, and Kevin wrenched open the door to the cockpit. Selena was inside, unconscious under the pilot's control. There was blood on her head and on the dashboard where she'd hit it. She had been knocked out cold. Kevin dropped down into the chair and yanked up on the controls, taking the plane from a 90-degree descent up to a 30-degree one. They were extremely close to the treetops now, and Kevin was scanning for any body of water. If they were on schedule, the Amazon River should be around here somewhere. He found it with just enough altitude left to cruise over and land the plane in the water with a big splash. "We need to get out of here before it sinks. This river is anywhere from 50 to 300 feet deep," Kevin said to Olivia. Together, they pulled Selena's unconscious body out from under the pilot's seat and carried her to the exit door that was still open. Water was filling the cabin quickly, but they managed to jump out of the plane before it was completely sucked under. Kevin led the way, with Selena on his back toward shore. He had gotten them within 30 feet, but he knew that any minute there would be curious electric eels and red piranhas coming to see what all the fuss was about. Kevin and Olivia made it to the banks of the river unhurt, but when Kevin laid Selena down on the forest floor just beyond the tree line, he saw her legs had been made host to at least a dozen poisonous leeches. "Quick, we need to get these off of her," Kevin said, and Olivia helped him pull them all off. They left bright red dots where their teeth had been, and the skin was already bruising around them from being sucked on. Kevin opened his now soaking wet satchel and pulled out a few of his anti-venom herbs. He didn't have time to decide which to use, so he put a few of each in his mouth and chewed hard. "What are you doing?" Olivia asked. "I don't have anything else to grind them up with," Kevin explained. He spit the wet glob of herbs into his hands and started rubbing the paste over Selena's legs. "She's going to kill you for that," Olivia joked, making a face. "Well, she'd be dead if I didn't do it," Kevin told her. He finished and sat back, watching as the skin on Selena's legs turned back to a normal color and blood and pus leaked out from the holes left by the leeches. He also slid a recovery pill between her lips just in case she developed a concussion. "That's better," he said. "What do we do with her now?" Olivia asked. "Well, we can't get far with her in this state. I suggest we make camp here and wait until she wakes up. Unless you want to." Kevin was interrupted by Olivia throwing a handful of water from the river on Selena's face. It didn't work. "Right. So as I was saying, we'll stay here until she wakes up," Kevin reiterated. He pulled a small metal spigot out of his satchel and handed it to Olivia. "Here, tap some of these trees for water. I'll see if I can find some dry wood to make a fire and cook some fish for dinner." Olivia nodded, looking anxious. "How far do you think we are from the cacao? And how will we get back to Chicago?" Kevin put a hand on her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. "I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out, don't worry. This is the most abundant place on the planet. Survival isn't my biggest worry. You can be nervous if we ever get stranded in the desert." Olivia nodded and wandered over to the nearest tree to use the spigot. Kevin wandered off in the other direction, looking for an area where the leaf canopy was thickest and the wood beneath it would be the driest. He had been honest when he told Olivia he wasn't worried about surviving this place. But even he had to admit, it would be a real trick getting all three of them out, alive. Kevin, Olivia, and Selena were stranded in the Amazon rainforest. The pilot of their private jet turned out to be an assassin, and after he tried to kill all of them, he jumped out of the plane with the only parachute and blew up the engine of the plane on his way down. Kevin made an emergency landing in the Amazon River, and now their plane was at the bottom of that river, and he, Olivia, and Selena, unconscious after the chaos, were stuck on its banks. Selena didn't wake up until after sunset. In the meantime, Kevin started a fire and Olivia drained several dozen trees of their water and funneled it into a plastic-lined sack that Kevin had in his satchel. The two of them sat at the edge of the water, chipping splinters off of stones to use them as fishhooks, and trying to piece together what had just happened to them. "Did he say anything before he grabbed Selena?" Kevin asked Olivia. He had been in the cockpit when the attack began. Olivia shook her head. "Selena had just gotten up to get a snack from the minibar behind us, and I heard him grab her. But surely he would have killed her by the time you and I fought him off, so I don't think Selena was his target." Kevin nodded. "Yeah, I imagine I was the one he was after. That's usually how things go these days." He chuckled darkly. Olivia sighed. "Who do you think sent him? Alliance? Maybe the leader heard you were running off with his wife." Kevin shook his head. "The Alliance leader is dead, remember?" Olivia scoffed. "Oh, right. Then who? Brett and the Myriads?" Kevin shrugged. "Maybe, but even if Brett did find out I was helping Selena, I don't think he'd kill me over it. He still needs me in his army if the Myriad and Pinnacle ever go toe-to-toe, which he always thinks will be any day now." "Then who? I saw an M on the parachute pack, but I'm assuming that's from the manufacturer. Olivia trailed off when she saw Kevin's eyes light up. Was it red? Yeah. Kevin pieced it together. He must have been sent by Maverick. That's their symbol. I bested them in a fight with the Reaper Squad in D.C. They had been engaged in a long war with the Rangers that the Reaper Squad assigned me, in a manner of speaking, to bring to an end. I guess they took it pretty hard. Where in the world am I? Selena's voice sounded from behind them. Kevin and Olivia spun around to see Selena getting up from her unconscious state. Kevin hurried over to her and helped her to drink some of the water Olivia had gathered and then filled her in on what had happened. Oh, I remember getting on the plane, Selena said, squinting her eyes like that would help her memory. I think we should wait until morning to set off for the cacao. I don't want to wander through this jungle without being able to see everything around us. For now, the fire will keep any bugs or snakes away, Kevin told her. He and Olivia tied their completed fish hooks to lengths of string from Kevin's satchel and went back to the river to catch dinner. The night was loud in the Amazon. From the subtle rush of the river's current to the high-pitched clicking of so many insects, to the little songs of the exotic birds, Selena was absolutely fed up. My head is pounding. Can't we turn off the nature sounds for a second? She yelled at the forest over her serving of flavorless roasted catfish. Kevin sighed. Selena, once again, will you please do your best to not attract predators? The fire is only good for keeping reptiles and insects away. A jaguar, however... Selena clapped a hand over her mouth and started to silently sob. I've never slept outside in my entire life. Olivia frowned. Don't the Alliance live on a mountainside in tents? Yeah, tents. Not out where an army of poisonous animals can get me. Animals aren't poisonous, they're venomous. Plants are poisonous. If it bites you and you die, it's venomous. If you bite it and you die, it's poisonous. Got it? Olivia corrected her. As if I want an ecology lesson right now. Selena threw down her catfish and crawled a few feet away to a pile of leaves Olivia had laid on top of a board of tied-together bamboo shafts to make a bed. That's my... Oh, never mind, Olivia shook her head. I'll take the first watch. She scooted back against a tree and took a sip from the water bag. Kevin didn't protest, and he went over to the edge of the bed so he at least could rest his head on the soft leaves. Selena's feet hung off next to him. More hours passed. Selena snored. Olivia dozed against her tree, and Kevin couldn't get comfortable. When he was about to fall asleep, he felt ants crawling up his legs and saw in the light of fire that they were fire ants. Once he got them off of him, he started hearing the croak of the tree frogs, many of which he knew could kill him just by jumping on him and getting their foot venom under his skin. When the frogs quieted down, he started seeing the red eyes of a group of vampire bats hanging from a tree branch directly above him. Kevin knew that he could use his herbal skills to counteract any and all venoms, but if these animals were to attack him, Selena, and Olivia in quick order, he would be pressing even his skills to a nearly impossible limit. When he finally couldn't take it anymore, Kevin got up and snuck away from the camp. The night seemed like it would last forever, but if Kevin could get the cacao harvested before the woman woke... The night seemed like it would last forever, but if Kevin could get the cacao harvested before the women woke up, they would be one step closer to finding a way out of the rainforest. Kevin hiked for 2 miles, his eyes above him looking for cacao pods. He stopped to check the soil here and there and make sure he was still in the area where the cacao was likely to be its most concentrated. He ran through herbalism techniques and botany facts in his head to keep from getting too bored, but it was also a full-time job to stay on the lookout for snakes and jaguars. Kevin rounded a particularly large tree and froze. He was face to face with a jaguar who had been prowling along behind him low under the cover of ferns. Crap. Kevin got low himself to seem like less of a threat, but the jaguar didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. He was stalking Kevin, and now he was almost close enough to strike. Kevin snatched a long, thick stick from the ground beside him and broke it in half with one kick, creating 2 jagged spears with which to defend himself. "Come on, then," he said to the jaguar, not wanting to sit in anticipation. The cat charged him and leapt, hurtling through the air at Kevin like a torpedo at a submarine. Kevin ducked and let the beast sail over him, then turned around and threw a spear. It sank into the jaguar's right thigh, but that only served to anger it further. It jumped at Kevin again, claws slashing through the air, but Kevin struck the cat with his second spear right through the stomach. The force of it still brought him to the ground, but he crawled out from under its body before it found its own footing. The jaguar made one last attempt at Kevin, jumping up on his chest and sinking its claws into his skin, but before it could do too much damage, it collapsed, dead. Kevin pulled off his shirt to assess the damage. 10 claw marks scraped down 2 inches of his chest, but not all of them bled. The jaguar had lost a lot of strength when it jumped. Kevin wiped the blood off himself and pulled out some more herbs from his satchel, chewed them up and spit them on his wounds. They would disinfect the cuts and keep everything moist while it healed. His wounds would be gone by daylight. Kevin kept moving, afraid the noise they had made might attract more jaguars. He got through the next thick patch of trees, but as he emerged into a clearing, he felt a heavy weight suddenly push down on his shoulders, like a giant hand patting him on the back. He felt what it was before he saw it, but sure enough, it was a 12-foot-long green anaconda. "Ah!" Kevin shrugged it off of him and started to run, but the snake chased after him, and Kevin could feel it rub its head on his ankles, then fall behind, then wrap around his shins, then fall off again. Make a plan, Kevin told himself. But the anaconda could easily follow him up any tree or out into the river, and sooner or later would catch up to him on land. The only choice Kevin could see was to kill it. But how? A snake wouldn't be harmed by most of his martial arts moves the way a human would. He kept running, managing to step on the snake's head once or twice and slow him down for a moment. But the snake also nearly made it up to his waist before Kevin could bat it off. He felt the body constrict around his knees, trying to trip him up, but Kevin escaped once more. He came to a small cliff about 5 feet off the ground and jumped off, landing in a small patch of leopard lilies. Kevin recognized them from an old herbalism book he read once. He remembered reading that the lilies grew in the rainforest and that they were toxic to most reptiles. He pulled an entire bushel of them out of the earth and kept running. The snake caught up to him once more and struck, its jaw unhinging completely in midair on its way to Kevin's neck. Kevin turned around and shoved the leopard lilies down the beast's throat. Before he could withdraw himself, however, the snake's fangs sunk deep into Kevin's arm, just below the crook of his elbow. Kevin remained calm. He had snuck off from the riverside camp he had made with Selena and Olivia to find the highly concentrated cacao pods, but decided to turn back now that the day was breaking. But on his way, he had been attacked by a jaguar and then an anaconda. And though he'd successfully battled the jaguar, he was having more trouble with the fierce anaconda. The anaconda in question now hung off of Kevin's arm. Kevin had shoved a handful of toxic leopard lilies down its throat, just as the snake had clamped all 4 of its fangs into Kevin's arm. Kevin wasn't too concerned about that. The anaconda wasn't venomous, but he was in quite a deal of pain, and the snake's body was still wrapped around Kevin's own. Kevin felt the muscles in the snake get tighter and tighter. Come on, he whispered to the leopard lilies working their way down the snake's throat. Come on! The muscles on the snake tightened harder, squishing Kevin's organs. Hurry up! The muscles tightened harder still, knocking the wind out of Kevin. Kevin felt his ribs strain in on themselves, threatening to snap, and his eyes felt tighter in his head. He flexed all of his muscles, hoping to create some resistance, but the snake was too strong. Just when he thought he might suffocate, the snake relaxed all at once and fell from Kevin's body, coiling around his feet. Kevin gasped for air and collapsed onto all fours. He carefully pulled the snake's mouth off of him and tied his shirt around his arm just above the elbow to slow the bleeding. He chewed up more herbs and packed the paste over the holes in his skin, and after a moment, he could feel the pain subside and his recovery pill get to work on his ribs. Shaken, Kevin kept moving. He was feeling weak now and thought he might just go back to the camp and set out again in the morning with Olivia. At least with some backup, he wouldn't be in any more close calls. But before he turned around to head back, a breeze caressed his face and he got a whiff of something extremely sweet and floral smelling. Cacao. Kevin set off in the direction of the aroma, picking up his pace. Moonlight filtered through the canopy of leaves, not enough to show him hidden predators, but enough that he knew when to jump over a tree branch or boulder. He came to a huge clearing, and across an expanse of short vegetation, Kevin saw them. Cacao trees pocked with huge orange pods. It was almost too good to be true. Kevin stopped himself before he ran into the clearing. Once he left the tree line, he was all the more visible to predators, and he had an ache in his gut telling him this was a trap. Before he could make a decision, an arrow whizzed past Kevin's head no more than a centimeter from taking off his ear. It stuck in the tree behind him, tail quivering from the impact. Uh-oh. Kevin jumped behind another tree and peered back into the valley, looking for his attacker. He knew there were tribes still living in the Amazon who had never had any contact with the outside world, but he never imagined he would run into one. But it made sense. The cacao trees were uniformly spaced in the grove. This was no random collection of the trees. It was a farm, and whoever owned the farm was protecting it apparently around the clock. Kevin picked up a rock and hurled it across the valley. He knew he probably wouldn't hit anyone, but he did get what he was after. The flash of a foot disappearing into the rainforest, running away from him. Kevin followed as he went around the clearing. He wanted to grab a few pods while he was there, but he didn't know if anyone else was on guard, and at least if he chased down this attacker, he could take them out before doubling back. But Kevin wasn't as accustomed to running through the rainforest as a person native to the area. He was much slower than the tribesmen, and he stumbled more than once on a stray rock or root. But Kevin could still hear them somewhere up again, and he made it as far as the next clearing, where a series of huts constructed out of mud and bamboo with thatched roofs sat in a circle. He stopped before entering that clearing. It was maybe 3 acres big, much larger than the cacao tree farm. The huts were the size of small convenience stores, and there were at least 24 of them. Kevin imagined he had just found quite a sizable community that would certainly not be happy to see him. Just as he came to that conclusion, he saw the cacao guard reemerge from one of the huts with another man, pointing at the woods just to the left of where Kevin was hiding. The second man jogged to the edge of the clearing no more than 10 feet from Kevin behind his tree and tossed a rock at the tree line. Sharpened sticks shot up from the ground where they had been laid as a booby trap, creating a treacherous border wall between Kevin and the clearing. Kevin stood with his back flat against the tree, willing the tribesman to go back to his hut and not venture further. But then he saw the ferns a few yards away from him begin to rustle, and he knew another predator was approaching. Whether it was a panther or a snake, Kevin didn't want to find out. The rustling seemed to spread out to the sides, but Kevin realized it was even more predators, all closing in on him in an ever-tightening semicircle surrounding him. Kevin had a decision to make: fight the jaguars or surrender himself to the tribe. He knew he couldn't take all of the jaguars at once, but he also worried he might not be able to communicate with the tribe effectively and secure his safety. As it turned out, however, the jaguars made their decision for him, leaping 2 at a time out from the undergrowth and right at him. Kevin dove around the tree and squeezed between 2 of the sharpened sticks jutting up out of the ground like angled stalagmites. One jaguar tried to follow him, but got caught on a stick. The second one to try, however, made it through, and Kevin broke into a full sprint toward the tribe's village. He saw 2 more arrows whiz past him, and he held up his arms to block them from his face. But then he heard them stick themselves into the jaguar behind him. Kevin then saw another round of arrows coming at him, and rather than get any closer, he hit the deck, landing on his stomach below the tall fern leaves. He started to scramble away, hoping the other jaguars had gotten the hint and ran off. But before Kevin could get too far, he was pulled up off the ground by 3 pairs of hands and kneed in the head. His ears rang and his vision blurred as he was nailed again. He felt his head roll back on his neck and he fell to the ground again, the hands dropping him. Kevin started to bob in and out of consciousness as his hands and feet were tied to a long stick. He was hoisted up again, the stick resting on 2 of the tribesmen's shoulders, and taken back to the village. Kevin came back to consciousness when a bucket of water was splashed over his face. He sputtered awake, his head pounding and feeling like it was full of wet sand. Kevin opened his eyes and found that he was in the middle of a circle of stones, about 20 feet in diameter. Around the perimeter was a gathering of tribespeople all staring at him like he was an animal in a zoo. 2 women were crouched beside him, rubbing his chest and torso with red clay that dried quickly on his skin, making him look like he had been dipped in paint. He focused on a man across the circle from him, who was also being tended to by a pair of women smearing him in white, chalky clay that jumped out brilliantly against his skin. Kevin had a horrible thought. They were being decorated for battle. He was going to have to fight this man. Wait. No, I come in peace. I don't mean to harm you. He knew it would be pointless to try and reason with people who didn't speak his language, but it was like a force of habit to try to rationalize with people. A drumbeat started up from the back of the crowd, at first very slow, then faster and faster until Kevin felt it banging out in lockstep with his heartbeat, which was also quickening. The tribespeople around the circle began to quiet down and focus on Kevin and his opponent, grins spreading on their faces. The show was about to begin. After crash landing in the Amazon, Kevin, Olivia, and Selena hiked into the rainforest and set up a makeshift camp. Leaving Olivia behind to look after Selena, Kevin ventured deeper into the rainforest to scope out their surroundings and start looking for the concentrated cacao that could heal Selena. While exploring, he aroused the attention of a local tribe who captured him and threw him into a fighting pit with their most deadly warrior. The Amazon warrior had a sharp spear and light armor that allowed him to move with extreme speed and agility. He let out a shrill battle cry as he thrust his spear at Kevin, who sidestepped the attack in the nick of time. He quickly spun around behind the warrior and kicked him in the back. The Amazon warrior fell forward but landed with a somersault and jumped right back up to his feet. Without stopping to catch his breath, he lunged at Kevin again, thrusting his spear with fierce determination in his eyes. Kevin ducked to avoid the attack and then launched back up with an uppercut that knocked the spear out of the warrior's hand. While the warrior was momentarily stunned, Kevin unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes that forced him to take a few steps back. As Kevin was landing punches, the Amazon warrior reached up and grabbed Kevin's fist, holding it back long enough to retaliate with a headbutt. Kevin stumbled backward and rubbed his head as it started to throb with pain. The Amazon warrior refused to let up. He pulled out 2 daggers from around his waist and rushed toward Kevin with another battle cry. His attacks were calculated and fast, a rapid series of stabs and swipes that crisscrossed in front of Kevin as he expertly wove between them. As Kevin quickly dodged more and more of his attacks, the Amazon warrior became increasingly desperate, shouting louder and louder as he relentlessly swung his daggers at Kevin's face. The crowd seated around the pit were at the edge of their seats, hooting and cheering for their tribe's champion who had never lost a battle. The Amazon warrior's long black hair was braided with over a dozen colorful feathers, each of them representing a battle he'd won. Nimble as a bird, he twirled around Kevin and slashed his daggers like a deadly tornado. When Kevin stuck out his foot and tripped him, the Amazon warrior abruptly fell to the ground with a thud, and the surrounding spectators gasped. As Kevin stood over the Amazon warrior and crossed his arms, his breath was ragged. "I don't want to hurt you. Do you give up?" The Amazon warrior looked up at Kevin with pointed eyebrows and a deadly serious expression on his face. "I would sooner die than admit defeat against an outsider." Before Kevin realized that the warrior spoke to him in English, the warrior had jumped to his feet and raised his fist for some hand-to-hand combat. He threw a rapid series of punches at Kevin that were too slow for Kevin's lightning-fast reflexes. When the warrior clasped both of his hands together to drop them on Kevin like a hammer, Kevin evaded by sliding between the warrior's legs. Jumping up to his feet in an instant, Kevin was standing right behind the warrior with a confident smirk on his face. "I don't want to kill you, but you insist on fighting till you drop. So why don't we reach a nice, happy middle?" Kevin raised his arm and karate chopped the Amazon warrior's neck. Targeting one of his pressure points, Kevin grinned as the warrior instantly dropped to the ground. He was knocked out cold. The other tribespeople fell silent. Seeing their best warrior defeated filled them with fear. One of them lifted a shaky finger at Kevin and shouted, "It's just like the prophecy foretold. The outsider has come to kill us all and lay waste to the world." Kevin took this in stride. This tribe that seemed to have had no contact with the outside world was speaking to him in his native tongue. As the people cowered in fear, Kevin held up a reassuring hand. "I haven't come here to kill anybody. Your champion isn't dead. He's just knocked out. Is there a chief in your midst that I might be able to speak with?" Everyone turned their heads in the same direction. In the very back row of the seats that surrounded the fighting pit, a large man in a green and gold robe stood up and raised his hand. He must have been 3 or 4 times larger than the rest of them. Round, not muscular, but people seemed to respect him all the same. He looked at Kevin with a stern, protective expression. "My name is Chief Tanabok, and I am the leader of the Urkan tribe. Thank you for sparing our champion's life. I am quite sure that he would not have done the same for you. As a token of thanks, I will allow you to leave this pit alive, but you must go straight back to wherever you came from and tell no one about what you have seen here." Kevin sensed a great amount of integrity in the chief's voice. Already he was developing an immediate respect for him. "That's very generous of you, Chief, but I'm wondering if you might be able to thank me another way. You see, I came to the Amazon looking for something very specific. I'm told there is a species of cacao in these parts that has an especially high concentration. Perhaps you can tell me where I can find some." The chief was slow to respond. Kevin couldn't imagine him doing anything quickly. His thoughtfulness made him slow but wise. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, but my people know nothing of this special cacao fruit. We are a tribe that very much values its solitude, so I hope you'll understand when I ask you to leave immediately." Kevin scratched his chin. To him, something didn't quite add up. "Your champion warrior fought very well. In fact, I noticed he had a strong cultivated power base and must have been at least level 4 or 5. This leads me to believe, with good reason I think, that your people are far more sophisticated than you're currently letting on. I bet there isn't a single plant in this region you haven't thoroughly studied and categorized." Chief Tanabok smiled very subtly. He was impressed at how Kevin pieced things together. "You seem different from most foreigners who have wandered into our region. Most of them dismiss us as a primitive heathens and fools. They treat us like pests, so sure that their culture stands above ours. I appreciate your open-mindedness, outsider, but the fact remains that you must leave." Just then, Kevin heard a loud roar coming from right outside the pit. When he looked up, he saw a bloodthirsty jaguar attacking the crowd, pouncing on people and swiping at them with its razor-sharp claws. Chaos erupted immediately, as another jaguar jumped out of the bushes and then another, all 3 of them hissing and growling at folks who were trying to escape. Kevin launched into action with a second thought. Not only did he feel called to protect the spectators, but doing so would also prove to the chief that he was worthy of being trusted. "Get away as fast as you can, everyone. I'll stop them." Kevin quickly jumped up into the stands and stood between the tribespeople and the jaguars. Kevin felt the primal tension in the air. With unyielding focus, he shifted into a low stance, legs coiled like springs, his senses razor sharp. The jaguars, sleek and graceful, stalked him, their eyes locked onto his every move. One of the jaguars pounced with lightning speed. Kevin pivoted, narrowly avoiding the lethal jaws. The crowd's gasps turned to cheers as they saw that Kevin had survived the attack. While the first jaguar clawed at Kevin's chest, a second jaguar circled around to his right. Kevin recognized the danger immediately, and spinning like a cyclone, he delivered a stunning roundhouse kick, knocking the first jaguar into the second jaguar's muzzle. It flashed its fangs with a pained growl. As the two jaguars regrouped, the third, the largest and most ferocious, decided to make its move. It lunged, claws bared, aiming for Kevin's back. A gasp swept through the audience as it appeared he had nowhere to turn. But in the blink of an eye, Kevin spun around and executed a flawless cartwheel, landing behind the advancing jaguar. With breathtaking precision, he delivered a devastating strike to the jaguar's spine. The crowd erupted in a chorus of awe. Rejoining the fight, the other two jaguars, undeterred by their losses, closed in, attacking in tandem. Kevin was now in a whirlwind of fangs and claws, his martial arts prowess the only thing keeping him alive. He moved with a fluid grace, blocking, dodging, and countering. There was a palpable synergy between the jaguars, an unspoken communication of strategies. They pressed Kevin relentlessly, making it almost impossible to predict their moves. Suddenly, one of the jaguars lunged forwards, its jaws wide open. In a fraction of a second, Kevin's instincts kicked in. He dodged to the side and, with a daring spin, delivered a powerful mid-air roundhouse kick that sent the jaguar flying back. His victory, however, was short-lived. The final jaguar, its patience exhausted, launched another attack. Its powerful jaws clamped onto Kevin's forearm. The crowd gasped as Kevin gritted his teeth against the pain, but he refused to yield. In a spectacular show of strength, he used the jaguar's own momentum against it, flipping it over his shoulder to land heavily on the ground. The audience erupted in cheers and applause, but Kevin was not yet done. With perfect timing, he executed a final series of strikes that subdued the last jaguar. It lay panting and defeated before quickly jumping back up and disappearing into the jungle. Kevin slowly rose to his feet, his body a tapestry of scratches and sweat. The crowd's cheers echoed through the pit, their fear transformed into awe. Chief Tannenbach stood up and slowly clapped. "You have proven yourself to be an exceptional outsider indeed. Thank you for defending my people. What may I call you, outsider?" Kevin approached the chief and shook his head as if to honor the tribal leader. "The name's Kevin Williams, and the only thanks I need is a small supply of your cacao, as soon as possible." After being captured by an Amazonian tribe, the Urkins, Kevin was thrown into a pit and forced to fight against their champion warrior. In the end, Kevin subdued the warrior instead of killing him and tried to convince their leader, Chief Tannenbach, to tell him where the special cacao was. The chief refused to do so despite seeing that Kevin had respect for the tribe and its culture. But after Kevin fought off a jaguar attack, the chief was beginning to reconsider. Chief Tannenbach crossed his arms and smiled at Kevin. He was beginning to feel genuinely impressed. "I'll tell you what, Mr. Williams. Why don't you come with us back to our home? Once we are there, we can talk more about this special cacao you seek." Kevin glanced over his shoulder. The night was so dark that he couldn't even see a meter into the jungle. "I have some companions back at my camp," he said. "I can't just leave them in the jungle all night. Will you allow me to go back and bring them with me?" Chief Tannenbach took a long pause. "We can't afford to wait for you, Kevin. We too must soon be on our way. The jungle is not a safe place at night." The opportunity to speak more about the cacao was too valuable for Kevin to give up. "Where can I find your home, Chief? My companions and I can meet up with you first thing in the morning." Chief Tannenbach looked around at his Irken people. He had kept their presence a secret for the entire 40 years of his chiefhood, and although Kevin seemed like a decent person, he couldn't risk telling him where their home was exactly. Instead, he said, "Listen to this, Kevin. You can find our people 2 miles beyond the fire-breathing bear, underneath the face of the weeping woman." Kevin looked perplexed. "Ah, I have cracked many cryptic clues in my life. A set of coordinates would be much easier, you know." Chief Tannenbach shook his head. "I'm sorry, but my people have hidden themselves from outsiders for over 1,000 years. You seem like a decent fellow, Mr. Williams, but it would be foolish of me to trust you completely. If you can find us, I would like to speak with you again." Chief Tannenbach politely bowed to Kevin. Then, after clapping his hands, the other tribespeople stood up and followed him into the dense, dark jungle. As they got further and further away, the flickering light of their torches gradually subsided, until Kevin was left with nothing but moonlight to guide the way. As he followed his compass back to the camp, the sun slowly started to rise. By the time he made it all the way back, the sun was up and Olivia was just beginning to fry some parrot eggs on a burning hot stove over the fire. "Kevin, you're back. Did you learn anything?" As Kevin approached, Olivia saw that he was covered in scrapes and bruises. Her jaw dropped and her eyes widened. "Oh gosh, Kevin, you're hurt. What happened out there?" Kevin sat by the fire and took a couple of healing pills out of his satchel. After swallowing them down with a huge gulp of water, he looked at Olivia and said, "I've had a few run-ins. Jaguars and Anaconda, a supposedly uncivilized tribe, but it's all worked out for the best. The tribe might know something about this cacao we're after. They invited me back to their camp to learn more, but I wanted to come check on you guys first. Is everything all right?" Olivia nodded. "You don't need to worry about us, Kevin. The jungle is loud and scary at night, but everything out there is more afraid of us than we are of them." Kevin took another sip of water. "I wouldn't be so sure. The second pack of jaguars I crossed seemed weirdly aggressive. There was something strange about the way they looked at me, Olivia, as if there was another person lurking under their eyes." Olivia shuddered. "Well, let's hope we don't run into any of those. How can we get to these people's camp? Did they tell you where we could find it?" Kevin rolled his eyes. "No, they just gave me another set of cryptic clues. We'll figure it, right? They said to go 2 miles beyond the fire-breathing bear and then underneath the face of the weeping woman. Whatever that means." Olivia's eyes lit up. "I'm not sure about that second part, but there is a rock formation a few miles west of here that looks exactly like a bear. I could hardly believe it when I saw it scouting for food while you were gone. Maybe that's a good place to start?" Kevin stood up and put his hands on his hips. "As good a place as any. Come on, let's get going. Where's Selena?" Olivia pointed at the tent. "She's still sleeping. She'll probably sleep in for a while. She was complaining about bugs almost all night before she finally dozed off." Kevin stroked his chin. "We can't forget that she's under the influence of the evil pills. If we take her with us, she might cause a disturbance and turn the tribespeople against us. Maybe it'd be better if we left her behind." Olivia agreed. "That might be for the best. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. So far, she hasn't been taking to the jungle all that well." Kevin pulled the notepad out of his satchel and wrote Selena a note telling her that they'd be back soon. After setting it down outside her tent, he followed Olivia into the jungle. The moment they stepped out of the camp, Selena's tent opened. In truth, she had been listening the whole time and felt offended that she was left behind. "Haven't been taking well to the jungle, huh? I'll show them. I can survive in this jungle twice as long as they can." She darted into the jungle, heading in the same direction that Kevin and Olivia went. After hiking a few miles into the dense foliage, Olivia pointed forward. "There it is. Do you see it?" Kevin looked up and saw a tall rock formation that looked just like a bear with its mouth open. "Well, that certainly looks like a bear, but why did they say it breathed fire?" Just then, Kevin stepped onto a fallen branch that loudly snapped under his weight. As the sound rang through the air, a steam of bright red butterflies began to pour out of the rock bear's mouth. Olivia smiled. "How's that for fire breath? We must be getting close." Kevin nodded. Now all we need to find is the weeping woman. They continued to hike deeper into the rainforest until all of a sudden they heard the sound of rushing water. Kevin heard it first. He paused and turned to Olivia. "Do you hear that? It sounds like rushing water." They stood in silence until it became obvious which way the sound was coming from. After following the sound for another 600 feet, Kevin stepped into a clearing and dropped his jaw. In front of him was a huge rock face with 2 waterfalls spilling out from separate eye-shaped holes. Olivia gasped. "The weeping woman!" Kevin nodded. "The chief told me to go underneath. Let's have a look." When Kevin and Olivia investigated the waterfalls, they saw a small cave opening at the bottom, behind the walls of water. As they walked through the caves for another mile, it was dark, damp, and easy to get lost, but after a while they emerged out of the other side and saw a breathtaking green valley. They could hardly believe their eyes. Scattered across the valley were golden temples that rose over 5 stories into the air. Paved roads branched out between the temples, and a river ran straight down the middle. The river's waters were full of boats of all shapes and sizes. Armed with a sword and shield, a guard ran up to Kevin and bowed.
"Mr. Williams, the chief was hoping you'd find a way into our city. Please come with me and I'll escort you to his quarters."
The Amazonian guard led Kevin and Olivia through the bustling streets and up a steep temple painted with gold. The climb took both of their breaths away, but the guard did not seem to struggle. A large stone room was perched at the top of the temple. It was full of hanging plants, colorful rugs, and golden cups, bowls, and platters. As Kevin and Olivia entered, Chief Tannenbach was being fit for a new robe. He looked up at Kevin and smiled. "Ah, Kevin, I'm so glad that you found us. We have much to discuss." Kevin nodded. "I believe when we left off, you were about to tell me about that cacao plant I came for." Chief Tannenbach took a shorter pause than usual. "Yes, as you might have guessed, my people know about this special species of cacao. It is a sacred ingredient to us and we cultivate it ourselves." Kevin spoke to the chief with respect. "We would only need a small bit, Chief. It would be a true honor if you could share some with us." The chief nodded very slowly. "I would very much like to share some with you, Kevin, but I'm afraid it's not simple. I am beginning to trust you, but if you want some of our cacao, you'll have to earn the trust of the entire tribe." Kevin understood. "What can I do?" Just then, they heard a horn being blown outside, followed by someone yelling, "Intruder! Intruder! Intruder!" When Kevin and the others dashed out of the temple, they looked down and gasped. Being escorted by a pair of guards, Selena was fighting and struggling. "Let me go, you idiots! I'm an American!" The chief frowned. "Is this person with you?" Kevin sighed. "I'm afraid she is, Chief. I'm afraid she is." After Kevin defended the Amazonian tribe from a pack of bloodthirsty jaguars, their leader, Chief Tannenbach, gave Kevin a set of clues about where he could find the tribe's home. Instead of following them, Kevin went back to his camp to check on Olivia and Selena. Because the evil pills made her volatile, Kevin decided to leave Selena behind as he and Olivia hiked into the jungle to find the tribe's village. Eventually, they found it hidden behind a pair of waterfalls. It was an enormous city made of gold temples. Just as Kevin was starting to chat with the chief, the guards dragged in Selena, calling her an intruder. The guards, who had colorful armor painted with birds and lizards, hauled Selena all the way up the temple and dropped her on her knees in front of Chief Tannenbach. By the time they made it to the top, Selena was breathing hard and sweating. "You can't treat me this way. Do you know who I am? I am the director of the Alliance, and I command you to let go of me this instant." One of her guards grunted in frustration. She's been saying that since we first laid eyes on her, Chief. She was skulking around the perimeter. I don't know how she found us. Chief Tannenbach turned to Kevin with a skeptical look on his face. You said this woman is with you? Kevin nodded. She's the reason I need the cacao, actually. She's fallen under the influence of a dark force that only a key ingredient in the cacao can deliver her from. Chief Tannenbach studied Selena up and down. Right away he could sense a darkness behind her eyes. What's wrong with her? He asked. Tell me more about this affliction. Kevin hesitated. He would hate for the truth to spoil their good relationship, but he knew he had to be honest. I won't lie to you, Chief. Selena here has fallen under the influence of some evil pills. It isn't her fault, though. She was given the pills against her will, and I have to do my best to save her. The chief knew he couldn't put his people at risk. Is she dangerous? He asked. Kevin shook his head. No. She's able to resist the evil, but we have to get it out of her head. The cacao is the only chance we have to purge it. The chief slowly nodded. Very well. Please escort this woman to a private room, guards. Make sure she is given plenty of food and water. But also make sure she is kept under surveillance just in case. The Amazonian guards let go of Selena and bowed. As you wish, Chief. Please come with us, ma'am. Before going with them, Selena looked at Kevin and asked, Are you sure it's safe, Kevin? Kevin nodded. I trust these people, Selena. They'll take good care of you. Once we get this cacao situation sorted out, we'll come for you and finally get you cured. Selena sighed before going with the guards. All right, but I want a queen-size bed at least. Kevin waited for a moment to pass before re-engaging with Chief Tannenbach. Sorry about that, Chief. She's a little on the spoiled side, but she isn't dangerous, I promise. The chief slowly nodded. I believe you, Kevin. I want to help your friend, but I'm afraid you must earn the tribe's trust before I can allow you to leave with any cacao. Tell me, do you remember those jaguars you fought back in the fighting pit? Kevin chuckled. How could I forget? Well, the chief said, that was far from the first attack. Normally, the jaguars are peaceful and thus provoked, but for the last 7 months they have been attacking every chance they get. It's highly unusual. I'll tell you what, Kevin. If you can find a way to put an end to these jaguar attacks, then I think you'll have earned a bit of our cacao. Kevin stroked his chin, lost in thought. I'd be happy to help, Chief, but I'm afraid we might be in a bit of a tricky situation here. The cacao naturally suppresses aggression, so if I were to stop the jaguars, I'd need some of the cacao anyway. The chief took a very long pause. I see what you mean. How about this? We will give you enough cacao to handle the jaguars, but if you fail to return and take the cacao for yourself, I'm afraid there will be very dangerous consequences. Kevin felt nervous. What do you mean? Chief Tannenbach took a deep breath. Go and see the shaman, he said. He's in the third temple along the right side of the river down that way. He pointed to the south. He will tell you more. Kevin nodded. Thank you, Chief. I hope to see you soon. Kevin followed Chief Tannenbach's directions and went to the third temple along the right side of the river. Instead of gold, it was painted with all the colors of the rainbow, with red at the base and violet at the top in accordance with the color spectrum. When Kevin stepped into the room at the top of the pyramid, he was astonished to find sophisticated lab equipment made out of stone, glass, and wood, and an impressive collection of herbs. There was a fire crackling under an enormous clay pot, potted plants hanging from the ceilings, and jars of dried ingredients stacked on the tables and shelves. Wow, Kevin said. The shaman seems to know a whole lot about herbalism. As Kevin gawked at the archaic lab, he heard a voice call out from behind him. I know what you seek, Kevin Williams, but before I can trust you with my ingredients, I must first find out what you are made of, gold or dung. Kevin turned around and saw the shaman polishing a stone in the corner. His face was painted with black stripes and red circles around his eyes, and he had green feathers in his hair. Kevin looked puzzled. Well, I'm not sure about gold, but I'm definitely not made out of dung. The chief said you'd give me some cacao to deal with the jaguars. The shaman looked back at Kevin with a smirk. My ingredients, especially my cacao, are as precious to me as children, Mr. Williams. Before I hand them off to you, I must be sure that you are made of gold. Kevin chuckled. All right. Well, how do you suppose we find out? The shaman walked over to the bubbling cauldron and used a ladle to pour some of its contents into a bowl. Then he handed the bowl to Kevin. Drink this, he said. It will reveal your true colors. Kevin looked at the dark liquid suspiciously. What is this? Some kind of magic ritual potion? The shaman nodded. It will polish you like a rock, Mr. Williams. It will reveal what lurks within you the way a telescope reveals the horizon. There is nothing to be afraid of but yourself. Kevin stirred the liquid and looked at his reflection on the dark surface. And if I drink this, you'll give me the cacao. It depends, the shaman said. Open yourself to the brew. The gods will decide. Kevin took a deep breath. Well, here goes nothing. He lifted the bowl up to his lips and threw the liquid back. The first thing he felt was a tingling sensation in his throat. How long does it take to kick in? He asked. The shaman smiled. Your journey to the underworld has already begun. Fear not, Kevin. Remember, it's only a dream. Just then, Kevin closed his eyes and fell back onto a cushioned chair. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of the rainforest. Bugs and birds were chirping loudly, but the loudest sound of all was the cries of a baby. It filled Kevin's ears and seemed to be coming from all directions at once. Kevin's instincts told him to find the baby immediately. He didn't know who it belonged to, but he sensed that finding it was very important. He ran through the jungle, listening to the baby to guide him, but each time he came close to the source of the crying, it seemed to erupt somewhere else. Kevin began to feel worried. Hello? Where are you? He cried out. Just then, a standing mirror appeared behind him. When he turned around and looked into it, what he saw shocked him. There was no one around him, but when he looked into the mirror, he saw a crowd of people surrounding him, pointing and laughing. Look at those filthy clothes. There's no way this loser is actually Kevin Williams. Where'd he find those sneakers? At the bottom of a dumpster? As they cackled at Kevin, he began to feel extremely uncomfortable. With all that money, you'd think he'd spend a bit on it looking professional. He looks like someone you could have pulled off the streets. Kevin clenched his fists. Their whispers, murmuring, and cackling laughter were a painful symphony that sounded to Kevin like nails on a chalkboard. Why won't you people just leave me alone already? He picked up a rock and threw it at the mirror. After it shattered, the jungle fell silent again, until Kevin heard Lily's voice call out from above. Kevin, please, they're going to take the baby. Kevin's heart dropped when he heard Lily's voice. He raised his voice and shouted back, Don't worry, Lily, I'm coming for you. When Selena was dragged up to Chief Tannabok's temple and called an intruder, Kevin convinced the chief to release her by explaining that she was a companion of his. Afterward, the chief sent Kevin to meet with the shaman and collect the cacao he needed to deal with the jaguar problem. The Urkin shaman was hesitant to give Kevin ingredients without proving himself first. He was instructed to drink a vision brew that would test his spirit. Inside the vision, Kevin heard a baby crying and Lily's voice shouting for help. Hold on, Lily, I'm coming. Kevin rushed up the spiral staircase that wrapped around the enormous tree. As he spun around the tree again and again, climbing higher and higher, he looked up and saw that the tree was growing taller as he climbed. Each time he made a lap around the trunk of the tree, it shot up another 100 feet, leaving him no closer to the top than when he started. Suddenly, Lily's voice came again. Kevin, please, you have to save me. Kevin gritted his teeth and started running twice as fast. Don't be afraid, Lily, I'm on my way. Finally, after running almost a mile, Kevin made it to the top of the tree where it was firm enough to stand. On the other side of the canopy, Kevin saw Lily trapped inside a big glass globe. She was holding a baby, and Kevin could instantly tell it was his. Lily banged on the glass with tears in her eyes. "You have to get us out of here, Kevin. Please." Kevin ran up to the globe and started pounding on the glass. No matter how hard he struck it, though, the glass wouldn't break. Kevin was starting to panic. "Don't worry, Lily. I'm going to save you." Just then, Kevin heard a familiar voice creep up behind him. "Not this time, Kevin. Did you really think you could keep her safe forever?" Kevin turned around and saw Ethan staring at him with a devilish grin. "You must have known I'd get my revenge eventually." Kevin walked up and stood toe-to-toe with Ethan. "Why are you doing this, Ethan? We were friends once, remember?" Ethan sharpened his eyebrows and looked back at Kevin with hatred and malice. "Our relationship ended the day you took over the Williams Company. You left me with nothing, Kevin. You banished me to the background to shrink and die." Kevin didn't turn away. He stared directly back into Ethan's eyes. "You brought your problems on yourself, Ethan. If you hadn't turned against me, I would have happily welcomed you into the company. You were the one who chose violence. You have no one to blame but yourself." Ethan clenched his fist and took a step forward. "What was I supposed to do? Sit back and watch you take everything that was rightfully mine? You didn't give me a choice." Kevin's voice was stern and dead serious. "There's always a choice, Ethan. Always." Kevin pulled his arm back and punched Ethan in the face. When he did, Ethan's body disappeared into a cloud of mist. Then more of his enemies began to appear around him. Grandpa Williams was the first. He stared at Kevin with resentment in his eyes. "You turned your back on the family, Kevin. What kind of man turns against his own family?" Kevin lunged at Grandpa Williams and kicked him in the chest, turning him into mist. "You turned your back on me first, remember? Why would I save a family that kicked me to the curb?" Then Mario Kessler, an old rival that Kevin fought in the Epic Clash, appeared behind him. "I'm still out there, Kevin. As soon as I get back to Earth, I'm coming for you." Kevin spun around and decked Mario in the jaw. "I don't care how many people are after me, I'll protect my family at any cost." Just then, as if those specific words were the key, the glass globe imprisoning Lily shattered. Kevin looked over and saw Lily standing with the baby in her arms. At the same time, the sun appeared overhead and parted the cloudy sky. Kevin ran over and wrapped his arms around Lily. "I won't ever let anyone hurt you, okay, Lily? I promise." Lily stepped back with a warm smile on her face. "I know, Kevin. So long as you're here to protect me, I know I'll always be safe. Do you want to hold the baby?" Kevin nodded and Lily handed him the baby. The moment it was in his arms, Kevin felt his heart expand like a balloon. He looked into the baby's young, innocent eyes and said, "Don't worry, my little angel. Daddy is going to keep you safe." Then, all of a sudden, Kevin heard another familiar voice. "You are distracted, Kevin. You must prioritize your destiny above all else." When Kevin glanced over his shoulder, he saw the Night King standing in the center of the canopy. He handed the baby back to Lily and approached him. "My family is my destiny, Night King. I don't care what you have planned for me. It's not more important than Lily and the baby." The Night King's face was hard and serious. "If you fail to complete your destiny, Kevin, you won't have a family to protect." Kevin's face dropped. He was beginning to feel impatient. "If it's that important, then just tell me what I should do. I'm sick of all the cryptic riddles." The Night King took a long pause. "When was the last time you investigated the clue you were given after the Epic Clash?" he asked. Just mentioning the clue was enough to frustrate Kevin. That clue was a wild goose chase. Even after I looked at it through the moon viewer, all I saw was a grainy image, too blurry to make any sense of. I don't think the organizers of the Epic Clash wanted me to find the upper realm at all. They wanted me to reach a dead end. The Night King's eyes didn't falter one bit. He stared right back at Kevin, gazing into his soul. "You are in a sacred place between worlds, Kevin. A place where deep realizations are brought to the surface. Perhaps you should take another look at the clue." As the words left his mouth, the Night King slowly disappeared into a gust of cold wind. Following his advice, Kevin reached into his satchel and pulled out the piece of paper. When he unraveled it, he was shocked to discover it was no longer blank. "Well, would you look at that?" he said with awe and wonder in his voice. Suddenly, the image on the paper was perfectly clear. It showed an enormous mountain looming high above the clouds with a large village on the summit. As he studied the painting, Kevin heard the Night King's voice whisper through the wind. "You must seek the upper realm, Kevin. The universe itself depends on your success." Then the sun grew brighter and brighter until Kevin's vision was fully consumed with blinding white light. With a deep gasp, Kevin opened his eyes and reawakened inside the shaman's lab. He was leaning back in a cushioned chair and the shaman was standing over him with searching eyes. "You have visited the Tree of Life," he said. "I can see it in your eyes. I heard you murmuring in your sleep. It sounds like you faced many demons." Kevin leaned up and scratched his head. "I care about protecting my family more than anything else. That's what the vision taught me." The shaman nodded. "You went into the spirit world and it showed you your deepest fears and highest hopes. You allowed the vision to show you what you needed to see, and in doing so you have proven to me that you are made of gold, Mr. Williams, not dung." As Kevin returned to his senses, the shaman went over to a potted plant in the corner and picked a collection of cacao beans. Then he handed them to Kevin with a nod. "Take this," he said. "If you solve our jaguar problem, I will give you more so that you can cure your friend." Kevin took the cacao beans, held them up to his nose, and took a deep breath. They had a rich, chocolatey smell. "Thank you, my friend. If I'm going to feed this to the jaguars, it would be easier to refine it into a pill. Would you mind if I used your lab?" The shaman shook his head. "What's mine is yours, Mr. Williams. Let me know if you need any help." As Kevin dropped the cacao beans into the furnace, Olivia stepped into the temple with a concerned look on her face. "Kevin, are you in here? I thought you were just picking up some cacao." Kevin turned over his shoulder and smiled at Olivia. "Turns out the shaman had a test for me, but don't worry, I passed with flying colors. I'm melting the cacao down now so we can refine it into a pill. We'll be ready to go in just a few minutes." The shaman watched with interest as Kevin scooped the melted cacao into individual pill casings. He and his people typically ate ingredients whole, so he was very curious about Kevin's methods. Once all the pills were collected, Kevin looked at him and nodded. "Thanks again for your help. With any luck, we'll be home before dark." The shaman walked Kevin to the door. "Of course, Mr. Williams. I'm sure you will succeed. Here, take this as well, to lure the jaguars." The shaman handed Kevin a small amount of raw meat wrapped in a banana leaf, which he slipped inside his satchel. "Thank you. Any idea which direction we should head first?" The shaman stepped outside his temple and pointed into the distance. "Go east," he said. "The jaguars always come from the east." Kevin nodded and started walking down the steep steps of the shaman's temple. Olivia followed closely behind. "What kind of test did the shaman give you?" she asked. Kevin chuckled. "He sent me on a vision quest," he replied. "I got to spend some real quality time with my personal subconscious." Olivia gulped. "That sounds terrifying. I'm glad he didn't ask me to do the same." After reaching the bottom of the temple, Kevin and Olivia walked to the city's eastern gate. It was lit with torches and guarded by warriors with spears. As they opened the gates for Kevin, one of the warriors looked at him and said, "Be careful out there. We are not the only tribe in this region. The others might not give you such a warm welcome." Kevin nodded. "We'll be careful. Please tell the chief that we'll be back as soon as we can." Without another word, the gates closed behind them, and Kevin and Olivia began their journey away from the city into the dangerous green world of the jungle amid the echoes of angry jaguar roars. After confronting his enemies inside the Vision Quest, the Night King appeared and told Kevin to take another look at the clue he received after the epic clash. Before, the image on the blank piece of paper was grainy and blurry, but inside the vision it revealed a detailed painting of a high-reaching mountain. Just then, Kevin reawakened and the shaman praised him for holding his own in the spirit world. Upholding his end of the bargain, the shaman gave Kevin a small amount of cacao and sent him east of the city to confront the unusually aggressive jaguars. After wandering a few miles into the jungle, Kevin paused and took a look around. "Well," he said, "this looks like as good as a place as any to try luring the jaguars. What do you think?" Olivia agreed. "Look, there's a rock over there we can hide behind. Hopefully this will be easy." Kevin laughed. "If there's one thing I've learned from my adventures, Olivia, it's that things are rarely as easy as they seem. Still, it can't hurt to hope." Kevin reached into his satchel and retrieved the raw meat given to him by the shaman. After mixing in the cacao pills, he set the bait down by a bush and got behind the rock with Olivia. They waited for about an hour, and Kevin used the time to tell Olivia of the sights and sounds he experienced during his vision quest. Finally, a leopard crept down from a tree and approached the bait. Kevin and Olivia fell silent immediately and poked their heads out from behind the rock to survey the scene. The first jaguar looked up and growled as a second one crept out of the bushes, followed by a third. Before long, they were all chowing down on the bait. "How long does it take to kick in?" Olivia whispered. Kevin answered without taking his eyes off the jaguars. "Just a few seconds. They should be back to normal by now." Kevin took a deep breath and stepped out from behind the rock. When he did, Olivia's eyes widened. "Kevin, be careful. Even if they're back to normal, jaguars can still be aggressive." Kevin slowly inched forward, raising his hands to show the jaguars that he wasn't a threat. On this fourth step forward, Kevin snapped a twig on the ground, and the jaguars all looked up at once. When Kevin's eyes met theirs, he saw in them something very strange. Their pupils were fully dilated, and they had an eerie human-like quality. After studying Kevin for just a few seconds, the jaguars flashed their fangs and started to form a circle around him, hissing and growling, their eyes set on his throat. Kevin gulped. "Easy, fellas. I'm not here to hurt anyone." Just then, the first jaguar leapt forward with its claws aimed at Kevin's head. Kevin jumped out of the way just in time and then dodged a second attack that came right after the first. At the same time, Olivia jumped out from behind the rock and prepared to fight. "Doesn't look like those cacao pills did the trick after all." The first jaguar flashed its fangs with a growl and lunged at Kevin again. He met the beast with a calculated sidestep, narrowly avoiding its snapping jaws. "Easy, big fella," he murmured with a calm but firm voice. He countered swiftly, using his foot to sweep the predator's legs out from underneath it. Facing the second jaguar, Olivia shifted into a low crouch. Her body poised like a coiled spring, she glanced at Kevin and quipped, "Whatever's wrong with these jaguars, it can't be their fault. Let's see if we can push them back without killing any of them." Kevin nodded. "I agree. These creatures are far too majestic to lose. Let's try not to hurt them. If it's between them and you, though, I'm saving you, Olivia." Just then, the second jaguar lunged at Olivia with a monstrous growl. She quickly ducked out of the way and retaliated with a spinning heel kick that landed against the jaguar's side. It stumbled from the blow, but was far from done. As the battle continued, Kevin and Olivia wove between the jaguars' attacks, deflecting their swipes with fluid blocks and parries. Despite the peril, a deep respect for the jaguar's power tempered their movements. After recovering from its initial stumble, the first jaguar returned to the fight with renewed determination. It circled Kevin with lethal intent, seeking an opening in his defenses. Kevin saw the jaguar in the corner of his eye. "I see you, big fella. Easy now. Just relax." Meanwhile, Olivia and the second jaguar were engaged in a fierce back and forth. Each time the giant cat took a swipe at her, she stepped back and retaliated with a strong push. After missing several times, the jaguar snarled and lunged forward, its mouth wide open. But Olivia avoided the attack and countered with a precise strike to its nose. The third jaguar, once on the edge of an attack, now hesitated. It stood at the side of the battlefield, watching its companion struggle. Kevin, seeing this hesitation, recognized an opportunity for resolution. "Look, Olivia, they're starting to retreat. Just hang in there a little longer." Olivia followed suit. She adjusted her tactics to show that they were not intent on harm, only self-preservation. She held up her hands and looked the jaguar in the eyes, trying to convey a sense of primal understanding. Their movements transformed into a silent dialogue, a message conveyed through the mutual language of respect. Sensing that they were outmatched, the third jaguar seized its chance to retreat. The cat withdrew from the fight and the other two followed. As the majestic creatures crept back into the jungle, Kevin and Olivia looked at each other and caught their breaths. "Did you see the way they were looking at us?" Kevin asked. "It was like they had human eyes." Olivia nodded. "If the cacao didn't ease their aggression, the problem may be more than just biological." Kevin raised his eyebrows. "You mean there might be a supernatural component to this?" Olivia shrugged. "We've seen some wild things on our journeys together, Kevin. Would it really be so surprising?" Kevin felt a sharp chill run up his spine. "We should go back to the village and tell Chief Tannenbach what happened. Maybe he has more information." Olivia agreed and took a deep breath before following Kevin back through the jungle. After stepping through the east gate, they climbed to the top of Chief Tannenbach's temple and stepped inside. The shaman was there too, counseling the chief in his daily course of spiritual matters. When Chief Tannenbach saw them enter, he stood up and approached Kevin with a smile. "I'm glad to see that the jaguars have not eaten you, my friends. Tell me, were you able to relieve them of their unusual aggression?" Kevin sighed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Chief. The jaguars took our bait just as planned, but the cacao didn't seem to have any effect on them. Olivia thinks the problem might be deeper than just their biology." Just then, the shaman stepped forward and joined them. "She's right," he said. "Ever since the jaguars started attacking, I've sensed a great disturbance in the spirit world. I think another tribe might be using dark magic to channel themselves into the jaguars' bodies. The tribe to the east, the Nuxmax, have been trying to bring us down for years, and they have a legendary use of dark magic." Kevin frowned. "If you knew that, then why didn't you bother telling me?" Chief Tannenbach answered for the shaman. "We were hoping this wasn't the case so that we could avoid going to war. Now that we know for sure that the Numax is behind the attacks, perhaps it can no longer be avoided." Full of confidence and self-determination, Kevin had something else in mind. "Maybe a full-scale war can still be avoided, Chief. Olivia and I can go to their village and put a stop to this dark magic." The chief took a long pause before responding. "They are a dangerous people, Kevin. Just how do you intend to stop them?" Kevin reached into a satchel and pulled out a small handful of little white pills. "These are memory erasure pills. If we give some to the Nuxmax shamans, they'll forget their abilities and won't remember how to take control of the jaguars." The chief closed his eyes and contemplated Kevin's proposals. "If you do this for us, Kevin, then I assume you'd want something in return." Kevin nodded. "Same as before, Chief. All I'm asking for is enough cacao to heal my friend Selena and her companions. I shouldn't need more than about 50 grams or so." When the chief looked at him, the shaman nodded. Then Chief Tannenbach looked back at Kevin and exhaled a heavy breath. "If you can rid us of this evil, Mr. Williams, then we will give you as much cacao as you need. I am sorry the situation isn't as simple as we had hoped." By this point, Kevin was used to things always being more difficult than they seemed at the outset. "Don't sweat it, Chief. Just tell us where we can find this Nuxmax tribe exactly." After luring the jaguars with raw meat mixed with cacao pills, Kevin and Olivia were surprised to find out that the cacao didn't seem to quell their aggression. Kevin and Olivia fought the jaguars back with respect, taking special care to harm them as little as possible. Once they retreated, Kevin and Olivia went back to the chief, who informed them that the jaguars were most likely being controlled by dark shamans from a rival tribe. Determined to get his hands on some cacao for Selena, Kevin agreed to continue his quest to calm the jaguars, who he now suspected were under an evil spell. Before they left, Chief Tannenbach told Kevin and Olivia that they could find the Nuxmax tribe residing in a large cave system about 30 miles to the east. Following his compass, Kevin used a machete to hack through the jungle as they journeyed east. Eventually, the sky got dark and they set up a small camp, and then continued the next morning. After hiking a few more miles, Kevin and Olivia came to the bottom of a tall stone cliff. When Kevin looked up, he could see a cave opening at the very top. Well, looks like we found our cave. Now we just have to find a way up there. Kevin scanned the cliff for footholds, but its face was sharp and flat. It's too steep to climb. How do they get up there themselves? Olivia stroked her chin. Maybe we can go around and find another way up the cliff. Kevin looked both ways. In either direction, the cliff stretched on for miles. Who knows how long that could take? There must be another way. Just then, Kevin heard some rustling in the underbrush. Quick, we have to hide. He grabbed Olivia's arm and quickly pulled her behind a tree. As they silently peered around the trunk, they saw a group of warriors emerge from the jungle, carrying sharp spears. Without exchanging any words, the warriors climbed up a tree one by one, gathering on top of one of the highest branches. Then they grabbed hold of a hanging vine and swung over to the mouth of the cave. Even though these warriors were their enemy, Kevin couldn't help but feel impressed. Ah, so that's how they get into the cave. Once they all get across, we can follow. After all the warriors swung into the cave, Kevin and Olivia carefully crept out of their hiding place and started climbing the tree. When they made it up to the highest branch, Kevin grabbed hold of the vine, but just before he jumped, he suddenly heard the sound of a horn, followed by a loud, angry voice. "Intruders!" When Kevin looked over, he saw a warrior standing in another tree keeping guard. They hadn't seen him from down below. "They must not be allowed to reach the cave," yelled the guard. "Stop them now!" Kevin turned around and saw a troop of warriors racing toward them, swinging through the trees. Olivia's heart skipped a beat. "Hurry, Kevin! Swing across!" Kevin shook his head. "If we swing across now, they'll just follow us inside and blow our cover. We have to deal with them before we continue." He let go of the vine and faced the oncoming warriors. Together, Kevin and Olivia held up their fists and prepared to battle. "Kevin," Olivia whispered, "I can fight well enough on the ground, but I haven't done much training in trees." Kevin's response was a wry grin. "It'll be just like fighting on the ground, Olivia, just, don't look down." Just then, the first warrior descended upon them, spear pointed like a viper's mouth. Olivia met the challenge head-on. Her fists flowed in perfect harmony as she countered the thrust with a well-timed parry. Meanwhile, Kevin grabbed hold of a vine and swung into the air, intercepting an incoming warrior with a spinning kick that sent him plummeting below. The echoes of his screams faded into the dense foliage below. Then, Kevin was attacked by another warrior whose spear flew through the air and whizzed straight towards Kevin's head. Kevin ducked just in time, and the spear got stuck in the bark a few inches above him. Kevin quickly pulled the spear loose and threw it back at the warrior. When it struck him in the chest, the warrior cried out in pain as he fell to the ground like a stone. Before Kevin could make another move, a Nuxmax warrior dropped down behind him silently. Fortunately, Olivia saw it in the corner of her eye. "Kevin, behind you!" Just before the warrior struck, Kevin spun around and punched him in the face, knocking another down to the ground. Kevin looked at Olivia and smiled. "Thanks." Olivia blushed. "Don't mention it." As Olivia pressed forward, another warrior advanced, springing from branch to branch, his spear whistling through the air. In a daring display, Olivia hooked her foot around a vine and swung beneath her attacker. With a swift upward kick, she sent him tumbling from his precarious perch. When she untangled her foot, she flew through the air and landed on another branch, waving her arms around to regain balance. When she looked down, she saw that the ground was over 100 feet below. Suddenly grasping the danger, she squealed. After kicking another warrior off a branch, Kevin looked over and shouted, "Don't look down!" As the battle raged on, branches became footholds and hanging vines transformed into hooks to be swung from. Kevin flew from one vine to another using the jungle like an acrobat stage. He lunged toward an enemy archer who had been readying an arrow. Kevin's flying kick hit its mark and the warrior plummeted into the underbrush. At the same time, Olivia leapt between the trees with astonishing precision, sometimes using a vine to launch herself at an enemy. With a spinning kick, she struck a warrior poised on a swaying branch. The impact sent him sprawling into the dense undergrowth, the branches below offering no solace. Finally, after fighting for about 15 minutes, Kevin and Olivia stood alone. The forest floor below them was riddled with bodies. After catching his breath, Kevin looked at Olivia and said, "All right, now that that's over with, let's go inside, shall we?" Olivia nodded and they climbed back to the tree nearest the cave. Kevin grabbed hold of the vine and swung across first. Once Olivia joined him, they crept down and silently went into the cave. Inside, the cave was made of cramped, tight tunnels that wove through each other like an ant farm. The walls were lined with torches that flickered up and down the halls. Doing their best to remain in the shadows, Kevin and Olivia crisscrossed the tunnels, and after going a few hundred feet, they heard repetitive drumming and several voices chanting in an unfamiliar language. They followed the sound of the chanting, occasionally hiding behind corners to avoid guards on patrol. Eventually, the tunnel opened into a larger room. Staying out of the torchlight, Kevin and Olivia peered inside and saw two guards standing in front of a curtain of beads. Judging by the sound of the things, the drumming and chanting were coming from the other side of the curtain. Kevin leaned in close and whispered into Olivia's ear, "It sounds like the drumming is coming from in there. I bet that's where the dark shamans are." Olivia nodded. "Do you want me to cause a distraction so you can get inside?" she asked. Kevin shook his head. "That won't be necessary. Here, get ready." Kevin reached down and picked up a large stone. Then he tossed it across the room down a tunnel on the other side. As the stone tumbled and clanked around, the guards looked up in unison and rushed down the hall. "Now's our chance." Kevin crept into the room and gestured for Olivia to follow. When they pushed past the curtain, they entered an even larger chamber that had an opening to the outside world on the other side. "We must have pushed through all the way to the other side of the cave," Kevin thought. Inside this new chamber, the drumming was at its loudest. Kevin looked over and saw a circle of shamans sitting around a fire. They were drumming with their hands and chanting with their mouths, but they seemed to be in a total trance. As Kevin approached, it was obvious that they didn't know he was there. "They seem to be in some kind of trance state. I don't think they can see us." As Kevin got closer, he saw that their eyes were completely white and glazed over. "It's no use trying to force a pill down their throats," Kevin said. "We have to think of a different way to administer the medicine." Olivia looked down and saw a bowl on the ground. "What if we heat up the pill and turn it into a vapor?" Kevin agreed. "Good idea." When Olivia put the pills in the bowl and held it over the fire, the shaman suddenly stopped drumming. They still looked like they were in a trance state, but now they were chanting, "Intruder, intruder, intruder," was said over and over again. Kevin's heart skipped a beat. Well, that's not good. Just then, a group of jaguars jumped in through the opening and prowled toward Kevin and Olivia while flashing their fangs. Kevin quickly hatched a plan. "Olivia, you vaporize the pills and get the shamans to breathe it in as fast as you can. I'll handle the jaguars." As the first jaguar lunged forward, Kevin narrowly evaded the attack and it collided with the cave wall, hissing in irritation. Like a skilled matador, Kevin pivoted out of the way of the next jaguar, each movement designed to deflect rather than injure. The second jaguar circled from behind, seeking an opening. Kevin's keen senses detected the movement. He executed a spin, creating a whirlwind of momentum that the jaguar could not penetrate. The jaguar was left disoriented and confused. Just then, the pills in the bowl were beginning to burn into a vapor. "Okay, Kevin, I think the medicine is ready." As Olivia held the smoking bowl underneath one of the shaman's noses, he began to sniff rapidly until the pupils returned to his eyes and he looked around confused. At the same time, one of the jaguars came back to its senses and quickly jumped out of the cave. Kevin cheered. "That's it, Olivia. It's working." The third jaguar, still possessed by a shaman, leapt toward Kevin, jaws wide open. Kevin moved like quicksilver, his body contorting as he utilized pressure points to control the jaguar's movement. As Olivia went in a circle and pressed the smoking bowl into the shaman's faces, the jaguars all flinched and crept out of the cave. At the same time, the shamans sat in a circle with confused looks on their faces. Before they noticed them, Kevin and Olivia followed the jaguars and went out of the opening. "That seems to have done the trick. Come on, let's get back to the chief and give him our report. Mission accomplished." Kevin and Olivia left the shaman's camp without fear. After defeating the tribal warriors, they had managed to create a suitable antidote to wake the shamans from the trance that had transferred their evil souls into the bodies of the jaguars, who were then terrorizing the Urkin tribe, who controlled the jungle's valuable cacao trees. The deal was that if Kevin freed the Urkin tribe from the harassment of the jaguars, he could harvest some of the highly concentrated cacao and refine a pill for Selena Salem and her women to free them from the evil pill of the Alliance. Now that the cacao had proven effective on the entrant shamans, Kevin felt confident that no part of this mission had been in vain. He would cure Selena and she would hopefully stop her romantic pursuit of Kevin, so that he could get home to the pregnant Lily who was waiting for him in Chicago. As Kevin and Olivia retreated from the Nuxmax caves, they ran into a pair of jaguars, which stopped them in their tracks. Kevin had already fought the jaguars several times, but he didn't know if all of them were controlled by the shamans, or if some of them really were wild and free and deadly. "Give it a second," Kevin whispered, hardly moving his lips while he held the jaguar's stare. And then something strange happened. Kevin could feel the jaguar's gaze boring deep into his own eyes like it was a physical thing making its way to his brain. And in his brain, he started to hear the voice of the jaguar communicating its thoughts directly to him. The words weren't English per se, but they were clear in their intentions. "Thank you. You may pass." Kevin walked forward, half worried he might be having some sort of medical episode, but as he did so, the jaguars parted to let him and Olivia through. One of them nodded at him as they walked by. "What was that?" Olivia asked, stunned, as they kept going through the forest. "I don't know. It was like we could talk to each other. I think something happened to me during my vision quest with the shamans that made me more in tune with nature. I can sense where every bug and worm is, and I can still faintly hear the thoughts of those jaguars," Kevin told her. He knew it made no sense, but Olivia trusted him, so she just nodded. "Very cool. I wonder how long that will last. I'd hate to see you plagued by the thought of every pigeon in Chicago when we get home." Kevin felt his stomach tighten. He still had no idea how they would get home, but he forced himself to think about one thing at a time. The first step was to get back to the Urkin tribe and harvest the rest of the cacao he needed to cure Selena. They made it back to the village and were greeted by a nervous Chief Tannabach, who ushered them into his hut. They sat around the fire with him and recounted their tale. Kevin was incredible. After refining the pill, he realized that the entrant shamans wouldn't be able to swallow it, so he turned it back and melted them under the fire, and vapor filled in their breath. They were awake and thanking him for freeing them from their trance, Olivia concluded.
"Thank you, Kevin. We are greatly appreciative to you for freeing us from the terrifying stalking jaguars. I will tell the rest of the village soon, and we will hold a feast in your honor," the chief said, shaking Kevin's hand. Kevin saw his chance to ask for a favor in return and took it. "Chief, that's very generous, but we should be on our way sooner rather than later. Rather than a feast, is there any way you can help us to get out of the Amazon? I don't know the extent of your travels or methods of transportation, but we need to get to Chicago, which is quite far north of here, and I don't know if we'll make it by swimming down the Amazon River." The chief nodded. "I have something for you, but first, let's get you the rest of that cacao. I want you to take as much as you need, and if you have the means, replant it when you get home. I would hate to think this is the only source in the world of such an important medicine."
They got up, and the chief led Kevin and Olivia out to the cacao tree farm, where he stood back while Kevin harvested and Olivia packed up the large orange pods. Up in the trees, Kevin could see whole branches that produced tiny pods or no pods at all, and some that didn't even have full leaves. "Are your trees okay? They don't look healthy, even despite how highly concentrated the cacao pods are," Kevin told the chief when he got back down to the ground. The chief hung his head. "It's true. We have experienced the failure of many crops in the past few years. Here in the Amazon, we are not immune to pollution and climate disruption. When the global temperature increases, our rainy season changes, and the plants can no longer rely on the same amount of hydration they are used to. This causes many of them to die. While the rainforest is abundant and resilient, it also hangs in a fragile balance." Kevin felt guilty. He lived in a city, after all, and produced medicines with furnaces that surely emitted some level of pollution, no matter how small. "That's horrible. You're doing nothing but caring for the land, but it's still being destroyed by people you've never met. What can we do to help?" The chief shook his head. "I'm afraid there isn't much to be done unless the whole world agrees to work together to clean up the air, the seas, and the land. Perhaps you can take the story of the Urkin tribe back to your city and try to make people see the urgency of the situation." Kevin nodded and Olivia joined him. "We can do that. In the meantime, here." Kevin pulled some herbs out of his satchel. "These herbs will help regulate the mineral and hydration levels in your soil and keep them more consistent for your herbs and crops. They're native to North America, but they'll grow here." Kevin handed the vials over to the chief, who beamed. "Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Olivia. I'm sorry that my tribesmen tried to put fear into you when you first stumbled into our village, but now I know that it was a lucky day when you came to visit." Kevin waved him off. "You're only defending yourselves. I understand. Roses have thorns, snakes have venom, and humans have intimidation tactics. Everyone deserves to protect their space. I'm just glad I could be of help." Back in the village, the chief showed Kevin to their kitchens where he could use the wood fire oven as a furnace to refine his pills out of the cacao, and a few other herbs he had brought and harvested from the rainforest. He did so quickly with help from Olivia, and the two of them started searching the camp for Selena. If they could get her squared away, the journey home would be all the more peaceful. Selena was in a hut with the warrior who had been pitted against Kevin in the battle circle when he was first captured by the Urkin tribe. "Whoa, Selena, join me for a second, will you?" Kevin called, shielding his eyes. They had walked in on Selena in the arms of the warrior, who was kissing her with great interest. Selena pouted but got up as she smoothed her hair and joined Kevin and Olivia at the entrance of the hut. "What?" "We did it. We can cure you of the Alliance's evil pill that you've been suffering from. Here." Olivia held out a pill to Selena, and Selena swallowed it. "I have to warn you, you might only be with this warrior because you're acting on impulse, and he represents the agitation and fighting instincts you've been infected with," Kevin said as Selena swallowed. But Selena shook her head. "That's not it at all. I'm really in love with him. In fact, I think I'm going to stay here and make a new life for myself in this tribe." Kevin and Olivia looked at each other. "That's the impulsiveness. Wait a second for the pill to take effect and then you'll see things differently," Kevin assured her. But even as they watched Selena's face grow calmer and a smile spread across her lips, she didn't change her mind. "I really do think I'm going to stay here. Thank you for the pill, Kevin. You've been such a sweetheart despite how I've treated you, but I like it here. I think I've found my calling." Kevin was confused. Selena's personality had done a total turn, but this was the thing she was going to hang on to? Kevin couldn't believe it at first, but then he thought more about Selena's situation. He supposed she didn't have much to leave behind as her husband had just perished in a fire, but still, he wouldn't feel right leaving her here alone. "What if you change your mind? How will you get back home?" Olivia asked her. But Selena seemed too peaceful now to even worry about something like that. "I'm scrappy. I have a long history of finding my way. I'll risk it." She kissed them both on the cheek and disappeared back into the hut where they could hear the warrior grunt with pleasure at her return. "I wasn't expecting that at all," Olivia said to Kevin as they walked back to the chief's hut. Kevin was nearly at a loss for words. I mean, she's used to living in a forested encampment. She likes a strong and powerful man. I can't say it doesn't make sense. At least she'll be off our backs for the time being. If she changes her mind, I'll send a helicopter for her. The chief led Kevin and Olivia out of the camp to the Amazon River, where he pulled a fan boat out from behind some fallen trees and brush. "Our tribe has created much impressive technology even without electricity. What you see here may look rudimentary, but it will never fail you. Go now, and remember, take what you've seen with you and tell our story. We don't have many more years left if things keep going this way with the state of the earth." On that solemn warning, Kevin and Olivia pushed off into the water, sailing west down the river back toward modern civilization, Chicago, and toward Lily and the baby. Kevin and Olivia were off, unsure exactly of where they were aiming to go, but knowing the direction of civilization could help them get back to the United States. They had freed the shamans of the Nuxmax tribe who were trapped in the bodies of the jaguars and removed the threat of those jaguars from their friends in the Urkin tribe. Kevin hoped they would be just as lucky if they ran into another uncontacted group of people, but he couldn't help but fear his luck might be running out. Selena was no longer with them, of course. Despite being cured of the evil pill the Alliance had given her, she still decided she was going to stay with the Urkin tribe and explore her love with the best warrior among them. She seemed truly happy with her choice when they left her behind, but still, Kevin and Olivia worried she would wake up in the morning and regret it. Of course, if that happened, all she would have to do was contact them and they would send a team to rescue her. "I keep thinking about what the chief told us about the rainforest," Olivia mused, sitting at the back of the fan boat the Chief Tannenbach had given them to ride downriver. She and Kevin were taking turns cranking the fan, and it moved them along at a surprising speed. "What's that?" Kevin asked, his eyes on the horizon looking for smoke from a fire or artificial lights, anything that would indicate that they were approaching a modern town or city. "His crops are dying, or at least not producing the same amount of fruit they used to. The river is rising, and during the rainy season his village is at risk of flooding. I just can't believe the people who are doing their best to keep the world alive will be the first to watch it die." Kevin nodded. It was a horrible reality of the warming climate. Indigenous tribes were likely to suffer the greatest despite doing the least amount of harm. "We'll do what we can to spread his message. I can get Lily to take on some climate activism with the charity. I'll invest in cleaner energy for the lab, but for now our focus has to be on making it home, so that we can get the word out and cure the rest of the ladies from the Alliance," he told her. "I wonder what the extent of their knowledge about it all really is. I know they're seeing the effects in their part of the rainforest, but do you think they get news from the rest of the world? Do they know about the glaciers that are melting or the air pollution in the cities?" Olivia asked no one in particular. But just as she finished speaking, Kevin caught sight of large smokestacks a mile off. "There. Let's pull off and see if anyone there has a cell phone. Those smokestacks look industrial. They must have some modern technology if they're a tribe. Otherwise, they'll be from a nearby city, surely." Kevin aimed the boat toward the smokestacks that were pumping out big, billowing black plumes of dirty smoke. It seemed like the Urkin chief was speaking from a broader knowledge after all. They pulled up on the banks of the river and stashed the boat behind a large bunch of large ferns, then trekked inland, following the sounds of shouts and heavy machinery breaking through the trees. "Kevin, I think this is a deforestation operation," Olivia said, grabbing Kevin's arm and pointing up ahead of them. Sure enough, one of the largest trees in the forest fell to the ground before their eyes. Kevin rushed ahead, Olivia close behind him. They snuck between the trees, trying to remain undetected and to get a full scope of the operation before making a move. They finally emerged at the edge of a large grove dotted with the stumps of trees that had already been cut down. A long pathway led further still into the forest, and that's where Kevin and Olivia found the deforester's camp. It was made of a number of mobile offices, the kind a foreman would work out of at a quarry or construction site, and they were decorated to appear luxurious with striped awnings spanning out on either side of them like wings, and actual chimneys poking out of the top, letting out smoke from fireplaces within. Kevin and Olivia crouched just beyond the tree line. A group of workers in dirty overalls walked by, wiping their ash-covered brows with stained handkerchiefs.
"How long have you been working here?"
one asked another.
"This is my 4th month. I'm hoping to be home by the new year. Is this your first week?" "Yeah. I heard it was hard work, but there's plenty of money in it."
A third chimed in.
"That's for sure. When you do things like this outside of the law, the profits skyrocket."
"Outside of the law?" the first worker asked.
"Yeah. Didn't they tell you? This whole operation is off the books. It was personally funded by some congressman who didn't want to get strong-armed by the fossil fuel lobbies, so he opened this quiet operation to keep himself funded during his campaign. It was so successful that he just kept it going after that."
The first man looked worried.
"Won't we all go to jail if he gets caught?"
Another shrugged.
"Our names are completely off the record. The only way you and I get in trouble is if the police show up right here and now and catch us in the act. In the meantime, there are 2.5 million square miles of trees to cut down."
"That explains why the pay is so good. Usually labor jobs don't pay half this much." The men kept walking, and Olivia turned to Kevin, her face now pale.
"This is totally unregulated. They're going to destroy the whole forest if we don't do something about it."
Kevin nodded. "We'll send a team down here when we get back to Chicago. I think it would be unwise to take them on ourselves. We don't know how many of them there are, and they probably have guns."
"Right you are, little man."
Kevin and Olivia turned around slowly and saw an armed guard behind them, an AR-15 in his hands pointed right at them.
"Come with me."
Kevin stood, his instincts telling him to calm the situation before the guard could call for backup. They could still escape this. "We're just lost. We'll go back to our boat now. Clearly we don't need to interfere in this operation," he said, pulling Olivia up too and trying to play it casual.
"I'm not stupid. I know what you've heard. Come on."
He pointed the gun up at Kevin's forehead and flicked the safety off. Kevin held his hands up and he and Olivia obeyed, getting prodded in the back by the barrel of the gun while the guard walked them through the clearing and up to the foreman's cabin. This structure was much different than the mobile offices circled around the rest of the clearing. It wasn't on wheels, for one. It was an old-fashioned log cabin with a stone foundation sunk into the ground. Vines and ivy crept up the walls 5 feet or so, which told Kevin that the cabin had been there for a few years. The guard knocked on the door and a man in a Panama hat and fresh linen pants and button-down shirt emerged. He also wore knee-high leather horse riding boots, which was confusing to Kevin given that this man's job was supposedly deforestation.
"What? Oh, who do we have here?"
the man demanded when he saw Kevin and Olivia behind the guard.
"Trespassers, Mr. Clayton. They overheard some sensitive information. Should I shoot them?"
The guard asked this so casually that it sounded like the usual protocol for trespassers in this camp. But thankfully Mr. Clayton shook his head.
"That's no way to welcome guests, Craig.
I'll take it from here." The guard grabbed Kevin and Olivia's wrist and pulled them inside the cabin, zip-tying their hands behind their backs and shoving them down onto the ornate Turkish rug in front of a stone fireplace housing a roaring flame. Over the fire, a chicken roasted on a spit, rotating slowly somehow under its own power. The guard saluted Clayton and left. Kevin knew he would need to speak first and set the tone. "Sir, we were just lost. We didn't mean to interrupt your operation, and I hope that you'll see sense and let us be on our way." Clayton sat down in an overstuffed armchair in front of them and pulled out a 3-inch switchblade, which he flicked open menacingly, only to start using the tip of his blade to pick dirt out from under his fingernails. His rough black beard twitched when he exhaled.
"You know how I know I can't let you go," he chuckled.
Kevin and Olivia said nothing.
"You're Americans. I hear it in your voices and I see it on your faces. I'm an American too, you see, and while I believe we hail from the greatest country in the world, It only remains that way so long as its people are free to do whatever they want. If you go home and start telling tales about me, I won't be able to do what I want any longer. I want to turn this forest into cash. You know that, and you also know my name and where my company operates from. That's too much information for my liking." Olivia's eyes grew wide. "You're the congressman? Shouldn't you be in Washington or whichever state you represent?" Clayton chuckled. He was in his early 40s, and Kevin could tell beneath that breezy linen shirt he was muscular enough to put up a good fight. "At your service. And you'd be surprised how little time your elected representatives spend in D.C. Don't worry, no one is missing me up there right now. We're not in session." Kevin sighed. "What can we do to ensure our safe return home? I have money. I'll give you whatever you want." He knew he wouldn't be able to shut down the operation or spread the message of the Urkin tribe if he was dead and buried in the middle of a rainforest. Clayton just chuckled harder. "Look around you. I have access to the greatest gold mine of the century, these nice big trees. No, your money is no good here. I have other plans for you." Kevin gulped. Whatever those plans were, he wasn't looking forward to finding out. Kevin and Olivia were in trouble. After leaving Selena behind at the Urkin tribe's village per Selena's own request, they had managed to sail downriver on a fan boat given to them by Chief Tannabach. But when they saw huge smokestacks pumping out a fierce flow of billowing black smoke, Kevin pulled over onto the bank so they could investigate, hoping someone on site would be able to give them a phone to contact Chicago and get out of the Amazon rainforest. Unfortunately for them, the scene they had stumbled upon was an illegal deforestation operation, and after overhearing as much from a few workers, they had been captured by a guard and brought before the foreman, Congressman Clayton, who ran the whole thing. He was turning the fragile ecosystem of the rainforest into his own private cash cow, and Kevin had every intention of sending a team down to stop him, but he would have to escape with his life first. And to think, he had only come down to the Amazon to find cacao pods that were now safely tucked in a satchel. He didn't think collecting them would turn out to be the easiest part of this journey. Clayton had Kevin and Olivia bound by the wrists in front of his fireplace in his lavish cabin at the center of the site. He had clearly been camping out here for a while, likely splitting his time between the rainforest and Washington, D.C. Clayton threatened that he had plans for trespassers like them, and Kevin had a feeling those plans didn't include putting them on a plane back to Chicago. Clayton continued to pick at his nails with the tip of his switchblade. "You see, I like my work a lot. I like being down here in the quiet expanse of the rainforest. There are no sirens, no car horns, no yelling people in the streets. All I hear are the sounds of the birds and the bugs, and you can't beat this weather. The humidity does wonders for my skin, and the food that grows here is so rich in nutrients that my hair grew back. Believe it or not, I was bald 10 years ago. The rainforest is my Garden of Eden." "Then why destroy it?" Olivia spat. Kevin could see her trying to sit on the tail of the zip tie on her wrists so that she could tighten it until it snapped, but she didn't seem to be able to get it in the right position. "Destroy it? Well, I suppose you have a point, but there are millions of miles of this place. I could do this for the rest of my life and never notice a difference here at my camp. The demolition you saw on your way in is the closest we've gotten to my little oasis here," Clayton told her. "But the forest is like one body. It's huge, sure, but it's all the same ecosystem. You can't destroy one part of it and expect not to see effects in another," Kevin retorted. "How do you figure?" Clayton flicked his blade closed and leaned toward Kevin in his seat, pretending to be hanging on every word that Kevin spoke. Kevin looked around him. The cabin's walls were lined with morbid trophies, a stuffed panther head mounted on a plaque over the fireplace, dozens of insect species framed in shadow boxes, their dead bodies pinned to black velvet boards to contrast with their vibrant colors. There were even macaws and toucans stuffed and hung from the ceiling by fishing wire so that they looked frozen in flight. Animals live in those trees. When they don't have a home or protection, they die. When they die, they're removed from the food chain, which means their predators starve and their prey winds up becoming overpopulated. The whole thing is thrown out of balance. You'll have mambas and anacondas knocking on your door to eat you when they run out of rodents to swallow, Kevin explained. Clayton shrugged. That hasn't happened so far. I think I'll keep doing things my way. Thank you so much for the constructive criticism. It's been great having you, Kevin. Clayton yelled toward the door, and the armed guard, his AR-15 now slung across his back, entered with a length of rope in his hands.
To the pit, boss?
Yes, to the pit. Craig came over to Olivia and Kevin and slipped the rope between their wrist ties, effectively putting them on a leash. He then yanked them up off the floor and dragged them to the door. Kevin caught himself in the doorway and turned back to Clayton. It doesn't have to be like this, you know. You can stop the destruction and do something good for a change. Clayton pouted sarcastically. Aw, no thanks. The door snapped shut behind them, and Olivia and Kevin were dragged across the clearing. A second guard joined them, his gun cocked and aimed at the back of Olivia's head, as they trudged through the rainforest. They're taking us back to the river, Kevin muttered to Olivia quietly enough that the guards couldn't hear. Maybe they'll just throw us in and expect us to drown. We can get away on our boat, Olivia whispered back.
Pipe down back there,
Craig commanded. Kevin had eyes on the back of Craig's head as they walked. They were almost to the river. He could hear it flowing when he saw a long-legged, furry brown spider climbing up the man's back and onto his head. The guard in the back also spotted it.
Oi, Craig! Look out, mate, you got a spider on you!
Craig nearly jumped out of his skin, dropping the rope and batting his arms on his head and back and legs and anywhere he could reach to get the spider off of him. It held on by its 8 sticky feet, still clamped to the back of Craig's neck. Stop! Stop it! Kevin cried.
Why? The back guard asked.
That's a Brazilian wandering spider. It's the most venomous spider in the world. One bite and you'll be dead in minutes. Craig froze, obeying Kevin's orders, and the 5-inch spider crept up his neck and over his head until it spanned across his entire face. Kevin and Olivia stood frozen as well, not in fear but in disgust as they watched it all happen. The spider was slow and exacting in its movements. This was not its first time destroying a man.
Now what?
Craig whimpered. The spider had started its descent down the front of his neck, and Kevin could see how hard he was trying to regulate his breath and keep his chest from moving too much. You need to bat it off in one swift movement. Try not to scare it or give it any reason to fight back, Kevin whispered.
Then you'll kill it, right?
The other guard asked. It should run off on its own, Kevin said. He tried to tap into his new oneness with nature that he had discovered after his vision quest, but the spider was not sending any telepathic thoughts his way. Maybe he could only communicate with jaguars and other big cats. The spider didn't budge.
Someone else get it. I can't do it,
Craig pleaded, but before anyone could volunteer, his body gave over to an involuntary shudder. The spider got mad, bit him on the neck, and scampered off into the forest.
Gah! I'm bit! I'm bit! I'm done for!
Craig ran forth to the water's edge and started splashing water up on his neck. That won't help, Kevin told him.
Then do something!
Craig screamed. If I do, will you free us? You have to let us go, Kevin negotiated.
Deal! Deal, just do it! I can feel the venom in my blood and it burns!
Kevin reached his hands into his satchel and pulled out the necessary anti-venom herbs. In truth, he wasn't confident they would work, but it was worth a try. He chewed them up and rubbed the paste into the wound, which was already dripping blood and something green and sticky. Craig was breathing heavily now, and his face was quickly draining of all color. They waited, and Craig's breathing slowed and calmed, and the blood was starting to return to his face. Finally, he stopped grimacing and nearly smiled.
Better. Thank you. Thank you.
Kevin held his hands out for Craig to cut the zip tie that bound them together. Don't thank me. Hold up your end of the deal. Craig started laughing.
No, can't do. Unfortunately, I'm still going to feed you to the Crocs.
What? But you gave your word, Olivia protested.
I'm a dirty old man, aren't I?
Craig got up and yanked on the rope, forcing Kevin and Olivia down the river to a small inlet the size of a swimming pool. In the shallow waters, dozens of crocodiles lurked, their eyes and nostrils hovering just above the waterline. How dare you! I should have let you die when I had the chance. Where is that spider when you need it? Kevin growled. He tried to tap into whatever wavelength had allowed him to communicate with the jaguars earlier, and just when he thought it was useless, he caught a hint of something, a low purring from far away. He felt the warmth and vibration of it in his ears and in his chest. The jaguars were near. Craig and the other guard were now pushing Kevin and Olivia to the edge of the water with all their might. Kevin and Olivia were pushing back, desperately drawing on all their strength to save their own lives. Kevin couldn't fight so well with his hands tied and connected to Olivia's. Come on, help us, he pleaded in his head. Sure enough, out of the rainforest leapt two jaguars. They went straight for the guards, tearing them away from Kevin and Olivia and wrestling them to the ground. Kevin and Olivia scrambled away from the water's edge and ran back to where their boat was hidden, not sticking around to see what would become of their captors. But as they made their getaway, Kevin could have sworn he saw the jaguars winking at him. Kevin and Olivia didn't stop running until they reached their fan boat, stashed at the water's edge of the Amazon River behind some shrubbery. After stumbling on an illegal deforestation operation, they had been captured and sentenced to be torn limb from limb by a pod of crocodiles. Luckily for them, his vision quest had left him the ability to communicate with the wild animals of the rainforest, and jaguars had heard his pleas for help and come to rescue them. Now their captors were likely losing a fight against the jaguars, and Kevin and Olivia were home free, or rather free to keep sailing down the river looking for some other city or village with modern technology they could use to contact home. Since the plane that brought them to Brazil had crashed and sunk to the bottom of the river, they didn't have a surefire plan for getting back to North America, let alone Chicago. What do you put our odds at? I mean, of getting out of here before we starve to death? Olivia asked glibly, cranking the fan on the back of the boat to propel them downstream. Kevin shrugged. I mean, theoretically our odds are pretty good. The Amazon River is home to all sorts of cities and villages. It's a freshwater source, so people have been settling along it as far back as modern people have existed, at least 40,000 years. Plus, there are plenty of fish and animals for us to catch and eat, and we all have the herbs we need to purify the water and survive minor injuries. My primary concern is with the wildlife. I seem to have an understanding with the jaguars and snakes, but that wandering spider refused to communicate with me, so the wild animals could be an issue. Olivia frowned. Sorry, what do you mean, communicate with you? Kevin didn't know how to explain it without sounding crazy, but Olivia had never judged him before, so he gave it a shot. I did this vision quest with the shamans that left me with an ability to, let's say, negotiate with animals. Those jaguars back there didn't come to save us by accident. I called on them and they came. But I also tried to tell the spider not to bite Craig, and he did anyway. So I don't want to rely on that to save our lives if it comes down to it. Olivia shook her head. Does it get tiring? What? Being the most interesting man in the world, Olivia chuckled. Oh yeah, I don't know if I'd go that far, but I certainly wouldn't say no to a vacation at this point. Anyway, the unfortunate part of all of this is that the cacao was in a very remote part of the rainforest, As you saw, the only people around here are uncontacted tribes. So as far as making it to a city goes, I don't have an estimation about our timeline. But hey, could be worse, right? Olivia laughed. How could it be worse? Selena could still be with us, Kevin smirked. They had left the Alliance director back with the Urkin tribe after curing her of the evil pill the Alliance had given her to keep her under their control. After coming to her senses, she insisted she was in love with one of the tribal warriors and stayed behind to explore a life with him. Olivia tried to hide a smile. She wasn't all that bad once you got the cacao in her system. Yeah, well, one less person to worry about is never a bad thing. They kept sailing, taking turns cranking the fan until Kevin paused, listening hard. What is it? Olivia asked. Do you hear that? The bugs and the birds? Constantly. No, it sounds like rushing water, Kevin said. Well, we're on a river, Olivia replied, but it's getting louder. Sure enough, the river rounded a bend and revealed that Kevin and Olivia were headed straight for a half-mile of treacherous, steep rapids, dark rocks jutting out in every direction. Driftwood was stacked up in every crevice, almost creating a dam in some spots. Kevin looked at the boat they were on. It was hardly fit for a calm journey, let alone a rough one. They were utterly unprepared. And yet they were now caught in the current, and pulling over to the side of the river wasn't an option. They were too far from both banks. Olivia looked at Kevin in fear, and all Kevin could do was shrug. Hold on tight. The first drop was just over 5 feet, and it sent them flying forward as the river disappeared from underneath. The boat caught a boulder on the landing and pitched to the right, so Kevin and Olivia clung to the left side to keep it from capsizing. The next part of the rapids had them bouncing between the larger rocks, scraping along behind and jostling like they were in a clothes dryer. After a moment of peace in the fast current, and then another drop, this one 8 feet of waterfall, the boat landed in the water nose first. Kevin and Olivia were thrown into the prow, but thankfully the boat righted itself after banging up against another boulder. Olivia even grabbed onto a fallen tree branch to spin them around and face forward again. They kept going like that, fighting to keep the boat balanced, but after the next drop, Kevin saw with a sinking heart that the fan had been knocked off the stern completely. Even if they made it out of this mess, the boat would be essentially useless for travel. It never had any oars in the first place. They were really stranded now. On the next treacherous drop, the boat caught on a rock and sent Kevin and Olivia flying forward into the water, tumbling down the rest of the rocky rapids with no protection until they made it out of the swirling waters and back into a calm part of the river. The current kept carrying them out and away from the danger, but now they were in the middle of a section of the river that spanned 4 miles across. Kevin could see the bank to the left, but not the one to the right. What was worse, he didn't have eyes on Olivia. All he knew was that his head was pounding, his right arm was more than likely broken, and he had most certainly twisted his ankle. He raised his good arm up to his forehead and confirmed that it was bleeding hard from being bashed against a rock. I just have to get to shore before I pass out. I can't have a head injury in the middle of the river. Olivia, Kevin called out. He swam forward to the left, trying to reach the bank while not abandoning his partner. Olivia! Kevin's eyes landed on something lumpy and still being carried downriver by the now much calmer and lazier current. He swam toward her as quickly as he could with only one working arm and one uninjured leg. When he reached the lumpy something, he turned it over and confirmed it was Olivia, completely knocked out cold. Come on! He slapped her face around, unable to do CPR in the middle of the water. But then he froze as something long and slimy rubbed against his leg. He looked down in the water, but it was murky and brown and Kevin couldn't see what it was. And then the thing started to coil up his leg and tingle and vibrate like someone had hit Kevin with a taser set to its lowest power. Kevin's heart jumped into his throat. It was an electric eel. No! He started to thrash and kick, knowing this might just attract more trouble, but if that electric eel turned up its power or squeezed Kevin around the torso, he would be done for. Kevin knew that all the levels and herbalism powers he possessed were small in comparison to the raging waters of the Amazon that had trapped him and Olivia. Maybe the jaguars would hear him again and come swim toward him. Maybe the eel would realize he meant them no harm. But in truth, he was operating out of panic, and he wasn't proud of it. The eel kept gliding up his body, but before Kevin could do anything else about it, something even more terrifying came up out of the water. A long, thin, jagged-toothed snout, like something on a prehistoric sea monster. It was pale, pink, and fleshy, like a newborn baby, but much larger and lumpier. But as it fully crested, Kevin saw that it wasn't a fearful thing at all. Instead, it was a rare pink dolphin. The dolphin clicked at him, and Kevin somehow understood that it was offering him its dorsal fin. Kevin hooked Olivia's arm around his broken one and used his good arm to grasp tightly to the dolphin. And they were off, the dolphin gliding easily through the water toward the shore. Another dolphin followed behind them, that long, spooky snout picking the eel off of Kevin's leg and tossing it behind them. Kevin and Olivia were deposited on the banks, and Kevin immediately began to give Olivia CPR, compressing her chest until she started to cough up water and sputter, rolling onto her side and catching her breath. Relieved, Kevin turned to the dolphins to thank them, but they had already slipped back under the water and swum away. Kevin tried to project his thanks to them anyway via his newfound powers, and he heard a faraway click sound in return. "Are you okay?" he asked Olivia. She was pale and shivering, and her eyes were wide, but she was alive, and that was enough for now. "The boat is gone. We have to go on foot from here. Can you stand?" Olivia shook her head and rasped, "I need a minute." Kevin nodded and sat next to her, taking a moment to catch a breath himself. He looked back at the rapids that had caused all of the chaos and saw them churning merrily along like they hadn't just stranded them there. He was about to start gathering firewood and suggest they camp for the night when a low hum filled the air, and a shadow passed over them. Wind whipped around them, blowing spray up from the river into their faces. Kevin looked up and saw a helicopter descending right on top of them. After a devastating trip down the Amazon River, Kevin and Olivia were left without a boat or any means to travel other than on foot. They had made it out of the water by the grace of some friendly pink dolphins who, as scary as they looked, saved them from a nasty electric eel that was just dying to fry up Kevin for lunch. Now they were camped out on the side of the riverbank, Olivia still recovering from nearly drowning, and Kevin trying to make a plan, when a helicopter appeared seemingly out of nowhere, hovering right overhead. Kevin and Olivia scrambled behind the tree line and watched as it lowered itself down to just about 20 feet off of the ground. Any lower and the propellers would have gotten snagged in the low branches of the trees. Kevin stood in front of Olivia, protecting her from whatever was about to land and emerge. But no one came. Instead, a rope ladder dropped down from the helicopter. Kevin moved closer to it, still unsure of who might be at the controls of the helicopter, friend or foe. Hanging out of the door with a big radio headset strapped to his ears was a grinning Larry Barnes, all the way from Kevin's lab in Chicago.
"Ahoy there! Do you folks need a lift?"
Kevin let out a huge sigh of relief. He and Olivia climbed up the ladder slowly, still regaining their strength, but Larry pulled them into the cabin safely, and Kevin saw that Dalton Steele was behind the controls. "How did you find us?" Kevin gasped, strapping into the seat and pulling on an extra headset so they could communicate over the sound of the bird.
"You were supposed to be home by now, so I checked in on the GPS on the private jet you flew down here. When I saw the plane sitting at the bottom of the Amazon River, I knew I had to come find what was left of you. Boy, am I glad to see you two alive." What happened to Selina? Larry asked.
Kevin and Olivia looked at each other, and Kevin said, "She's staying behind. She's okay, but she wants to live with the tribe we met." Larry shook his head.
She's a nutty old bird, isn't she? Oh well, I hope she's happy. Let's get you two back to Chicago.
The next morning saw Dalton, Larry, Kevin, and Olivia stepping off the commercial flight at Chicago O'Hare Airport. Much to Kevin's surprise, Lily was waiting at arrivals to pick them up. Kevin ran over and embraced her. "Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? What are you doing here? Do you think I'd let you get a cab back home after all you've been through? Larry called me before your connecting flight. I can't believe all that you endured, and yet you're in one piece. Of course, I never doubted you would be," Lily explained. Kevin had filled Larry in on the helicopter ride out of the rainforest, but he didn't realize Larry would relay that word for word to Lily. Kevin didn't want Lily to stress, especially given all the other stress she was under with their parents and the baby. All Kevin wanted Lily to know was that he was alive and well, if a little beat up. "I'm okay, my love. I'm sorry to worry you, but it really wasn't that bad, and the medics at the Caracas airport fixed up my broken arm and twisted ankle. I took a recovery pill, so I'm already back to 100%. Let's just get you home and rest," he told her. They piled into Lily's car and headed into the city. Kevin had her drop them off at the lab. "I'll come home as soon as I can, but first I have to give the medication to the other ladies from the Alliance. It's the whole reason I went to the Amazon. As soon as things are cleared up there, I'll be all yours," Kevin promised, and Lily nodded. I know. I married the single most important man in the city, and that comes with sacrifices. I love you, okay? Just be safe." She drove off. The crew went up to the top floor of the office building and onto their penthouse suite office. Kevin dropped his satchel in his office before following the others to the laboratory. Even before he got to the lab wing, however, Kevin could tell something was wrong. He could hear loud conversations taking place, and when he rounded the corner, he realized that was because Larry, Dalton, Olivia, Sasha, and the healing arts students were locked out of the lab, trying to negotiate with the Alliance ladies who were seemingly stuck inside. "What is going on?" Kevin demanded, taking control of the situation. Sasha turned to him. "They're still suffering from the effects of the evil pill from the Alliance. We suggested that while you were in the Amazon with Selina, they should get a hotel room and enjoy the city, and they completely blew up at us. They started throwing things and accusing us of not respecting them as guests in the lab and a whole bunch of nonsense." Kevin thought about that. It's possible the pill gets stronger the longer it's in their systems. Sasha sighed. "We've tried everything. Can you get Selina? She's the only one they'll listen to." Kevin shook his head. "She stayed behind. She left them. But they aren't going to understand that in this state. We can't let them know that until we get the cure in their systems," Kevin told them. Olivia did a quick head count of the healing arts students and said, "Guys, where's Hero?" Yuki gulped. "He's being held hostage." Sure enough, two of the Alliance women moved aside to show Hero tied to a lab stool looking bored. "Is he okay?" Olivia asked. "Yeah, they're not going to do anything to him unless we try to break in. That's what they said anyway," Yuki said. "That's why we haven't tried just breaking the door down," Mehdi added. "Well, if you did that, they'd be the least of your worries," Larry chuckled, and Kevin remembered all the crazy security measures he had taken, arming the doors and windows with spikes and lasers should anyone try to break in. Olivia crossed over to be next to Kevin. "What are we going to do? Do you think they'll take the cacao pill?" "Well, they've got to come out eventually, right? Surely they'll get hungry. There's water in there, but no real food," Kevin shrugged. Mora sighed. "They found the protein supplements. They won't feel hungry for days." "Ladies, can we talk?" Kevin called through the glass doors. One of the women stepped forward as a representative. "Yes?" "What do you want? What can I get you to ensure the safe return of young Hero there and the handover of my lab back to me?" Kevin asked them. Give us Selina back. Where is she? We won't do a thing without her approval." "I'm afraid Selina isn't here right now, but if you let me in there, I can explain everything," Kevin said. The woman went back to convene with her fellow handmaids, and then all 5 of them joined Kevin at the glass. "Why isn't she here?" one asked. Kevin sighed. He could hardly tell the woman that they had been abandoned by their leader when they were this distressed and irritable. But he needed to buy time until he could slip them the cure somehow. "She got held up, but she'll be back soon," he bluffed. The woman's eyes widened and they started to accuse him of things in fast-paced shouts. "You killed her, didn't you? You left her to get eaten by a crocodile or something. We'll get you for what you did to Selina." Kevin had to shout even louder to be heard. "She's fine, she's alive, she's just not here. If you let me in there, I can take away all of these bad feelings. I have the antidote. I made it for you and it worked on Selina. Let me heal you." The women just started pounding on the glass with their palms and fists, and Kevin started to feel like he was in a diving cage among great white sharks. "We won't fall prey to whatever poison you gave Selina, you pig." Kevin turned to Olivia. "Maybe if I and the other guys get out of here, you, Mora, Zara, and Amber can talk some sense into them, women to women." Olivia shrugged. "It's worth a shot." So Kevin, Larry, Mehdi, Yuki, and Sasha retreated to Kevin's office, where he filled them in on what had happened in the Amazon rainforest. "And now we have this pill made from the highly concentrated cacao pods, but it's useless unless they take it," he concluded, pulling the pills out of his satchel and showing them. Larry eyed the pills and then eyed Kevin.
"How can we get the pills into 5 lunatics when they've locked themselves inside our lab?"
Larry asked in desperation. Kevin and the men returned to the lab where Olivia and the girls had made no progress. "They won't hear anything that's not about Selina. She's like their god," Olivia reported back. Kevin thought that leaving Selina behind in the Amazon was the best thing that had happened to him in a long time. But now, though he couldn't believe it, he wished she was standing there beside him, and convincing the handmaids who were railing and seething behind the locked doors of his lab and holding one of his assistants hostage to halt their reign of evil. Sensing that Kevin and Olivia might be in danger, Larry Barnes and Dalton Steele chartered a helicopter to the Amazon to rescue them. After climbing onto the helicopter, Dalton connected them to a flight straight back to Chicago, where Lily was waiting for them at the airport. Before he could rejoin her at home, though, he had to get to the lab and refine an antidote for Selina's followers. However, when he arrived, the lab assistants were quick to inform him that Selina's followers had barricaded themselves inside the lab. When Kevin looked through the lab's window, he saw that Selina's followers had flipped over tables and chairs to create a miniature fortress that blocked the door. When the followers saw Kevin looking inside, they started pounding on the window and shouting, "You took our leader! Release her! Release her!" Kevin scratched his chin, looked at Sasha, and asked, "How long have they been in there?" "Just a few days," Sasha responded. "They barricaded the door a couple of hours after you left. We had to stop production because of it, and now we're way behind schedule." Kevin frowned. He wasn't angry at his lab assistants, but also wasn't thrilled to hear that they had fallen behind schedule. If they've been locked up in there for days, how have they been surviving without food and water? Sasha hesitated before replying. He knew Kevin wouldn't like his answer. "Well, that's the thing, Kevin. They've actually been eating out of the supply closet. Cave carrots, Caribbean celery, stuff like that." Kevin sighed. "All right, we better get them out of there soon then before they eat something dangerous." Rather than shout through the window, Kevin went over to a touchscreen panel on the wall and activated the intercom speakers. "All right, ladies, come on out of there, okay? It's for your own good." Selina's followers reacted to Kevin's voice like nails on a chalkboard, covering their ears and shrieking to drown it out. One of them stepped up to the window and shouted, We are not going anywhere without our leader, Selena. What have you done with her, evil man? Kevin stared back at the follower as he continued speaking through the intercom. Selena is safe and sound with the Urkin people of the Amazon. She chose to stay behind and live out her days in paradise. If you come out of there, I'm sure we could arrange for you all to go and stay there. Kevin hoped that this time the handmaids would believe the story he was telling them about Selena, which, as amazing as it sounded, was in fact the truth. The followers started to shriek and shake their heads. No, Mother Selena would never have abandoned us like that. You are lying. You must be keeping her somewhere secret. Kevin took a deep breath. He wasn't sure if it was worth negotiating with them, but he had to try. The whole reason I went down to the Amazon in the first place was to find an ingredient that would cure you from the evil pills the Alliance leader forced you to swallow. I've already cured Selena. She would want you to trust me. Selena's followers started banging on tables and chairs as a protest. You're just trying to manipulate us. We're not going anywhere without seeing Selena first. The other followers echoed the same sentiment. Bring us Mother Selena. We will go nowhere without her. Kevin took his finger off the intercom button and muttered under his breath. Gee, thanks for leaving me with all of your followers, Selena. He rolled his eyes and looked at his lab assistants. Well, obviously negotiation isn't going to work. We have to figure out another way to fix this. Kyle began to wonder. Did you bring the special cacao we needed to heal them? He asked. Kevin nodded and pulled a handful of pills out of his satchel. I have the cacao pills here, but even if we did find a way in there, we'd probably have a hard time forcing the followers to swallow them. Just then, Kevin had an idea. Hey, I know. If we can turn the pills into a vapor, we could feed it into the ventilation system and fumigate them like a bunch of pests. Kyle chuckled. We'll have to add a professional fumigator to your resume then. The other lab assistants smiled, except Marcus, who had a more serious expression on his face. It's a good plan, but there's only one problem. The air conditioning is controlled from inside the lab, and the first thing they did when they locked up in there was turn it off, meaning the ventilation system doesn't have any airflow. It didn't take more than 3 seconds for Kevin to think of a solution. That's all right, he said. It just means that one of us will have to climb into the vents and release it ourselves. Mora stepped forward and raised her hand. I'll do it. I'm the smallest one here, so it shouldn't be a problem. Kevin looked at her and nodded with a smile. Thanks, Mora. That leaves just one more problem to solve. How are we going to vaporize the pills if we can't get into the lab? Marcus chimed in immediately. There's a kitchen in the cafeteria. Maybe one of the stovetops can get hot enough to do the trick? Kevin slapped his forehead. Of course, that's a great idea, Marcus. Gosh, I don't think I've eaten at the cafeteria even once. I forgot all about it. Following Kevin's lead, the group went down into the cafeteria and started heating up a melting pot at the highest degree. Once it was hot enough, Kevin tossed in the cacao pills and put a large funnel over the pot that caught the vapor and forced it inside a small glass jar. When the jar was all the way filled with a cloudy white vapor, Kevin lifted it off the funnel and quickly trapped the vapor inside by sealing the lid. What they were left with was a small jar swirling with vapor. Perfect, said Kevin with a grin on his face. Let's get you up in those vents, Mora. After going back upstairs to the lab, Kevin grabbed a chair for Mora to stand on and hoist herself up into the vents. Before she crawled away, Kevin reminded her of the plan. Remember, you go straight, then left, then right, and then left again, and you'll be right on top of the lab. All you have to do then is find an air vent, remove the screen, and toss the vapor inside. Hard enough for the jar to break. Mora nodded. Okay, I understand. Kevin had one final warning. Whatever you do, don't fall into the lab. We have no idea how dangerous they are.
With that, Maura disappeared into the ventilation system. Once she was above the lab, she crawled to the nearest vent and set down the jar to open the screen. After unscrewing all four corners, she expected the screen to drop, but it didn't. When she pushed on it, she noticed it was slightly stuck. But when she pushed even harder, she fell right through and landed inside the lab. Selena's followers started shrieking and trembling as Maura hit the ground. "Intruder! Intruder!" One of them grabbed Maura's arm and pressed her against the window. "Bring us Selena now or we'll toss this girl into the furnace." Kevin hopped into the vents without hesitation. "Hold on, Maura. I'm on my way. Someone else hop on the intercom and keep them talking." As Kevin disappeared into the vent, Sasha ran to the touchscreen panel and turned on the intercom. "Wait! Stop! Selena's on her way. She'll be here any second." Selena's followers frowned. 5 minutes, one of them shouted. "If Mother Selena isn't here by then, this one goes into the furnace piece by piece." Tears welled up in Maura's eyes. "Can't you see how evil you are? Please, let us help you." Just then, Kevin arrived at the spot where Maura fell through. The jar full of vapor was still sitting there in the vents. With no time to waste, Kevin picked up the jar and threw it down into the lab as hard as he could. When the jar hit the ground, it shattered, and the vapor inside filled the air. As it went into their noses and mouths, the followers started huffing, coughing, and sneezing. Then, after a few deep breaths, their eyes softened, and they started looking around with confused faces. "I feel like I'm just waking up from a dream," one of them said. The follower that was holding on to Maura let her go and looked at her own hands with a guilty, disgusted look on her face. "I'm so sorry. It was like I was trapped in my mind and I couldn't control my body. I had to sit back and watch as I did these horrible things. I will never forgive myself for it." Maura put her hand on the woman's shoulder. "It wasn't your fault. You were poisoned by the Alliance leader. If you're going to blame someone, blame him, not yourself. I forgive you." The follower blushed as a single tear rolled down her cheek. "Thank you, dear. I appreciate your kind words." Sensing that the situation was safe, Kevin jumped down from the vents and double-checked everyone's eyes to make sure they were cured. Thanks to the cacao vapor, they were all back to normal. One of the followers came up to Kevin and gave him a hug. "Thank you, Mr. Williams. You gave us our minds back. Now we have a second chance at living real lives. To have evil thoughts is a terrible thing. Believe me when I say that the most wicked people among us are also the most tortured." Kevin nodded. "Don't mention it. I knew I couldn't leave you in that condition. I'm glad to have you back." "Where is Selena?" another one asked. Kevin looked at her and said, "I meant what I told you earlier. She decided to stay in the Amazon." Although she was grateful to have her mind back, another follower looked at Kevin with worry in her eyes. "But if Selena's in the Amazon and we can't return to the Alliance, what are we supposed to do now?" Kevin knew he had to do something. "My wife's best friend runs a hotel downtown. Tell you what, why don't you go and stay there for a couple of nights? I'll cover the expenses, and if you like it there, I could probably get you a job." The followers looked at each other and nodded. "Thank you, Kevin. It's true what they say about you. Your generosity is unparalleled, and you are a very good man." Kevin's mind was elsewhere as they praised his efforts. His lab was back under his control, and he had to get it back up and running quickly. After his adventures in the rainforest, Kevin knew that the fate of the world rested in his hands. With Selena's followers barricaded inside the lab, Kevin and his assistants had no way of delivering the cacao pills they needed in order to cure them. Instead, they heated the pills into a vapor, trapped it inside a jar,
and sent Maura into the vents to throw it down into the lab. While trying to prop the screen open, Maura fell into the lab without the jar and was promptly threatened by Selena's followers. Kevin rushed into the vents and threw the jar down just in time to save her. When they finally recovered from the evil pills, the followers were incredibly grateful for Kevin's help. Now that Selena's followers were cured and fixed up at the Salix Leaf Hotel, Kevin had only one thing on his mind. He couldn't wait to finally get home and see Lily. He was so excited, in fact, that he completely forgot Dorothy and his parents, Alan and Susan, were also staying in the penthouse. When he stepped inside, he had a bouquet of flowers and a huge smile on his face. However, his smile quickly disappeared when he saw Dorothy in the kitchen, stirring a pot on the stove. When she saw him, she rolled her eyes.
Well, 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 look who's back from the Amazon. Did you have another nice vacation, Kevin?
Kevin groaned. I wasn't on vacation, Dorothy. I was on a very important mission. People's lives were at stake.
Dorothy scoffed. People die every day, Kevin. Are you going to leave your wife every time someone has a heart attack on the street?
Just then, Lily walked into the living room with a beaming smile on her face. Kevin, I'm so glad you're back. She wrapped her arms around Kevin and gave him a kiss. When their lips touched, Kevin's frustration disappeared. After they hugged, Kevin gently placed his hand on her cheek. How have things been at home, my dear? I missed you so much. Lily blushed. I missed you too. Things at home have been... She made an awkward face as she struggled to find the right words. A little cramped, to say the least.
It wasn't cramped when it was just the three of us, Dorothy said. Ever since Kevin's parents arrived, we've had too many cooks in the kitchen. Susan thinks she has just as much of a right to be around Lily as I do. It's completely overbearing.
Lily sighed and looked at Kevin with a face that said, See what I've been dealing with? Instead of saying that out loud, she turned to Dorothy and said, Susan loves me just as much as you do, Mom. She's like a second mother to me.
Dorothy gasped. How could you say that to me?
Lily rubbed her temples and growled under her breath. She was starting to get a headache. Can we please just have one night without any arguing, please? You can save it for our family therapy session tomorrow. Kevin's heart dropped into his stomach. Family therapy scared him more than jaguars, assassins, and kidnapping combined. We're continuing with the family therapy? He asked in a trembling voice. Lily nodded. Before we bring a baby into this world, we have to resolve our issues, Kevin. Kevin winced. We have to resolve our issues? You and I are just fine, Lily. My parents don't start any fights either. Are you sure we shouldn't just send Dorothy to therapy? Dorothy glared at Kevin with eyebrows sharper than daggers.
You watch your mouth, Kevin. Somebody's got to look after her while you're away.
Lily jumped up from her chair and clapped her hands together. That's it. No more talking until therapy tomorrow. It's late anyways. I'll see you in the morning. As Lily scurried out of the room, Dorothy looked over and asked, Aren't you going to have some dinner first? I'm not hungry, she replied before closing the bedroom door. Dorothy looked back at Kevin with scornful eyes.
Well, I hope you're happy with yourself.
Kevin rolled his eyes and headed toward the bedroom to join Lily. Good night, Dorothy. Kevin sincerely hoped Dorothy would have a good night. He knew he was going to. The next morning, the whole family, including Kevin's parents, Alan and Susan, hopped in the car and drove to Dr. Morgan's office. When they all sat down on the sofa, Dr. Morgan clasped his hands together and looked at them with a smile.
So, how are we doing today? No assassination attempts scheduled for today, I hope.
Dorothy scoffed and pointed her thumb at Kevin.
You can never be sure with this one around.
Dr. Morgan immediately regretted the joke.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean to create any tension.
Let's get into it, shall we? I see your parents are with us today, Kevin. You must be Alan and Susan. Susan reached out and shook Dr. Morgan's hand.
Yes, it's lovely to meet you, Dr. Morgan. We want to support Kevin however we can.
Dr. Morgan nodded and leaned back in his chair. I'm happy to hear it. Lily tells me you've been living with her and Kevin in their penthouse. Why don't you tell me how that's been for you so far?
More talkative than Alan, Susan answered at first. It's been wonderful, Doctor. We wanted to come and show our support as soon as we learned Lily was pregnant. As Kevin's wife, she's like a daughter to me.
Dr. Morgan nodded and then looked at Alan. And how has it been for you, Alan? Alan was a man of few words and even fewer facial expressions.
I'm happy as a clam, Doc.
Dr. Morgan smiled. Well, I'm very happy to hear that. It sounds like things have been going relatively smoothly since I saw you last.
Dorothy frowned. Except that Kevin went on another one of his ludicrous adventures. How long were you gone this time, Kevin? 3 days? A week? I'm so busy looking after Lily, it's easy to lose track.
Kevin groaned. I told you, Dorothy. People were in danger and they needed my help. I didn't have a choice. Dr. Morgan was curious but non-judgmental. Tell me about this adventure, Kevin. Where did your business take you this time? Kevin took a deep breath. It was a long story. I had to travel down to the Amazon to retrieve a special blend of cacao that would help cure a group of women who had their minds stolen from them. While I was there, a local shaman sent me on a vision quest, and I feel like I learned a lot from it.
Dorothy gasped. Kevin Williams, do you mean to tell me that you went all the way to the Amazon to take a drug?
Kevin shook his head. No, Dorothy, of course not. The shaman's brew just put me in a deep sleep accompanied by a vivid dream. Dr. Morgan was intrigued. Go on, Kevin. Tell us what you learned. Kevin paused to find the right words to describe the experience. It showed me that family is more important to me than anything, even more important than destiny. I'll never be able to stop traveling for business, but I'd like to try to stay local for a while and spend more time with Lily. Dr. Morgan smiled. Well, that sounds like some real progress to me. What do you think, Dorothy? Dorothy crossed her arms.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Later, during the car ride home, Kevin and Lily held hands in the back seat.
You don't have to feel bad about traveling so much, Lily said. I would never want to keep you away from your passion, Kevin. It's one of the things I love most about you. I can share you with the world because I know you're doing good for all.
Kevin smiled. I know, Lily. I won't stop myself if I really need to go somewhere, but I'd like to try my best to stay in Chicago. Just then, Kevin's cell phone dinged. When he looked at it, his eyes widened. Speaking of Chicago, I just got a text from the mayor, Christopher Walsh. Lily was intrigued.
Oh? What's it say?
Kevin quickly scanned the text. He wants to meet me for lunch. It doesn't say much else other than that. I should probably go in case it's an emergency. Lily nodded.
Of course, Kevin. Go ahead. The car can drop us off at home and then take you to the restaurant.
30 minutes later, Kevin found Mayor Walsh sitting inside a cafe by the Chicago River. To Kevin's surprise, he wasn't surrounded by security. This must be something very private, he thought to himself. As Kevin sat down, the mayor leaned forward and shook his hand.
Thank you so much for coming, Mr. Williams. I know how valuable your time must be.
Kevin reached for a glass of water and took a sip. Of course, Mr. Walsh. It's a pleasure to see you again. Tell me, what can I do for you? Is the city in danger? Mayor Walsh shrugged his shoulders.
In 1,000 little ways each and every day, the answer is yes. But I only want to talk to you about one of them, Kevin. Do you remember the platform I ran my last campaign on, cleaning up the river? Well, it's proven to be a much more difficult task than I expected.
Kevin scratched his chin. What seems to be the problem, Mayor? The mayor looked back at him with a serious expression.
The river's polluted to hell, Kevin. We've arrested 13 illegal dumpers in the last 6 months alone, but it hasn't been enough to purify the water. My team and I are at our wits' end. What do you say? Will you help us out? I worry that my promises to be the green mayor are coming up short, and I need to convince my constituents of my seriousness."
Kevin leaned back in his chair and grinned, fixing his eyes on the river. "It's funny you should ask, Mr. Walsh. I was just telling my wife I'd like to keep my attention on more local issues." Rarely had Kevin heard of a more perfect meeting of his talents and desires. He could help the people of Chicago, help the mayor, be near his wife, and make the world better for his future children. What could possibly go wrong? Kevin had a new direction, and he was feeling very motivated by it. After a treacherous session of family therapy, Kevin thought he would be taking a back seat in his work to be home more and keep his family in line. But now he had a new mission that would at least keep him in the city for the time being, helping Chicago's Mayor Christopher Walsh to keep his promise to clean up the city's river. His lunch with Mayor Walsh had proven very successful. The mayor had run for elected office primarily on the platform of cleaning up the Chicago River, and so far he hadn't had the time or resources to carry out those plans. Lucky for him, Kevin had the financial resources and the scientific expertise to put the plans in motion. And now that Kevin had seen firsthand the devastation of the failing environment in the Amazon rainforest, he was eager to do as much environmental good as possible, starting at home. If he was bringing a child into Chicago, that child was going to have access to clean water. He rushed home to tell Lily all about the meeting and his plans for the next phase of projects for the Lily Pad, Lily's charity that aimed to redistribute Kevin's fabulous wealth to those in need. "Just think about it, Lily. The climate experts say we don't have much time to turn this ship around and make good progress in lowering the global temperature. Our kid is going to have to worry about this every day of his or her life, and conditions are only going to get worse. If you and I can mitigate that, even in just a small way, we could see the domino effect for the next several generations." Lily could see her husband's passion for this cause, but she couldn't hide her feelings of disappointment that he wouldn't, as their therapist had ordered, be spending every spare moment at home with her as she went through 9 months of her pregnancy. "I understand all of that, but I'm going to miss you, my love. I hoped we could take some of the time during this pregnancy to bond and find ourselves again. I want to be in a very solid place before we start this new chapter of our lives." Lily took his hands, and Kevin was filled with guilt for a moment, but he recovered. "That's why I want to incorporate the Lily Pad as much as possible. You and I are the perfect leaders for this effort, and all of Chicago already adores us. I know we're solid, and I'm committed to proving that to you, but we also need to invest in our children's future." Lily nodded. Kevin watched as her face turned from sadness to excitement, taking in the full breadth of the opportunity. "Okay, yes, let's do it. As long as we're spending time together, I'm happy. You're a tough man to pin down, but such an easy one to love." Kevin was over the moon. He kissed her and said, "And of course you can keep going with your current projects at the Lily Pad. The clinics you're building and humanitarian aid you're providing are only going to help these communities most affected by the climate. In fact, I should get you in touch with the Irkin tribe I got close to within the Amazon. I bet they could use consistent access to our medicines." After that was settled, Kevin made his way to the lab to assemble a team and start taking some samples. If he was going to find a way to clean up the river, first he would have to know what exactly the top pollutants were. His index of herbs and elements was full of things that could purify, detoxify, and act as antiseptics to various polluting culprits. But he needed specific problems to create specific solutions. When he got to the lab, Sasha, Kyle Thompson, and Marcus Watford were all there waiting for him, playing paper football across one of the larger lab tables while the healing arts students bustled around them refining pills. "Working hard?" Kevin asked as he approached. You tell me, Kyle said, lining up a shot and flicking the paper triangle right through Marcus's fingers. The boys cheered and Kevin pulled them up. Come on, it's research time. We need jars, vials, nitrate, and arsenic test kits, bags to keep it all in, and waders. Waders? Sasha asked, a puzzled look on his face. Yeah, big boots that go up to your waist when you go into deep water. Waders, Kevin said again. Why? Kyle asked. Because I said so. Come on the double. Kevin liked these young men he had taken under his wing, but sometimes they acted like fraternity brothers, and he knew he needed to do a better job whipping them into shape if they were to increase their levels and become the kind of experts he knew they had the potential to be. They scampered off to get what he asked for and met him back at reception. For his part, Kevin was bringing fishing nets and buckets so they could also test the fish for contaminants. The Department of Public Health had recently warned citizens against eating fish from the river, and Kevin knew they would be full of chemical stories to tell. The Chicago River only reached 1.5 miles inland from Lake Michigan before splitting north and south and turning into another river entirely. Kevin's goal was to get samples from the exact middle of the waterway, so he brought the team down to North State Street and headed under the bridge to the water. The four of them pulled on their waders, heavy rubber suits that would protect them from getting too wet, and Kevin did feel admittedly a little ridiculous in the getup. The waders stuck out around his waist like they were made for a man with a large stomach, gained from drinking too much beer, but they did the job. He and the guys waded in as far as they could up to their waist and, using long rubber gloves, started digging around for samples. Kevin tested the water along the way, looking for areas of high nitrate and arsenic concentrations, according to the test strips they brought along. He had the team divide and conquer while he caught a 12-inch carp and an even longer catfish. He thought back to the catfish he had eaten out of the Amazon River on the first night that he, Olivia, and Selena Salem made camp, and shuddered thinking what kind of pollutants those fish had been full of. What's this about anyway, Kevin? Are you trying to cure the fish now? Sasha asked. The other boys chuckled at this suggestion, but to Sasha's credit, he did seem genuine and earnest. Kevin explained the conversation he'd had with the mayor and concluded, Do you remember a few weeks back when all those people were turning purple? Imagine if that purple agent wasn't just in a few pill bottles, but in the water that every single Chicagoan relies on for cooking, cleaning, bathing, everything. I want to get this water as clean as possible, and once we refine a perfect technique to do so efficiently, we'll be able to bring the cure to every ailing water source in the world and make sure no one ever dies of E. coli, typhoid, dysentery, or anything else waterborne ever again. Where do you get the energy to be so ambitious? Marcus asked, his arms wet up to the shoulders despite the gear that he was wearing. I can't afford not to be, Kevin shrugged. I want the world to be the best place possible for my son or daughter, and for Lily. Wow, something Kevin Williams can't afford, Kyle joked. Kevin threw a carp at him. Back in the lab, the boys set up the lab table with sifters, deep trays, microscopes, and even more test kits and started to get to work. Kevin asked them to record everything they found so that they could compare notes and identify their most common culprits. Kevin found high concentrations of nitrates and a lot of potentially dangerous E. coli, but also something else he couldn't quite identify that concerned him. Kyle mostly caught cigarette butts, but he also had a good deal of arsenic in his samples. Marcus had the same things as Kevin, including the mystery element that was concerning him. Sasha found a thumb. Whoa, gross. What is that? Marcus asked, his face twisted in disgust. The thumb had barely any flesh left on it, just the bone and some nerves and tendons caught in the joint. Kevin took it from him with a pair of tweezers. This is from a long time ago. I'll let the police department know we found it, but my guess is this was from a body that was thrown in the river during, let's say, the Prohibition era. It's an organic material. It shouldn't have contributed too much to the pollution that we're studying. Kevin sealed the thumb in a plastic bag and kept working. The bit of sludge that contained the mystery element had the same composition as fertilizer soil one might find on a farm, which made Kevin think that the pollutant came from farm animal waste. But there was something about it that rubbed him the wrong way. The microorganisms were much larger than they should have been. It almost reminded him of the effects of human growth hormone, but on a micro scale. He pulled up a map of the Chicago River and of the waterway that fed into it from the north. Of course, farmland dominated most of northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin above it, but the water source began right outside of Milwaukee. He showed the guys. "I'd bet our culprit is somewhere up here. Looks like we're hitting the road." Kevin worried that he was already leaving Lily again, but he knew that making a brief trip out of town to help the mayor in his goal of cleaning up the river was going to help everyone in the city, including Lily, who was always on Kevin's mind, especially when his goals led him away from her. Kevin and his team had identified a strange and foreign pollutant in the fertilizer of a farm upriver of Chicago that was dumping harmful chemicals into the water source. He, Sasha, Kyle, and Marcus had spent a better part of the morning and early afternoon wading in the river itself, collecting samples for testing, and along with the regular pollutants that would be taken care of at the usual water treatment facilities, they had stumbled upon something that was curiously similar to human growth hormone. This hormone, if that's what it was, had made a lot of the usual microorganisms double, triple, and quadruple in size. Kevin still needed a microscope to see them, but he knew that wouldn't be the case for long if he didn't find a solution. Pretty soon, these little worms and bugs would become visible, and they would likely be resistant to usual water treatment techniques. All of Chicago hung in the balance, days away from all of its water being poisoned, and Kevin knew his rare combination of herbal expertise, government connections, power, and wealth made him the only one who could help. Before he brought the team out of the city, he still had to test the fish he had caught. He had an unusually large carp and catfish in his bucket, tangling with one another as they swam around fighting for space. Kevin felt bad about keeping them in these conditions, but they were better off in his lab than in the river for now. Kevin tested their feces, muscle tissue, and blood for traces of the hormone-like pollutant. The test came back overwhelmingly positive, especially in the muscle tissue, which was much thicker and stronger than it should have been in their species. Something dangerous was happening, and Kevin was willing to bet anything that it wasn't a natural occurrence. A human was interfering in the ecosystem. Maybe someone wanted to make the fish bigger and stronger so they could feed more people with each one, Marcus suggested. Kevin wasn't buying it. If that were the case, we would have seen giant fish by now and reports all over the news. This seems more like a side effect of another plot, if you ask me. I'm guessing a farmer has put hormones in his soil to increase his crop yield, and the farm animals are consuming that yield, then polluting the waterways with their waste. It's gross all the way down, Kyle nodded. Isn't it totally legal to genetically modify crops? I mean, GMOs are in every grocery store in the country, practically, Sasha added. Kevin nodded. That's true to an extent, but there are guidelines. For example, you can't do it so much that it pollutes rivers hundreds of miles away. And you can't use whatever this hormone is where animals have access to it. That's for sure. It's throwing off the whole ecosystem. So what do we do? Interview every farmer from here to Milwaukee and ask if they've laced their soil with anything illegal lately? Kyle asked. No, but we can certainly go on a field expedition and see if we notice anything strange. I have the region narrowed down, so we just need to do some site visits and make sure there aren't any giant roosters wandering around. That sort of thing, Kevin said. He rang Dalton Steele, his muscle man. Hey, Dalton, can we get a van to the office at your earliest convenience? I'm taking the boys on a field trip. Dalton had a van out front within 10 minutes. As Kevin was packing up his satchel to leave, he got stopped by one of his lab technicians, healing arts student Maura. "Kevin, got a sec?" Kevin turned back. "Yeah, but just one or two. I heard you talking about the farms and the soil. I grew up on a farm in Ireland, and I know all about chemical compositions and regular levels for improving crops, all of that sort of thing. I think I could be an asset. Can I come with you?" Kevin was pleasantly surprised. "I love that initiative. Let's do it." So Maura joined him and the guys in the elevator and down into the van. Kevin rode shotgun, letting Dalton drive so he could keep his eyes free to scan the farms. The drive out of Illinois was mostly through a suburban landscape, but the moment they crossed the border into Wisconsin, they may as well have entered a different country. The tree-lined highway immediately gave way to a country road with nothing but farmland on either side as the far could see. Every 5 miles or so, they would pull the van over, send one of the guys out to gather a soil sample, get back in the car, and keep driving before they got caught for trespassing. On the 4th round of this, however, they did get the attention of a surly farmer who ran out of the nearest barn waving a shotgun over his head. "What are you doing to my crops, boy? Are you one of those kids who keeps planting marijuana on my land? I'll get you, you know I will. I could shoot you right now, that is well within my rights." Sasha capped his jar of dirt and dove headfirst back into the van, shaken. "Is that true? Can he really shoot me for that?" Kevin shook his head. "He can't legally do anything unless you threaten his physical safety, but that doesn't mean he won't risk it. Let's keep going." As they drove, Maura sat in the back of a sterile mobile lab partitioned off by a plastic sheet from the rest of the crew. She was testing every soil sample for the usual pollutants as well as for the mysterious growth hormone Kevin had identified. By the time they were 20 miles outside of Milwaukee, she had found a pattern. "Kevin, you might want to see this," she said, coming back up to the front of the van and handing him the graph she had created. Kevin studied it and said, "The further north we go, the higher the concentration of the growth hormone in the soil." Maura nodded. "And all of these farms use water from the same river to irrigate their soil. I think we're almost to the source. If that concentration gets any higher, we'll start to see some bizarre effects on the livestock." They kept driving, and Kevin called Olivia for a missing piece of the puzzle. "What's up?" She answered the phone. "Hey, we're still driving upriver, but I'm wondering if you can get in touch with the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture and get a list of farm owners in the area. If we find the source of this madness, I want to know who we're up against. We just had a farmer try to shoot Sasha, so any and all information helps." Olivia agreed. "On it. I'll email that to you in a few, and take care of Sasha. That little guy is growing on me." They hung up, and sure enough, a few minutes later, Kevin's phone vibrated with an email notification, and he gave the report to Marcus to help match Maura's soil samples to their farmers. It was getting late, and as Kevin hadn't prepped himself or his team for an overnight trip, he decided that in a few more miles they would turn around and call it a day. But on the last farm they collected soil samples from, Kevin noticed something odd. Corn. Acres and acres of corn grew in this field, but the stalks were much higher than they should have been for that time of year. Not just that, but the stalks were incredibly thick, more like young tree trunks than the thin, papery shoots that usually produce the crop. Kevin got out of the van himself to get a closer look while Kyle dug up some soil, and he found one more damning detail. Usually, one stalk produces one ear of corn. That's why so much corn has to be planted to yield enough to meet consumer demands. For every tall, leafy stalk, only one 8-inch cob came out. But not on these bad boys. These stalks were overrun with ears of corn all up and down them from every side. Kevin realized that's why the stalks themselves were so thick. They had to support much more weight than they should have. Kevin pulled off one of the ears and shucked it, revealing a 2-foot-long corn cob whose kernels were the size of grapes. Kevin put one in his mouth and chewed. It immediately flooded his mouth with juice that tasted better than just about any other corn Kevin had tried. "What are you doing? You'll ingest the pollutant," Kyle cried. "Not enough to worry me," Kevin told him. The two of them got back in the car and Dalton drove them back down south. Kevin gave the ear of corn and the soil sample to Maura for testing, and sure enough, the samples had the highest concentration of the mysterious growth hormone yet. Maura and Marcus checked the database Olivia had sent over and found that the owner of this farm wasn't a Wisconsinite at all. In fact, it was none other than Mayor Christopher Walsh and co-owned by the mayor of Milwaukee. Kyle froze when he saw it. That makes no sense. Why would a mayor who ran on a green platform be polluting his own farm and colluding with the mayor of Milwaukee on it? Maura shrugged. If the mayor's owned the land, that doesn't necessarily mean he's the one farming on it. Maybe he doesn't know what's happening up here. Maybe his farmer went rogue or bought a laced fertilizer by accident. Kevin nodded. You're right. We should give him the benefit of the doubt, but we also need to meet with him and get the answers immediately. The team had been out in the field all day collecting soil samples from Chicago to Milwaukee, discovering the trail of mysterious growth hormones that grew more and more concentrated in the soil the further north they went. Now Kevin had managed to pinpoint the farm that was the source of the pollutant, and much to his surprise, that farm was owned by Mayor Walsh of Chicago, as well as the mayor of Milwaukee. On the drive, Maura had been on the phone with Olivia uncovering more information about the farm, and their hunch was correct. Mayor Walsh did own the farm, but he didn't run it. All he did was finance it and collect the profits. This meant that there was a chance that Mayor Walsh was unaware of the state of his crops, like the giant corn Kevin had found, and the farmers were the culprits. After all, Mayor Walsh had run on a green platform, and if he was intentionally polluting such a huge stretch of American farmland, all the way down to the Chicago River, that would make no sense. As they pulled up the street to Mayor Walsh's Lincoln Park townhouse, Maura uncovered one more piece of information. "Kevin, look at this." She put a memo in front of him that Olivia had sent over. The corn grown on the farm, the giant kernels that grew to the size of grapes, were not being produced to feed livestock or even for Midwest consumers. It was being shipped over to Greenland. "What in the world?" Kevin muttered. "I know. I looked into it." Maura put another readout in front of him as Dalton parked their van a few houses down, an old habit from his days in less savory businesses. Kevin read the report inside. That makes no sense. Why would any farmer be shipping large amounts of corn to Greenland, especially supersized corn that looks like something out of a science fiction movie? Kevin was thinking that the backstory of this farm, the mayor, the river, the giant corn, and well, everything, was a mystery that was just beginning to unfold. All Kevin initially signed on for was cleaning up the river that ran through the middle of the city he loved, the city where he and his wife Lily were going to raise their family. He stepped out of the van and took in the sight of the massive townhouse. It was 4 stories tall and clearly a historical landmark of how old the architecture was and how well it had been preserved. Chicago was almost 200 years old, and Kevin wouldn't have been surprised if this house had been standing for all of them. Gargoyles flanked the stone staircase leading up to the door, along with 2 guards dressed like Secret Service members pacing back and forth as if the King of England were inside. It seemed like a lot of security and a lot of luxury for an American mayor, especially one who presented himself as an environmentalist.
"Stop right there. Where do you think you're going?"
One of the guards sneered at Kevin. The other one noticed the interaction and came to join them. Kevin had left his crew in the car, so he felt a little vulnerable, but he was almost certain these 2 goons hadn't cultivated any power levels. "I'm here to see Mayor Walsh. I'm on special assignment from his office, and an urgent matter has come up that demands his attention." Kevin tried to walk past the guards, not wanting to waste his time with people who didn't understand his work, but they closed the gap between themselves to block his view. "Do you have an appointment?" Kevin rolled his eyes.
As I've just told you, this is an urgent matter that has come up suddenly. I don't know if you know what that means, but I can't wait for an official appointment." Kevin tried to push past them, but one of the guards stiff-armed him.
"The mayor didn't tell us he was expecting anyone, so you don't get to go in."
Kevin sighed, trying to keep his composure. "For the third time, of course he's not expecting me. This is an emergency situation, and the longer you keep me from him, the more lives will be at stake. Now, if you would, please step aside, or better yet, call him. He'll tell you to let me in." The guards looked at each other and back at Kevin. "We don't take orders from you. Scram, little ant." One of them extended a meaty hand to turn Kevin around, but Kevin was out of patience. He met the hand with two of his own and pulled hard, flipping the man over onto his back. The second guard blinked at him stupidly, then swung at Kevin with his equally meaty fist. Kevin ducked the attack and returned with a kick to the guy's face, knocking him out as well. They both struggled to their feet and rushed at Kevin from either side, and Kevin jumped up, letting the two of them smash into one another, and then kicking their shoulders so they collapsed into a heap on the sidewalk. Before they could get up again, Kevin went up to the door and tried to let himself in. It was locked, of course, so he clanged the wrought iron knocker in the shape of a lion's head 3 times. Mayor Walsh himself opened the door in his leisure clothes. Kevin realized that the sun was almost set by now and the mayor was off the clock, but that didn't lessen the true urgency of the situation. "We need to talk." The mayor led him inside and to the parlor where his wife sat on a sofa with a glass of white wine in one hand and a novel in the other.
"Oh, I didn't know you were expecting a visitor this late, Christopher," she said, smiling politely at Kevin.
"I wasn't,"
Mayor Walsh responded, resuming his seat next to her. Kevin sat down opposite them in a high-backed armchair that was likely as old as the house itself and incredibly sturdy. The home was filled with recognizable art, and Kevin had a hunch that some of the Monet pieces were originals. Kevin knew the mayor of Chicago got a pretty good salary, but not that good, and Mayor Walsh didn't come from money as far as he knew.
"So, what can I do for you? What's the big emergency?"
Walsh asked, interrupting Kevin's thoughts. Kevin noticed that even Mr. and Mrs. Walsh's after-hour clothes were designer and perfectly tailored. "Well, my team spent the day collecting samples from the river and the surrounding area, and we've discovered a rare and mysterious pollutant." Mayor Walsh frowned.
"Oh? What's that?"
"I'm not quite sure yet, but I'll be working on identifying it all night long, I can assure you. But I'm afraid it's already having significant effects on the crops in the region and the fish in the Chicago River. I'm making it my top priority to solve this mystery, but I have unfortunately come here with a difficult question," Kevin said, not eager to jump into his accusation.
"What's your question?"
Mayor Walsh asked, looking unconcerned. "Do you own a farm outside of Milwaukee that's using illegal growth hormones to increase the crop yield?" Kevin blurted out. Mayor Walsh grinned.
"Where would you get an idea like that? I do own a farm up there, yes, that's a matter of public record, but I assure you all I grow is the best and juiciest beets you've ever laid your eyes on."
"Beets?"
"Beets."
"You're a beet farmer."
"I pay beet farmers. My parents were farmers when I dedicated my life to public service. Just about broke their hearts, so I bought a farm and employed some local farmers at a very generous rate, might I add. And you'll find our crops at every farmer's market in Wisconsin. I'm quite proud of it,"
Mayor Walsh explained, looking at his wife as she nodded in agreement. "Yes, very proud. I've been there many times and it's an impressive operation," Mrs. Walsh confirmed. Kevin handed over the readouts he had gotten from Olivia that proved Mayor Walsh owned the corn farm that they had found with the hormone-affected crops. "I'm afraid that if that is the case, your farmers are meddling with your crops." The mayor looked it over and sighed.
"Well, this just seems to be a mistake with the Department of Agriculture. I've been to that land many times and all we grow are beets."
Kevin felt bad pressing him, but he wasn't making any explicit accusations. "Sir, I was at the farm this afternoon.
I saw the modified crops, and the soil tested positive for a high concentration of the pollutant I found in the Chicago River." Mayor Walsh seemed at a loss for words. "What do you want to say to me, Kevin? I'm a champion of the greenest party in the history of our country. If there is a pollution happening, then it must be a tragic accident, and I assure you I will do everything in my power to fix it." Kevin nodded. "For the record, I knew you wouldn't have done anything harmful on purpose, but unfortunately there's another layer to this. It seems your crops are being exported to Greenland." Mayor Walsh forced out a laugh. "Greenland? Why would anything be exported to Greenland? Do people even live there?" Kevin didn't like the mayor's tone. He seemed to be at odds with his own claim to be the son of farmers who cared about the people. Mrs. Walsh sat up straight and no longer appeared to be the polite hostess as she directed her words to Kevin. "What are you implying?" "Nothing. I just want to make you aware of our findings so you can do what you need to do to regain control of your farm. I'm sorry if I overstepped. I'll leave you to enjoy the rest of your evening." Kevin stood and turned for the door when Mayor Walsh said, "Kevin, do let me know if you figure out what the solution is. I'll put my best men on the job." Kevin nodded. "Yes, sir." After Kevin left, Mrs. Walsh turned to her husband, worried and with a stern look on her face. "Now what? He's not going to stop at just finding out we're exporting corn to Greenland. Not even an idiot would accept that. And Kevin Williams is the richest and most brilliant man in Chicago. Why did you ever think it was a good idea to try and use him to further your political ambitions?" Mayor Walsh took his wife's hand. "Don't worry, my love. I'll take care of it." He pulled out his phone and dialed a number quickly. "Hello? It's me. We have a problem. It's Kevin Williams." When they discovered that the Chicago mayor, Christopher Walsh, was accepting campaign donations from a major polluter in Wisconsin, Kevin and his allies went to the mayor's mansion to confront him about it. A true politician, he denied any connection to the pollution, rambling on and on about how much of an ally he is to the environmental cause. Kevin wasn't buying it, though, and he knew he had to look into it further. After leaving the mayor's mansion, Kevin's students went back to the lab, and he returned home to visit with Lily and his family. Since coming back from the Amazon, Kevin felt it was important for him to spend more time at home. On the way back from the penthouse, Kevin stopped at the grocery store to pick up some things for dinner. When he walked in through the front door, he was relieved to see that Lily was the only one in the living room, sitting on the sofa reading a book. "Hey, honey, I thought I could make dinner for the whole family tonight. Sound like a plan?" Lily put down her book and joined him in the kitchen. "Aw, that's awfully sweet of you, Kev. What did you have in mind?" Kevin reached into the grocery bag and pulled out pasta sheets, mozzarella cheese, and a bottle of tomato sauce. "How does lasagna sound? I know it's one of your favorites." Lily smiled and kissed him on the cheek. "That sounds amazing, Kevin. Do you need any help?" Kevin shook his head. "Nope, I don't want you to lift a finger. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the smell, all right?" As Kevin started layering pasta sauce, cheese, and meat inside a baking pan, Lily took a seat on a bar stool in front of the counter and stared at him affectionately. "So, how's the cleanup project coming along?" she asked. Kevin sighed as he laid down another layer of pasta. "Per usual, it's turned out to be much more complicated than I expected. It looks like the toxic pollution is coming from all the way up in Wisconsin. There's a farm up there that is growing genetically modified corn, and the soil they use is full of toxins. We still haven't identified the exact toxin, but the lab is hard at work. The most nefarious thing, though, is that Mayor Walsh is accepting donations from the farm." Lily raised an eyebrow. "That sounds like some serious corruption. Let me know if there's any way I can help you get to the bottom of things." Kevin smiled. "Including ecological causes in your charity work is more than enough, Lily. The city needs to be cleaned up in more ways than one. Together, we can make it a beautiful place for our baby to grow up." Lily blushed. The thought of raising a family with Kevin was starting to become more and more exciting.
"I can't wait, Kevin. You're going to be such an amazing father."
As the lasagna baked in the oven, the smell brought Dorothy out of her bedroom. When she stepped into the living room, she had her usual scowl on her face. "What's that smell? Is that lasagna? Lily is supposed to be eating salmon tonight, Kevin. I have her meals planned for the next 9 months."
Lily rolled her eyes. "Mom, please don't be so controlling. I thought you'd be happy that Kevin was making dinner for all of us. Aren't you always complaining that he isn't around enough? And now that he's here, you just find another reason to complain."
Dorothy crossed her arms. "You need healthy fish oils, Lily. Lasagna is fattening and full of carbs." Kevin couldn't wait to correct her. "Actually, Dorothy, tomatoes are full of vitamin C and potassium, which is good for the baby. Not to mention the fact that I'm using whole wheat pasta." Dorothy frowned. "If you think lasagna is so healthy, then you can have it for dinner, Kevin, but Lily is having salmon." As Dorothy walked over and opened the fridge, Lily groaned.
"Not everything needs to be so scientific, Mom. Lasagna is my favorite comfort food, and sometimes comfort is more important than nutrition."
Dorothy took a long pause and then sharply exhaled to express her dissatisfaction. "Fine," she said, "but I'm making a salad to go with dinner." Just then, Alan and Susan, Kevin's parents, walked into the living room. Susan sniffed the air with a warm smile on her face. "Oh, goodness. It smells amazing in here. Will you be joining us for dinner tonight, Kevin?" Kevin nodded. The lasagna should be done in just a few minutes. Once the lasagna was finished baking, Kevin set the table and invited everyone to sit down. Before serving himself, Kevin scooped a slice of lasagna onto Lily's plate. Then he opened a bottle of red wine, filled up his glass, and set it on the table. Of course, Dorothy shot him a dirty look. "If your wife can't drink, why should you, Kevin? Aren't you in this together?" Kevin opened his mouth to say something, but Lily beat him to the punch.
"It's just a glass of wine with dinner, Mom. It's not a big deal."
Susan quickly chimed in and changed the subject. "So, Kevin, tell us about this new project of yours. Lily mentioned something about cleaning up the river. That sounds like a good cause." Kevin swallowed a bite of lasagna before answering. "Yes, looks like the river is in pretty bad shape. What's even worse is that it seems like the mayor himself is involved somehow." Alan shook his head. "Damn politicians. I swear, you can't trust a single one." Just then, all of a sudden, the window shattered and a storm of bullets tore through the apartment. Kevin was shocked, but he leapt into action without hesitation. "Everyone get down!" He quickly flipped the table over to create a shield. As everyone hid behind the table, bullets chipped the surface apart. The bullets quieted down for a moment, and Kevin looked over the table and saw a helicopter hovering outside the balcony, close enough for 6 armored assassins to jump onto the building. Dorothy frowned. "Well, it looks like some of Kevin's friends have decided to join us for dinner. How nice is that?" Kevin had too much adrenaline flowing through his veins to feel offended. "No time to argue," he shouted. "Everyone go into your rooms and lock the doors. I'll keep you safe, I promise." As his family scurried out of the living room, Kevin looked up and saw the assassin approaching from the balcony. They had masked hoods and were all wielding swords. Before even seeing them, Kevin knew they were Secluded Valley assassins. The biggest among them, the leader, stepped into the living room and held his sword at the ready. "You're the most popular target we've ever had, Mr. Williams. Half the people in the city must want you dead." Kevin clenched his fist and prepared to fight. "Too bad. That's a lot of people to disappoint." "Enough talking. Prepare to meet your doom," the assassin shouted as he lunged forward. Kevin evaded the slashing blade with a perfectly timed sidestep. feeling the rush of wind it carried. His hand found a decorative vase on a nearby table, which he hurled at his attacker. The vase shattered on impact, momentarily stunning the assassin. In the blink of an eye, the penthouse apartment transformed into a battleground. Kevin, his instincts on high alert, picked up a dining room chair and used it as a shield to parry another blade. It clattered to the floor and Kevin remained unscathed. The room seemed to ripple with the fluid movements of combat. Kevin engaged one attacker after another, each confrontation a whirlwind of strikes and counterattacks. The grand piano, bathed in the warm, fading sunlight, became part of an obstacle course. Kevin leapt over it, evading a flurry of stabs. As Kevin engaged with another assassin, he took the fight onto the balcony. The view of the city below with its glistening lights was a stark contrast to the violence erupting in the apartment. On the balcony's narrow confines, Kevin was confronted by a nimble assassin, blades glinting as they swirled through the air. The gap between life and death narrowed, and for a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. With remarkable agility, Kevin ducked and rolled as the assailant lunged forward, sending the assassin teetering on the balcony's edge. Sensing an opportunity, Kevin knocked the assassin off the building. "Enjoy your flight," Kevin yelled after the falling killer, as his screams echoed through the city while he spiraled to the ground. Back inside the apartment, the fight continued, but the attackers were growing increasingly desperate and disoriented. A swift, decisive maneuver by Kevin sent one stumbling into a glass coffee table, shards exploding in every direction. The other assassins, now terrified of Kevin's power, engaged with a cautious, almost reluctant approach. Kevin took control of the situation. With a series of precise moves, he disarmed and neutralized each attacker in turn. In a matter of moments, the luxurious penthouse apartment had been cleared of its sinister intruders. As Kevin caught his breath, Lily and his family crept out of their bedrooms. "Is it safe?" Alan asked. Kevin nodded and wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Yes, they're gone. But somebody obviously knows where we live. I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but we need to find a new place to stay." Dorothy sighed. "Wherever we decide to go, let's make sure the place has bulletproof glass." For once, Kevin had to agree secretly that Dorothy was right. To protect Lily and his baby, it might be necessary for them to live behind walls and thick glass from here on out. Kevin's enemies were growing in number by the day, and he had to do everything to keep his beloved wife and child safe. After returning home to Chicago at the end of a long quest through the Amazon, Kevin was excited to finally get a chance to spend some quality time with his newly pregnant wife, Lily. But when their penthouse was attacked by a group of high-level assassins, Kevin was forced back into action. Protecting his wife, parents, and almost by default his consistently annoying mother-in-law, Dorothy, Kevin defeated the would-be attackers. But he knew that his family couldn't stay in the same location. He'd have to move them all someplace safe while he figured out exactly what was going on. But where? Later that night, Kevin stood beside his wife in the luxurious honeymoon suite of the Salix Leaf Hotel, as Dr. Serafina Willow, graciously making a late-night hotel call, checked on the baby. "Heartbeat strong," Dr. Willow said with an encouraging smile. "Your baby is a fighter, that's for sure." Kevin and Lily shared a look. Thank goodness. But you should get some sleep. Hydrate and stay off your feet. I'll come back and check on you tomorrow. Lily nodded in appreciation and pulled the cover up over her belly. Kevin kneeled down and took his wife's hands. "Rest, my love. You're safe now." "You promise?" she countered playfully. He kissed her forehead. "Always." Kevin climbed back to his feet and escorted Dr. Willow out of the room. He turned off the light and closed the door, turning back to take one last look at his now sleeping wife. Lily was his everything. Out of earshot from Lily, Dr. Willow turned to Kevin with concern. "What happened?" Dr. Willow asked Kevin. "I'm not sure. Not yet." "She'll be all right. Lily is a strong woman, but This kind of stress is obviously not ideal in her condition, Dr. Willow advised. Kevin absorbed what the doctor was telling him. He knew she was right. Kevin's work was important, but while his success gave Lily a better life, it also made the wrong people jealous. Kevin had many enemies, and the thought that one of those enemies would ever consider putting his pregnant wife in harm's way made Kevin furious. They would pay for what they had done. A shrill voice came from behind Kevin. "I should have known something like this would happen the moment I saw your ugly face back in Chicago." Kevin and Serafina's conversation was cut short as Kevin's mother-in-law, Dorothy, came storming over from the other side of the room, shrieking like a banshee as she approached. "I wish my prayers had been answered and a crocodile had eaten you in the Amazon. Then maybe my little girl could meet someone nice. Someone who isn't constantly making a mess of all of our lives," Dorothy shrieked. "Dorothy, this isn't the time. Lily is trying to sleep," Kevin calmly replied. "Don't talk to me like I'm a child. We were all sitting around watching television until you showed up, attacked by assassins in our own home? No other mothers-in-law have to deal with anything even remotely like this. It's outrageous," Dorothy continued. Dr. Willow cut in. "Dorothy, I know today has been stressful for everyone, but just imagine what might have happened if Kevin hadn't been there to save you." "Save me, please," Dorothy rolled her eyes. "I had the situation well under control. Anyone who threatens me or my daughter gets a swift smack to the face. That goes for you too, Mr. Amazon Vacation." It was far from a vacation, Dorothy. Kevin had gone to the Amazon to keep Lily safe. Everything he did was to protect his beautiful wife. "I don't care. I just want to feel safe. And now look at us. We've been run out onto the streets by murderous henchmen, forced to make do in this tiny roach-infested motel." Dorothy's rage continued. Kevin took in the space. It was the largest suite in the nicest hotel in all of Chicago, courtesy of Lily's best friend Rachel. But he didn't bother to reply, instead focusing on Serafina Willow. "Thank you for coming on such short notice, Doctor." "Any time. You and Lily are practically family to me now," Dr. Willow answered. Dorothy huffed. "Then what does that make me?" Serafina considered. "Based on our last few minutes of conversation, I would say someone whose greed and anger is going to complicate her daughter's pregnancy." Dorothy stammered, caught off guard by the pointed response. "But that's not a medical diagnosis," Dr. Willow said as a way to make fun of Dorothy and her temper. Kevin couldn't help but smile. "I'll show you to the elevators." Kevin walked Dr. Willow out. While everyone else in the suite slept, Kevin paced back and forth, keeping watch, doing his best to solve the mystery of what had happened earlier that night. From their skill level alone, it was clear to Kevin that the attackers had to be Secluded Valley assassins. Of that, he was certain. But why was he being targeted again? Who had sent them? Kevin couldn't be sure of anything just yet, but one name kept flashing in his mind over and over again like a beacon. Ethan. 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 Kevin hadn't seen his scheming cousin for some time, but out of sight was never out of mind between the two rivals, and Kevin now feared that Ethan might have hidden away while developing a new plan of attack against Kevin and his loved ones. Maybe it's time for a little family reunion, Kevin thought. The next morning, Kevin tracked Ethan to a popular outdoor brunch spot called Cafe Capone. Kevin wanted to be direct, so when he spotted his cousin sitting alone at a tiny table for two under a large birch tree in the corner of the establishment, Kevin walked right over and made his presence known. Kevin punched Ethan in the face, knocking him to the floor. "Was it you?" Kevin asked Ethan as he stared down at his cousin below him. Ethan looked up from the ground in shock, his mouth half full of an omelet. "What?" Ethan sputtered. The patrons at the upscale outdoor cafe all turned their attention towards Kevin. A woman could be heard whispering to her husband, "Oh my, is that a homeless person?"
Where's the cafe manager? They shouldn't allow such shabbily dressed individuals to walk in off the street," another diner whispered. A wide-eyed waiter approached. "I think that's Kevin Williams," the couple gasped.
"The rich business tycoon? Is that really what he dresses like?"
Wearing his usual comfortable pair of jeans and a t-shirt, Kevin took hold of Ethan by the collar and pulled him back up on his feet. "Don't play coy with me. My family was attacked by the Secluded Valley assassins. They tried to kill us. Tried to kill Lily." Ethan just stared at a total loss. "I'm on a date." "What?" Kevin processed the unexpected response. "I'm on a date. I didn't send any assassins. I'm just trying to have brunch, eggs and orange juice, an American weekend favorite. Now will you please let go of me before she comes back from the bathroom and starts asking questions I frankly don't want to answer?" Ethan begged. Kevin considered the possibility for a moment. This was a nice brunch spot. There were 2 place settings on the table, a glass of white wine resting by the second. Kevin firmed and refocused. "Don't lie to me. You've used the Secluded Valley assassins before. What do you want from me? What's your angle?" Ethan continued to plead. "I don't have an angle. I don't want anything from you. I'm taking a break." "A break? What does that mean?" Kevin asked. "It means I'm tired, cousin. Tired of all the fighting, of all the endless back and forth. I'm tired of all of it. I need some me time," Ethan explained. "That's ridiculous," Kevin said, and he meant it. Ethan was the type of tiger who would never change his stripes. "I understand why you might think that, but it's true. I met a girl. She's nice. She likes the Beatles. Isn't that fun?" Ethan explained further. Kevin's right hand balled into a fist once again. He raised it towards Ethan. "Tell me the truth." "I am telling you the truth. I haven't done anything to you or your wife or anybody. I'm just trying to make a good impression on a nice girl at an overpriced brunch place, but I get it. We've been through quite a bit, you and I. So if you have to embarrass me in front of my date to get whatever satisfaction you came here looking for, go ahead. I won't try and stop you." Ethan closed his eyes and braced for the worst. Kevin hesitated. He didn't believe Ethan for a second, but he didn't want to waste time debating his cousin's lies. He would uncover the truth and revisit the situation when he had more evidence of Ethan's involvement. Kevin released his cousin. Ethan fell back into his chair. "Have a good date." Kevin turned and walked out the same way he came in. As patrons of the cafe stared in awe, now realizing who Kevin actually was. Ethan remained at his table. He readjusted his shirt, doing his best to look presentable again. He took some ice water from his glass and splashed his face. Mayor Walsh sat down across from Ethan a moment later. It wasn't a date. Ethan had been lying. Kevin was right, as always. The mayor sat back and sipped his wine. "I have to thank you again, Ethan, for introducing me to the Secluded Valley assassins. I love paying top dollar for a total and complete failure." Ethan's smug smile quickly turned to a wounded grimace. "That's not my fault. I gave you the introduction and the access. I told you Kevin wouldn't be an easy target." "That's true, you did, but still, I'm not happy with any of this, but maybe you can make it up to me." Just then, the waiter dropped off the check. They both stared at it for a long time. Neither the mayor nor Ethan was the type who got out his wallet freely. The mayor eventually gave in. He put down his credit card. "What is my cousin up to anyway? Why is he taking samples from the river and analyzing them? Why does he care?" Ethan asked the mayor. "It's a good question," the mayor responded. "One that I'm afraid is going to get him killed." After being attacked in his own apartment, Kevin moved his family to the Salix Leaf Hotel until he could find a new safe house to protect Lily. Meanwhile, Mayor Walsh was having a private lunch with Ethan, who had put him in touch with the Secluded Valley assassins. Of course, Ethan was happy to help him deal with Kevin. Later that day, Kevin's lab assistants told him that they finally identified the toxic chemical that was polluting the river. After looking at the toxic chemical under a microscope, Kevin lifted his head and looked at his lab assistants with grave concern in his eyes. "This is even worse than I thought. Do you all recognize this toxin? It's called noradrenaline. When it's mixed into soil, the fruits and vegetables that grow from it become infused with human growth hormones. The military experimented with it back in the 70s in an attempt to create human super soldiers. But the soil was so toxic, it was quickly made illegal. Allowing something like noradrenaline to fall into the wrong hands could cause chaos around the globe." Olivia crossed her arms and looked worried. "So what are we going to do about it?" Kevin took a pause and stroked his chin. He had a memory of seeing noradrenaline in his past adventures. But where? And when? "I suppose our only option is to go up there and investigate. If we can bring a sample of the corn back to the lab and prove what's going on, then the EPA could step in and shut them down," Kevin said. Marcus looked nervous. "Do you think it will be dangerous?" Kevin shrugged. "It's hard to say. They may have a couple of guards, but I wouldn't expect a farm to have heavy-duty security. Don't worry, nobody has to come with me. I can investigate on my own in case it's dangerous." Marcus shook his head. "No, that's not what I meant. Of course I'll go with you, Kevin. If it gets dangerous, I know you'll protect us." Kyle stepped forward with a determined look on his face. "If Marcus is going, I'm going too." Then Sasha stepped forward as well. "Don't forget about me. I love going out on these adventures." When Olivia and Maura volunteered to go too, Kevin appreciated it deeply. "Thanks for your support, everyone. You're the best lab crew I could ever hope for." Before leaving, Kevin pulled out his phone and called Lily. After a few rings, she answered with a bright, chipper voice. "Hello?" "Hey, Lily, it's me," Kevin said. "Something just came up at work, and I'm afraid I have to go up to Milwaukee for a bit. Trust me, I wouldn't go unless it was very important."
"Oh, you don't owe me an explanation, Kevin. I completely understand. Just be safe out there, that's all I ask."
Lily answered quickly, and Kevin could hear the understanding in her voice. Kevin smiled. "Thanks, Lily. I appreciate it. I'll be back as soon as I can. Love you."
"I love you too, Kevin. Talk to you later."
After hanging up the phone, Kevin and the lab assistants piled into a car and hopped on the road. It was about 2.5-hour-long drive from Chicago to Milwaukee. The farm was in a rural area located a few dozen miles outside the city. After turning off the main highway, they went the rest of the way on 2-lane country roads. Suddenly, in a very remote area, the engine died and Kevin had to pull over. When he popped open the hood, he peered inside to see what was the matter. "Looks like the battery's dead. We'll have to kickstart it with jumper cables." Olivia looked up and down the road with a doubtful look on her face.
Kevin, I haven't seen any other cars since we got off the highway. We might be waiting a while out here."
Kevin scanned his mind for another solution. Way up the road, he could see the beginning of a driveway. He pointed in that direction and said, "Maybe whoever lives down that driveway can help us out. It's not that far to push. Here, everyone, take some power pills." Kevin reached into his satchel and pulled out a small bottle of power pills. Once the effects kicked in, Kevin and his team were able to push the car as easily as if they were pushing a stroller. When they reached the driveway, they were surprised to find a small restaurant instead of a house. Maura chuckled as she looked up at the sign. "The Rusty Spoon. Seems like a cozy place, doesn't it?" Olivia's mind was on other things.
"I don't see any cars in the parking lot, though."
Kevin sighed. "Well, we might as well go inside and ask. Maybe there's a garage around back or something." The quaint little restaurant was obviously a remodeled country home. It had a wooden porch and an old-fashioned front door and was cast under the shade of a towering cottonwood tree. When they stepped inside, the first thing they noticed was there weren't any customers. Nonetheless, a waiter eagerly approached them. "Hey there, folks. Welcome to the Rusty Spoon. Can I get you a table?" Kevin smiled. "No, thank you. That's all right." Our car actually just broke down and we were hoping you might be able to help us kickstart the battery." The waiter shook his head with a remorseful look in his eyes.
"Oh, I'm so sorry, but there aren't any cars here at the moment. My wife drives me to and from work, and the only other person here, the chef, rides his bike. If you'd like to wait, I'm sure another customer will come by eventually."
Kevin looked at the others and chuckled. "Well, so long as we're stranded, we might as well sit down for some lunch, right? We'll take a table for 6, please." The waiter grinned from ear to ear.
"Yes, of course. Right this way."
The waiter was very gracious. He pulled out everyone's chair for them to sit down and then handed out some menus. After bringing them some water, he pulled out a notebook to take their orders.
"What can I get you folks?"
According to the menu, the Rusty Spoon was world famous for its specialty soup, so Kevin ordered that. After the waiter brought his food, Kevin noticed that he was lingering.
"How's the soup?"
he asked with a nervous tremble. The truth was, the soup really wasn't that good, but Kevin wouldn't dare say it. "It's delicious. Thank you so much." The waiter seemed pleased but wouldn't let it go.
"Are you sure? You can tell me the truth. Don't worry about hurting my feelings."
Despite the waiter's insistence, Kevin was still worried about hurting his feelings. "No, really, it's great. Why do you ask?" The waiter let out a deep breath.
"Well, to tell you the truth, we've received some complaints that the soup just isn't what it used to be. My grandma worked in the kitchen for almost her entire life, and the soup was her secret recipe. She was an herbalist who worked with all kinds of exotic ingredients, and the only recipe she left behind was coded in a secret language only she understood. She was paranoid about someone stealing the recipe, so she made it as difficult as possible to decipher. Since she passed away, I haven't been able to recreate her specialty soup."
Kevin smiled. "Well, sir, we might just be the right people to help you with that, actually. We're a bunch of herbalists ourselves." The waiter's eyes widened with excitement.
"Really? That's amazing. I'll go get the recipe."
When the waiter returned, he handed Kevin a folded-up piece of paper. The recipe was written in faded cursive. As Kevin scanned it up and down, he made a puzzled face. This definitely is some interesting language. 2 cups of fire breath, a teaspoon of fairy dust. I don't recognize any of these ingredients." Maura leaned forward in her chair. "Fairy dust. I've heard of that before. It's the name that medieval herbalists used for cumin." Sasha chimed in next. "Fire breath might be code of some kind of hot pepper." "Actually," Kevin said, "I think there's a Japanese pepper that literally translates to breath of fire. Sashito peppers, I think they're called." As they read out the list, Kevin and his assistants interpreted the coded ingredients one by one as the waiter hastily took notes. Eventually, they made it through the whole thing. Overjoyed, the waiter went around the table and shook everyone's hands.
"Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I had no idea how far off I was from the original recipe. I do hope you'll come back and try it now that I know how to make it."
Just then, another pair of customers walked into the restaurant. Before they settled in, Kevin jumped up and asked if they could help him jumpstart the car. The couple, 2 friendly locals, happily agreed. When the car was up and running again, Kevin and his assistants waved goodbye to the waiter as they pulled away.
"Come back soon. Thank you again."
As soon as they were out of earshot, Kevin sighed. "I'm glad we were able to help. That soup was not very good." After traveling for another few miles, Kevin and his team finally made it to the farm that was growing genetically modified food and polluting the Chicago River in the process. As they pulled up to the entrance, Kevin was surprised to see a locked gate lined with barbed wire at the top. He could also see some guards on patrol. One of them approached from the gate and tapped on the window.
"This is private property, sir. Please turn back immediately."
Kevin smiled. "I'm here to visit the farm. I have a lot of corn I'd like to buy." The guard shook his head.
"Our corn isn't for local sales, sir. We're under a work contract for a single buyer."
Kevin shrugged and turned the car around. After driving it out of the guard's view, he pulled over and started to strategize. Why would a corn farm need such tight security? Marcus wondered. Kevin knew the answer. because what they're doing is strictly illegal. In any case, we have to find a way in there. I have a feeling that what's going on behind that razor wire could affect the lives of millions and millions of people, and not in a good way. Kevin's mind was reeling. He and the team had finally discovered the cause of the giant crops on the corn farm in Milwaukee, a growth hormone called noradrenaline. Kevin didn't realize it right away, but now that they had driven back up to Milwaukee to do further investigating, he remembered that he had encountered that compound before. He just couldn't pinpoint in his memory where. Now they were on the outskirts of the farm trying to find a way inside to investigate. They had tried the front gates but had been stopped by armed guards who told them that none of their crops were for sale. They were under contract to a single buyer who needed the entire yield. Even if that was the case, and Kevin knew it was because he had seen the contract that sent the entire crop yield to one location in Greenland, why would giant corn need a guard and a fence? Kevin's fear was that the genetically modified corn might lead to genetically modified people, so to speak, and if an evil force was attempting to amass a fleet of warriors who were larger and stronger than any other human forces, chaos could erupt. Kevin's mind was working quickly. He assumed that the farm was heavily guarded because if anyone else drove by and saw giant corn, they might try to steal some. Plus, the hormone was illegal, so the farm wouldn't want police poking around. Leaping ahead with so many plots and assumptions, Kevin knew one thing for certain. He and his team had to find out exactly what was going on behind that razor wire and behind those guards. Kevin and his team had pulled the van over on the side of the road where Kevin had collected his samples with Marcus the last time that they were here. At the time, Kevin had been able to pluck one ear of corn from beyond the fence, but now they needed to get themselves inside the grounds for a full investigation. After all, this fertilizer with the hormones in it was polluting the waterways all the way down to Chicago, and Kevin couldn't let that stand anymore. He had a child on the way who would be drinking that water. Kyle, Marcus, go scope out the perimeter. See if there are any gaps in this fence that we can get through, Kevin said. Kyle and Marcus gave him a quick salute and ran off, jogging down the fence around the corner and out of sight. Don't get shot, Kevin called after them, remembering the previous day when an old farmer had cocked his shotgun at Sasha. Kevin turned back to the rest of the crew. Olivia, Maura, I need you to do me a favor. I have a hunch about where I've seen the noradrenaline before, and I hope I'm wrong, but I need you to confirm. Please call Brett Stewart at his Myriad compound in Nashville and ask him if he has any inventory reports on his private greenhouse that I can look over. Tell him I'm compiling a general directory for herbalists or something like that, so we can all share information and herbs when necessary. He probably won't go for it, but he likes you, Olivia, so maybe he'll come around. I know if I asked, he would just humor me and never come up with the data. The ladies nodded and went to the back of the van to the sterile lab area to make the call. Kevin sat in the driver's seat waiting for these tasks to be completed, and Sasha joined him in the passenger seat as he picked up on Kevin's nervous energy. What do you think Brett has down on his compound? Sasha asked. Kevin sighed. He was usually hesitant to share information until he had a chance to confirm it, but Sasha was a good listener. Brett Stewart is a sneaky guy. He's usually reliable when you need something, but only because he expects favors in return. Other than those kinds of transactions, he's not the most trustworthy person I've ever met. I've said it before, but he's ambitious to a fault. And I think he might have developed this growth hormone to try to advance herbs, trick them into an accelerated evolution. Is that even possible? Sasha asked, his eyebrows knitting together. I don't think so. It would probably give you larger herbs and a higher yield like it's doing to this corn, but herbalism is a delicate balance. The properties of the herbs that make them so special would be totally corrupted. In fact, they could be dangerous depending on what he's using them to treat, Kevin explained. Why would he take that risk? Sasha pressed. Kevin thought about it. Brett is competitive. When I came out with my power pills, he kept asking for them in exchange for favors. For example, I crashed at the compound for a few days while I was helping this old chief herbalist called Malachi Turner. When I left, I gave him power pills in thanks, and even then he said it wasn't enough. But I would bet anything that he took those power pills and developed the growth hormone to add to them, so he could have even stronger power pills. In that instance, maybe it would work. Who knows? But I wouldn't market something with illegal noradrenaline in it, no matter how effective. And you saw proof that he did this? Sasha crossed his arms, suddenly feeling very chilly in the van. I got a look at his warehouse the next time I was down there, and there were some pretty impressive plants in there. I thought I saw a bottle of something that looked like noradrenaline, but I didn't look into it too hard because I was in a hurry. This is all speculation, but it adds up, and it explains why I've seen the compound before. It was on that bottle's label, Kevin told him. Sasha shook his head. I don't get that. I wouldn't feel proud of ripping off someone else's work and enhancing it in a way that ultimately cheapens it. Kevin nodded. I agree, but some people, Brett included, just want the recognition and the power, and they don't care how they get it. And I know for a fact that I pissed Brett off by helping Selena Salem by going to the rainforest for the cacao. She was the Alliance director, and Brett hates the Alliance. So I wouldn't be surprised if Brett had entered into this contract with some other leader and Mayor Walsh because he knew it would distract me from my other work. What's it to him if you're distracted? Other than, revenge, Sasha asked. Kevin sighed. Brett is convinced, to the point of paranoia, in my opinion, that we are always on the verge of some huge war in the herbalism world between the Myriads, Pinnacle, and Alliance. When that happens, he wants me on the Myriad team because, well, frankly, I'm the best fighter around. When I won the Epic Clash, he wanted me to ascend to the upper realm right away so that I could come to join his army. But I've put that quest to the side for now because I'm focusing on my family and my work, and someone always needs something from me. Sasha shook his head. Why wouldn't he just offer to help you? Kevin chuckled. I never said he made a lot of sense. Maura and Olivia popped back out from the mobile lab and into the back seats of the van. How'd it go? Kevin asked. Brett says hello and asks that you kindly not use one of your assistants when snooping on his business, Olivia told him while laughing at Brett's boldness. Anything else? Kevin asked. He's definitely using a growth hormone, Maura nodded. What? He didn't say that, Olivia told her. But he did brag about his yields in specific ways that farmers do when they're lying about something. Look, I grew up on a farm in Ireland. After a long day, all the farmers go down to the pub, get drunk, and start comparing their crops. You start to pick up on patterns after a few of those meetings, and trust me, Brett is using noradrenaline to boost his yields, Maura said with conviction. Olivia looked confused, but then she nodded as she pieced things together. You're right. He's totally using it. Kevin sighed. That settled that. Brett is shameless, but at least we know where the problem is coming from. I'll have a talk with him later about who he supplies his hormones to. But for now, we need to shut down this operation and clean up the river. Just then, Marcus and Kyle opened the door of the van and piled in themselves. No gaps, Kyle panted. Marcus nodded, also breathing hard. The fence is 2 stories high all the way around, and it buzzes. It's electric. Kevin nodded. That settles it. We have to fight our way inside. They all got out of the van, and Kevin led his troops back around to the entrance gates to the patrolling guards.
What are you doing back here, little guy? We already told you our corn is not for sale.
One of the guards sneered at Kevin. Kevin was used to this song and dance, and usually he gave his foes a few more chances to change their tune before he attacked. But these guys had already turned him away, plus he was feeling irked from the Brett Stewart situation. So without further ado, he leapt into a flying kick and knocked the man out cold. The other guards stopped what they were doing and stared dumbfounded between their colleague and Kevin. It was a face-off, their army against Kevin's, and all at once the two sides rushed at one another. Someone yelled, "Attack!" and chaos began as arms and legs began to wildly whip through the air in an all-out battle. Kevin and his crew were back at the Milwaukee farm with a renewed sense of purpose. Not only had they identified the growth hormone that was being used on these crops illegally and polluting the Chicago River, but Kevin had just figured out where the hormone was coming from. None other than Brett Stewart. He would deal with Brett later. For now, he had to get this operation shut down so that the Chicago River could be cleaned up, and Kevin could continue on his mission to clean up the Chicago River and the entire world for the sake of his child's future. The farm was surrounded by an army of guards, and Kevin had brought his own army of herbalists and warriors to face them. The roster included Olivia, who was a fair fighter in her own right, Sasha, who was a level 5 fighter, Kyle and Marcus, both high-level 2s by now thanks to their series of adventures with Kevin, and Mora, who most certainly did not sign up for this. Mora was a lab technician, and Kevin never meant to drag her into any sort of battle. But now that they were fully in a multi-person brawl, Kevin saw she was holding her own. He wondered if she had taken trips to the gym he'd built in their office for sparring practice. Kevin had already dropped one guard, and now a second one was impressing him with the level of combat he was bringing to the table. Kevin could tell these guys had cultivated power levels, and each one of them seemed to be around level 2. Easy work for him, but enough to put up a good fight for the rest of his crew. Kevin hit his opponent with a right hook, which the opponent dodged, returning a kick at Kevin's stomach, which Kevin blocked. Kevin drew his energy into his chest, then forced it out through his palm, sending the guard flying backward with a strong push to the chest. He hit the electrified fence, and his hair stood on end and his eyes widened before he slumped down on the ground. Kevin gave him one last look. He was still alive, twitching on the ground as the electricity coursed through him. Marcus and Kyle were double-teaming the largest of the guards, who had a good 10 inches on both of them, not to mention his linebacker arms. He was trying to grab hold of Kyle and Marcus, but they were quick and spry, and they managed to confuse him long enough for Kyle to sneak around back and jump on the man's shoulders. The man threw him off in a huff, but while he was off balance, Marcus pulled him down by the back of the neck and brought his own knee up into the man's face. His nose broke with a sickening crunch, and he was down for the count. Mora had a guard cornered against the fence, and they were trading hits, each landing and missing an equal amount. Kevin willed Mora to gain an advantage, and like magic, she landed a particularly impressive kick on the guy's chest, resulting in him getting electrified and knocked out like the guard Kevin had just battled. Olivia was taking on 2 men at once, and Kevin came over to help her even though she was doing a pretty good job on her own. They didn't seem to quite know how to fight a woman, and Olivia used their hesitations to her advantage, locking and countering their attacks before they had a moment to think. One final guard wasn't fighting at all. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying the show despite his men being dropped like flies. As Kevin delivered a devastating chop to his and Olivia's opponent, Kevin saw this last guard out of the corner of his eye pull something small and football-shaped from his pocket. Something that looked curiously like a grenade. Sure enough, he pulled the pin out with his teeth and rolled the grenade into the middle of the scrum. "Get away! Now!" Kevin shouted. His instincts took over and he dove toward the grenade, hoping to cushion the blast with his own body, forgetting his promise to Lily to stay safe. He jumped a moment too late, however, and as he flew toward the little bomb, it exploded. Not with fire and shrapnel, but with a red powder that coated everyone on the scene except for the guard who deployed it. Kevin hit the ground hard and wondered for a moment if he was dead and what exactly had been in the grenade, but everything became clear when he tried to get up and couldn't. The only thing he could do was move his eyes, and he looked around hard to see the rest of his crew in similar positions, lying down, unmoving. The darn grenade had a paralyzing agent in it. They were stuck. The main guard started picking his way through the carnage, chuckling to himself.
Well, well, well. This is a predicament, isn't it? Let's get you to the farmers and see what they have to say about you intruders.
The guard pulled a tractor around that towed a flatbed cart behind it. He heaved Kevin, Olivia, Sasha, Maura, Kyle, and Marcus's still bodies onto the cargo bed with a huff and drove them into the farm past the gates and the fence. Kevin was infuriated with his paralysis. He was so used to being able to jump to action at a moment's notice, and the fact that he couldn't even protect his people anymore was messing with his head. He told himself to stay calm and make a plan. Stay calm. Make a plan. But what plan could be made when he couldn't do so much as raise his own head up and look around? He caught Olivia's eye when a bump in the road caused his head to loll to one side. Olivia stared at him, trying to convey some sort of message, but what it was, Kevin couldn't make out. The tractor kept driving all the way into a large barn where Kevin was lifted out and propped up against hay bales. Sunlight made its way inside through slats in the wood that made up the barn's walls, but it wasn't much. The barn was still dark and dusty and smelled like any barn would. Kevin, though, wasn't worried about his surroundings. He was worried that while he was thrown into the musky barn, the rest of his team had been separated from him. He feared that their fates might be much different than his. He was alive for now, but had to save his loyal assistants. The guard drove the tractor away again, probably to scoop up his fellow guards who had also been paralyzed in the blast and bring them somewhere safe. Kevin's eyes got used to the light and he took a look around. The walls of the barn were lined with pitchforks, shovels, hoes, and every other bit of farm equipment he could imagine. But to one side was a much more sinister sight. A series of motor-powered saws and machines, blood caked on the floor among the hay and dirt, chicken beaks and feathers scattered around. This wasn't just a barn. It was a slaughterhouse. And then something strange happened. Kevin felt his fingers and toes start to prickle, tingle, and tickle until he could feel warmth in them. He tried to wiggle them as a test and saw that his fingers did move just a hair. The paralysis was wearing off. He got as far as fully lifting his legs, but his torso was still numb and his core wouldn't engage, so he still couldn't manage to stand upright. Before he could recover any further, the security guard returned to the barn, banging the door open. The security guard had another man in tow.
"What's this?"
the second man asked.
"A trespasser, boss. He came with the others to the gates asking to see the farm, and we told them the crops weren't for sale, so they tried to fight us. I followed protocol, as you can see,"
the guard explained, gesturing toward Kevin. Kevin remained still, the better to have these guys underestimate him. He even let his eyes droop closed. The boss came around and kicked Kevin's feet. He then kicked Kevin hard in the stomach to see if he would flinch. Kevin had already tensed his muscles under his shirt to protect himself from any attack. He was able to remain unmoving, and that convinced the boss that Kevin was still under the effects of the nerve agent.
"How many grenades did you use?"
the boss asked.
"Just one, sir. My men were mixed up with them and I couldn't risk any more, they all would have died," the guard said. "Where are the others?" the boss asked.
The guard clearly feared this man and answered quickly in a tone that Kevin could tell was a way of explaining his every action.
"We put them in another barn. This man is clearly their leader and I wanted to separate them."
The boss nodded his head.
"Good idea,"
the boss said while he looked at Kevin some more and then had a thought.
"We'll take care of them all tonight. They will be pig slop by sundown."
The guard and the boss left, chuckling at their devious plans, the barn door closing behind them. Kevin got up right away, a fire under him now that he had a ticking clock. They were going to be slaughtered and ground up for pig feed, and he couldn't let that happen to his friends and employees, let alone to himself. Kevin's legs were beginning to have more feeling as the paralyzing agent wore off. With his fingers working, he was able to root around in his satchel to find some herbs to help get his muscles energized and his mind clear again. "Okay, I'm going to get us out of here, I promise. Just hang tight. I'll go steal the tractor or something. I'll figure it out," Kevin thought. He had heard the rest of his team were hidden in another barn on the farm, and he was going to have to start his search as soon as the herbs kicked in and his legs would let him run at his usual speed. Before that happened, Kevin went up to the one window at the front of the barn and peeked out of it to make sure there were no guards patrolling. But what he found was much, much more concerning. Horses trotted around the grounds, taller than the barn itself. Cows the size of moose grazed the fields, their udders hanging from their stomachs like logs of wood. They had clearly been eating the corn crops and ingesting the noradrenaline, and it was making them huge. This was going to be a harder escape than Kevin thought, especially because just as he was ready to make an escape on his weakened legs, Kevin saw the boss returning with, and pulling along with him, a giant vat and an axe. After traveling to a farm in Milwaukee to investigate the suspicious corn being grown there, Kevin and his lab assistants were surprised to find that the grounds looked less like a farm and more like a fortress. Kevin and his team engaged with the guards and were about to win the day when an evil farm manager detonated a paralyzing agent into a cloud of smoke in the air. Kevin pretended that the paralyzing agent was still affecting him when he eavesdropped on the evil farm boss's plot to turn Kevin and the rest of his team into pig slop by nightfall. As Kevin counted the seconds before the herbs he'd given himself to get his legs and arms fully functioning again, he thought about his team. Olivia, Marcus, Sasha, Kyle, and Maura. Were they already chopped up and made into pig food? It couldn't be true, Kevin thought as his mind raced. There hadn't been time for the farm boss to put his evil scheme into motion. Kevin knew he had enough time to save them, but to do that he'd have to save himself first. Kevin considered his situation. He could move his eyes and mouth, but the rest of his body remained limp from the paralyzing agent. Kevin tried to focus on how to will his body back to full strength by focusing his energies on the herbs that were coursing through his veins. He could feel the power flowing through his limbs, but it might take some time to get his full range of motion back. Time he didn't have. Kevin's focus shifted as the farm boss re-entered the room dragging a giant vat of slop behind him and carrying his axe. Kevin watched curiously as the manager dumped the vat into a long ditch along the floor. Heavy chunks of meat mixed with dirty water and rotten vegetables. Kevin, pretending to be paralyzed from the nerve agent, was able to watch the boss with one eye, and he was relieved to see that the pig slop didn't include any large bones. He was sure that Olivia, Sasha, Marcus, Kyle, and Maura were still alive. Just then, the floor began to rumble. What now? Kevin wondered. And then he saw it. A massive pig sprinted out from the shadows and up to the ditch filled with slop, shaking the ground as it approached. The pig devoured the mound of slop. Its jaws were huge and its bloated body was the size of a moving truck. The farm boss turned to Kevin and could see that Kevin's eyes were wide open.
"That's right, and you're next if you don't start talking."
"Who are you?" Kevin asked.
"Me? I'm the guy who asked the questions. Who are you?"
The boss answered back harshly. Kevin could feel a good bit of sensation in his fingers and legs, but he knew it still wasn't quite enough to battle a crazed man with an axe. He would have to stall. "I'm just a concerned citizen," Kevin responded coyly. "What have you done to all these poor animals?"
"Don't you dare! I haven't done anything. These animals are to blame for their own situation. You see, we tell them to not eat the corn. It's strictly off limits. But you know animals. They just gotta eat everything in front of them," the boss explained with a cruel smile on his face. Kevin watched as the gigantic hog beast tore through the chunks of wet meat.
Kevin could sense something in the creature, not anger or evil, but fear. What a strange situation it must be to suddenly become so enormous.
"Tell me the truth," the farm boss muttered. "You and your friends came here for a reason. Who sent you?"
It was clear that the farm boss didn't recognize Kevin, and that was a good thing. Kevin could use the boss's obliviousness to his advantage. Kevin could feel the rest of his hand now. His senses were all coming back. "I told you, I'm just a concerned citizen." Kevin focused on the pig. He locked eyes with the terrified creature, connecting with it. "It'll be all right," Kevin thought. "No one is going to hurt you. Sleep." The pig began to calm down. The beast's chewing slowed.
"I'm not going to ask you again," the farm boss yelled aggressively. "Unless you want to be this disgusting pig's dinner, you tell me who sent you and what exactly you were hoping to accomplish by walking onto my farm."
Kevin was secretly amused that this farmer mistook him for someone who might be scared by a loud voice and snarled threats. But Kevin would play him out to find out exactly what was going on at this bizarre farm. "You don't scare me," Kevin replied. He had to drag out this confrontation until his strength was fully back.
"Is that right? Well, maybe you'll show me a little more respect when I feed you to my beast,"
the farm boss yelled while getting closer to Kevin's face and gnashing his teeth in anger. Kevin smiled. Before or after he wakes up from his nap? The farm boss turned, infuriated to find his massive pig now sleeping blissfully on his side and snoring like a baby. The farm boss turned back to Kevin. "Any other threats?" Kevin inquired. The farm boss exploded in anger.
"Tie him to a post,"
the boss yelled into the air. On cue, several guards entered the room with a heavy wooden board and began strapping Kevin to it using thick ropes. "What are you doing?" Kevin asked.
"If I can't feed you to my pig, I'll have to find some other use of you," the boss explained.
Before Kevin could question him further, a cloth bag was thrown over his head, obscuring his view. When the bag was pulled off moments later, Kevin found himself back outside, tied to a tall wooden post in the middle of an endless field of corn. He had been turned into a human scarecrow. The farm boss and his goons stood a little ways off, cackling at the sight.
"You were right to think these animals shouldn't be eating my corn. It's far too valuable for that. But as I said, animals are hungry. So the only way to keep them honest, I'm afraid, is to offer them a different kind of treat,"
the farm boss said with a tone in his voice that indicated he was going to be happy to see Kevin become pig feed. The farm boss signaled to his men, who slathered Kevin in gooey green butter. When his men had finished, the boss turned to Kevin one last time.
"Don't worry, stranger. It won't be long now."
The farm boss and his men hurried out through the corn and disappeared from view. Kevin was left in the field alone, hung from his stake. He could feel his arms and legs again, but just barely. The ropes that restrained him against the wooden post were thick but loosely tied. If Kevin could regain his full strength, maybe he could pull free. He focused his thoughts, doing everything he could to will his body back to full power. "You can do this," Kevin thought. "You just need to focus. Focus on what matters most." Kevin's focus shifted at the sound of the loudest bird squawk he had ever heard. He looked up, terrified to find two enormous crows circling in the sky above him. They were the size of small passenger planes. Their wings were literally blocking out the sun's rays. Kevin had to work fast. He was running out of time. He focused his mind once again. He could feel his arms regaining their power. He pulled at the ropes. Still not all the way back, Kevin thought. Come on, Kevin pleaded. The crows squawked again. They were getting closer. Closer and closer. Kevin continued to pull on the ropes. He thought about Lily, at home unprotected without him there. He had to survive. For her, for the baby. He focused on his strength one last time and pulled on the ropes with all of his might. Ah! Kevin screamed. Snap! The ropes broke and Kevin fell to the ground just as the crows swooped in for the kill. Their claws just barely missed their mark. Kevin sprinted into the corn and out of the crow's view. But where should he go? Help! Kevin heard the desperate cry echoing through the cornfield. Kevin knew immediately whose voice it was. Marcus! Kevin had been separated from his team for some time now and told that they had been killed. But hearing Marcus's voice, Kevin realized the truth. They were still alive. Help! Someone please help us! Marcus's voice could be heard once again. The screams were coming from the red barn in the distance. Kevin ran over, doing his best to keep out of view from the still circling mega crows. He reached the barn doors and tried to open them, but they were extra thick and locked tight. Help! Please! Someone! Marcus, Kevin called back. I'm here. Are you all right? Kevin! Kevin, is that you? Oh, thank goodness. I knew you'd come, Marcus called from inside the barn. Is it just you? No, it's all of us, but there's something in here. We have to get out of here before it kills us. Kevin, please help us. Marcus answered in desperation. Stay calm, Kevin shouted back. I'm going to break down the door. Kevin kicked at the lock, doing his best to smash it open, but it was too solid. In normal circumstances, he could have leveled the wooden doors easily, but his body was still weak from the paralyzing smoke, and he had used up most of his energy escaping from the crows. As soon as he and his team were safe, he would open his satchel again to find another power pill to regain his strength quickly. He knew now he would need more of his own remedies to counter the paralyzing agent the guards had spread over them. Kevin, please! It's getting closer! Kevin was suddenly struck by an idea. Kevin ran back to where he had been posted like a scarecrow and took hold of the wooden post. He pulled it up onto the ground. Perfect, Kevin said out loud in excitement. Kevin took the heavy wooden beam and used it as a battering ram. He ran at the barn doors. It wasn't enough. He ran at them again and again. The doors burst open. Kevin spotted Marcus, Olivia, Sasha, and Maura, his whole team. They were lying on the floor in mid-paralysis, but they were alive and safe for the moment. In the shadows of the barn, the sound of something massive could be heard. Breathing heavily, the ground rumbled. A moment later, the beast stepped into view. The pig! It walked up and licked the butter off of Kevin. The team breathed a sigh of relief as they realized the massive creature didn't mean them any harm. It's okay, Kevin said. You're safe. But we have to get out of here. Now. Before Kevin's team could get their hands on a sample of the lace corn, the farm boss stunned them with a paralyzing agent and separated Kevin from his allies. Unable to move his arms and legs, Kevin was hoisted up on a stake like a scarecrow and was left for the oversized birds to feed on. Swaying back and forth, Kevin was able to bring the stake down and then used it to batter open the barn door where his team was locked up in stalls. After setting his allies free, Kevin was anxious to get them to safety. How are you? He asked. Is anyone hurt? Olivia shook her head. A little wobbly in the knees, but otherwise I think we're okay. What about you? Why are you tied up to that post? Kevin frowned. They propped me up like a scarecrow and fed me to the crows. Thanks to the genetically modified corn, those crows were enormous. This stuff they're growing is way too dangerous. We have to do something about it. Marcus stepped forward. I think they were feeding the corn to the livestock too. Everything in here is huge. Kevin looked around at the livestock inside the stables. There were horses, pigs, goats, and sheep that were 2 to 3 times their normal size. Kevin's eyes widened. My bet is that they're not just creating supersized horses and cows. Imagine what we'd be facing if warriors and our enemies were supersized as well. Even my superior levels would have trouble battling someone who was a level 5 if he was 3 times the amount of muscle that a normal person had. Mora had a sad and angry look in her eyes.
And it's a horrible way to make anyone live, man or animal, Kevin. We saw it while we were in here. The workers shout at the animals and rattle the cages. If the animals weren't so huge, I'm sure the guards here would beat them too.
Kevin looked at a nearby horse and saw the suffering in its eyes. Ever since he went on his vision quest in the Amazon, he'd been especially sensitive to animals. Don't worry, we'll get them out of here too. Here, can someone untie me? Kyle spotted a pocket knife lying on a workbench and used it to cut Kevin loose. All right, let's help these animals escape. Maybe they can help us. As Kevin approached the first stable, the barn door suddenly burst open and a group of guards rushed in holding swords and riot shields. Kevin could instantly sense that the guards had cultivated power bases. Most of them were around level 5. One of them crossed his arms and chuckled.
Looks like this scarecrow has left his post, boys. You know what we do with defective scarecrows.
As the guards raised their swords, Kevin raised his fists and said, Mora, Marcus, Kyle, get into one of the stalls and lock the door. Olivia and Sasha, you're with me. Sasha stepped forward and cracked his neck.
Right behind you, Kevin.
The guards encircled Kevin, Olivia, and Sasha. Their polished swords reflected the sunlight as they advanced. It was clear they intended to make quick work of this resistance. Kevin, however, had other plans. As his eyes darted to a massive wooden support beam stretching across the ceiling, an idea took shape in his mind. With lightning-fast speed, he climbed up to an upper platform and sent the beam crashing down with a powerful kick, splintering it into fragments. Look out below! The massive impact shattered a pair of the guards' shields, leaving them exposed and disoriented. Capitalizing on the chaos, Olivia sprang into action. She swiftly disarmed a guard, snatching his sword out of his hands. Then, in a blur of motion, she turned the blade against him. Panic flared in the guard's eyes as he reeled backwards, unable to understand how the weapon he had once held was now being wielded against him. Olivia winked. I think I'll take this for myself, thank you very much. Sasha was not one to be underestimated. In a graceful leap, he jumped onto a hay bale and, without missing a beat, body slammed himself back down on a guard, who hit the ground with a heavy thud. As another guard approached, Sasha launched into a rapid series of attacks, punching the guard down and then immediately sweeping his legs out from under him. Impressed, Kevin looked at Sasha and nodded. Their unspoken connection became evident as they flowed together, a well-practiced trio of martial artists. As one of the guards threw a punch at Kevin, he grabbed his arm and tossed him over his shoulder. Another guard retaliated right away, but Kevin easily sidestepped the attack and countered with a punch to the face. Olivia, sword in hand, clashed weapons with a guard again and again. Her actions were like a dance, each movement flowing effortlessly into the next. Closing the distance between herself and a guard who was focusing his attention on Kevin, she twisted the sword from his grip. A sweeping kick sent him tumbling backward into a stack of hay bales, rendering him unable to continue the fight. As the battle raged on, Kevin saw the animals acting up in their pens and suddenly had an idea. Turning his attention away from the fight, Kevin ran up to the stables and started to release them. You don't like these guys very much, do you, my furry friends? Well, now it's time to get some revenge. The goats were the first to break loose. With their horns aimed forward, they charged the guards with ferocious speed. The guards held up their riot shields, but they were no match. The goats knocked them down like bowling pins. As the guards struggled up to their feet, they began to retreat immediately. Pull back! Pull back! They tried to get away, but the goats were relentless. They chased the guards into the cornfields, ramming those who weren't fast enough to outrun them. As Kevin, Sasha, and Olivia caught their breath, the other animals charged out of the barn, stretching their legs for the first time in weeks, burning off energy. Once the coast was clear, Marcus, Kyle, and Mora crept out of the shadows and rejoined them. Serves them right, Mora said. Kevin wiped the sweat off his brow. Agreed. Now what do you say we grab a sample of that corn and get out of here? Kyle had a nervous look on his face. That farm boss is still out there somewhere. We have to be careful." Meanwhile, the farm boss was sitting inside the farmhouse sipping on some iced coffee. He was also on the phone with somebody.
"Yes, I'm sure it was him. I heard his friends call him Kevin. Don't worry, I've got the situation under control."
Just then, the farm boss looked out the window and saw Kevin and his allies leaving the barn. He slammed his glass of tea down and frowned.
"I'm gonna have to call you back, sir."
He hung up the phone and shook his head.
"Those guards couldn't defend themselves against a hamster. Looks like I'm going to have to step in and finish the job myself."
The farm boss took a huge gulp of coffee and kicked the back door open. There was an enormous horse hitched outside. The farm boss hoisted himself up and took hold of the reins.
"Let go, old girl. Don't let me down now."
As Kevin and his team started walking toward the cornfield, the farm boss galloped behind them with a sword in his left hand.
"I'm going to mow you losers down like grass."
Kevin's heart skipped a beat. "Quick, back into the barn." As they ran back towards the barn, the farm boss swooped in and sliced his sword at them. It was difficult to dodge and maneuver around his strikes, but they all made it back safely. The farm boss's horse was too tall to enter the barn, so he trotted around outside.
"You have to come out eventually."
Kyle had panic in his eyes. "What are we going to do?" Kevin noticed that there was still a horse left in the stables. As soon as he saw it, he knew what he had to do. "Don't worry, I'll beat him at his own game." Kevin hopped on the horse and patted its back. The horse didn't have a saddle or reins, but the animal seemed to trust Kevin and understand where he wanted to go intuitively. Before he guided the horse out of the barn, Olivia handed Kevin a pitchfork. "Good luck out there." Kevin smiled. "Thanks, but I don't need luck." Without another word, he galloped out of the barn. The midday sun cast long shadows across the farm, painting the landscape in shades of gold and green. Kevin on horseback held his pitchfork with unwavering determination. The farm boss, equally prepared for the showdown, brandished his sword. His face twisted into a sinister grin as he spurred his steed into motion.
"Yeah, yeah!"
The clash between justice and tyranny was about to unfold. As the two riders charged towards each other, the thundering hooves of their horses reverberated through the fields. Kevin gripped his pitchfork tightly, his mind focused on the duel. As they came closer and closer, the world around them faded into a blur. At the last moment, Kevin lowered his pitchfork, its prongs aimed at the farm boss's chest. The farm boss, seeing the trap, tried to wheel his horse aside, but was not quick enough. The prongs of Kevin's pitchfork caught the boss's shirt, tearing it open but failing to pierce his flesh. The momentum of the charge carried them past each other. The farm boss, shaken but unhurt, cursed Kevin's clever strategy.
"Nice try. You will not touch me again."
They both wheeled their horses and charged once more. This time, as they closed in on each other, the farm boss swung his sword with a cruel determination. The blade sliced through the air, aimed at Kevin's shoulder. With a skilled motion, Kevin reined his horse to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly swing of the sword. Kevin seized the opportunity and thrust his pitchfork forward, aiming to disarm his opponent. The prongs of the pitchfork met the boss's blade, sending a shiver down his arm. The farm boss, a man of brawn but not finesse, was forced to relinquish his weapon as the pitchfork yanked it from his grasp. He stared in disbelief at the pitchfork that now held his sword aloft. The momentum of the maneuver caused the boss to lose his balance. With a swift and expert motion, Kevin dismounted his opponent. The farm boss tumbled to the ground, unseated and defeated. Kevin dismounted his horse, pitchfork in hand, and approached the fallen foe. The farm boss could only glare defiantly. "Your reign of cruelty ends here," Kevin declared. Then he stabbed the pitchfork into the farm boss's chest. After freeing his allies from locked stables inside the barn, Kevin was attacked by a squadron of guards. While Kyle, Marcus, and Mora hid, Kevin, Sasha, and Olivia battled them out. When Kevin noticed the livestock kicking up a fuss, he released them, and the guards were trampled by goats. But they weren't out of the woods yet. When the farm boss attacked them on horseback, Kevin hopped onto a horse of his own and jousted with him. In the end, Kevin managed to knock the farm boss off of his horse and put an end to his cruelty. As the farm boss lay dead on the ground with a pitchfork in his chest, Kevin's team came out of the barn and circled around him. Maura crossed her arms and scowled at the lifeless evil man. "Well, I think it's safe to say he won't be causing any more trouble for us." Kyle nodded and turned his head toward the cornfield. "The sooner we get out of here, the better. Come on, let's grab a sample of the corn and be on our way." Kevin shook his head. "We have to do something about these animals first. If they escaped the farm and got out into the city, it would be a disaster." All around them, there were oversized animals running about the farm. Pigs, sheep, horses, and cows that were 2 to 3 times their average size. The goats were especially aggressive. Their horns were big and sharp enough to tear straight through a man. Maura, a lover of animals, agreed. "Like this, they're a danger to themselves as well. We have to reverse their growth spurts somehow." Olivia wasn't sure it could be done. "How are we supposed to do that?" she asked. The group was stumped, but then Kevin suddenly had an idea. "I know. Let me check my secret books. There's normally a solution to just about anything in there." Kevin reached into his satchel and pulled out 2 small but dense leather-bound books. Scanning the table of contents, he saw there was an entire chapter devoted to herbalism as it relates to farming and raising livestock. Towards the back of the chapter, he found a page with detailed illustrations of oversized animals that had the same proportions as the ones around him. The first paragraph was about how to induce growth, but the second contained instructions on how to reverse the process. "Ah, here we go." Kevin placed his finger on the paragraph and began to read out loud. "To reverse animal gigantism, simply apply a tincture of Australian buckwheat, pumpkin seed oil, and powdered calcium." Kevin closed the book and scratched his chin. Well, I've got some Australian buckwheat in my satchel here, but the other ingredients are all the way back in the lab." Marcus was eager to volunteer a solution. Because he wasn't able to assist in the hand-to-hand combat, he wanted to prove himself useful. "It would only take a few hours to get to the lab and back. I can take the car and be back before sundown." Kevin looked over and saw the giant goats ramming their horns against the fence that wrapped around the farm. By the looks of it, they would probably be able to break through the fence in less than an hour. Kevin shook his head. "We don't have time to go all the way back to the lab. We'll just have to improvise." Kyle stepped forward with a determined look on his face. "I saw a little pumpkin patch behind the farmhouse while they were dragging us into the barn. I bet there's an oil press we can use around here somewhere." Kevin nodded. "Great. You, Marcus, and Maura get to work on the pumpkin seed oil. Sasha, Olivia, and I will handle the powdered calcium." Kyle straightened his back and saluted Kevin. "Aye, aye, Captain." As the 3 of them rushed away to gather some pumpkins, Olivia looked at Kevin with puzzled eyes. "How are we supposed to get our hands on some calcium?" Kevin looked across the field and saw an oversized cow the size of a minivan. He pointed at it and said, "Simple. Have either of you ever milked a cow before?" Sasha and Olivia shook their heads with a hesitant look in their eyes. Kevin shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. "Well, how hard could it be? Sasha, you start building a fire and look for a vat we can heat up the milk in. Olivia and I will handle the cow." Olivia shuddered. "I hope it's friendly." After grabbing a pail out of the barn, Kevin and Olivia went across the field to approach the cow. Meanwhile, Sasha started collecting wood for the fire. As Kevin and Olivia got closer to the enormous cow, they crept down and tiptoed forward very slowly. It was lying on its side, relaxing in the sun with its back turned to Kevin. Before Kevin got any closer, Olivia grabbed his arm and whispered, "Be careful, Kevin. Cows are normally pretty calm, but this one is so big it could hurt you accidentally. I wouldn't make any sudden movements." Kevin nodded. "Don't worry, I'll try my best not to scare it." As Kevin crept forward with the pail in one hand, he stretched out the other to gently pet the cow on the back. "Hey girl, don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you." The moment Kevin's hand touched the cow, it erupted onto its feet and started charging away with a moo as loud as a roaring dinosaur. Kevin sighed as it disappeared into the cornfield. Nothing can ever just be easy, can it? Meanwhile, Kyle, Marcus, and Maura were carrying pumpkins into the farmhouse. After collecting 3 or 4, they started looking around for an oil press. Kyle and Marcus checked the kitchen while Maura poked around in the basement. What she saw surprised her. The basement looked like the farm boss's base of operations. There was a chalkboard in the corner covered with detailed schematics and idea maps. On a nearby table, there was a spiral notebook that had Project Mayhem written across the cover. As Maura flipped through the pages, her heart dropped into her stomach. Inside, there were before and after photos of men and women, obviously warriors of some sort, affected by the altered corn. A whole batch of them had gone from scrawny to Hulk-sized over the course of just a few days. There were also sketches of oversized attack dogs, plated in steel armor, and some ideas about other dangerous animals they could mutate like eagles, lions, and bears. Maura's jaw dropped. "We have to burn this place to the ground." Just then, she heard Kyle's voice call out from upstairs. "Hey, Maura, we found something." When Maura returned to the kitchen, she saw Kyle and Marcus standing over an old-fashioned butter churn. Marcus shrugged his shoulders. "It'll take some effort, but it should work." "Did you find anything interesting down in the basement?" Marcus asked. Maura nodded. "They were planning on mutating more than just animals. I think there's a good chance we might have just saved the entire country by shutting down their operation." Marcus gulped nervously. "Well, let's just hope there aren't any more evil corn farm bosses on the payroll of someone with evil ideas." Together, they started smashing pumpkins and loading the seeds into the churn. At the same time, Kevin and Olivia had to find a way to corral the enormous cow. After running into the cornfield, it had completely disappeared from sight. Olivia groaned and slapped her forehead. "What are we supposed to do now? No cow, no calcium." Kevin looked over and saw a couple of oversized horses standing over a bale of hay, eating. Suddenly, he was struck with an idea. "We can get on those horses and corral the cow back into the barn." Olivia wasn't sure. "I don't know, Kevin. I don't really have much cowgirl experience." Kevin shrugged. "How hard could it be? You keep to its left, I'll keep to its right, and together we'll guide it straight into the barn." Olivia looked at the horses and took a deep breath. "All right," she said. "Let's give it a try." As Kevin approached the horses, they seemed to trust him more than the cow did, probably because they weren't treated so poorly by the guards and they could sense that Kevin was not like those evil men and women. Kevin reached up and gently rubbed one of their snouts. "Hey, big fella. Everything's cool, all right? I don't want to hurt you, I promise." After helping Olivia onto one of the horses, Kevin hoisted himself up onto the other one and took hold of the reins. "Ready?" he asked. "Ready," said Olivia with an affirming nod. They gave the horses a kick and galloped into the cornfield. His head just barely above the crop line, Kevin scanned the field for movement, and after a minute or two saw some rustling a few yards ahead. It could be anything, Kevin thought to himself, but when he heard a deep resounding moo, he knew he had found his target. He pointed forward and called out, "There it is! You hang left and I'll keep to its right." Kevin and Olivia couldn't see the cow through the dense cornstalks and had to rely on the rustling of the field to know where the animal was. The cow in the corn was like a shark or a whale stirring the ocean water just below the surface. Matching each other's movements in perfect symmetry, Kevin and Olivia stayed behind the cow and directed it towards the barn. Once it was inside, Kevin hopped off his horse and cautiously approached. The other side of the barn was closed and locked, so the cow had nowhere to go. At first, it resisted Kevin's attempt to soothe it, but Kevin was persistent. "Hey, girl, easy now. I'm not going to hurt you, all right? You're perfectly safe. I promise." Kevin held his hand to the cow's cheek and gave it a gentle scratch. As Kevin moved his hand down its side, it seemed to ease up, its breath slowing down and muscles relaxing. Shh, there you go. That's it, girl. See? Everything's going to be all right. Olivia stepped up behind him and put her hands on her hips with a chuckle. Guess I'll have to start calling you Kevin the Cow Whisperer. Kevin grinned. Please don't ever call me that. Kevin laughed. Even after the farm boss was dealt with, Kevin and the others couldn't just leave without curing the oversized animals. With the help of the secret books given to him by the Night King, Kevin was able to figure out they could reverse the effects of the genetically modified corn, but needed pumpkin seed oil and powdered calcium. While the others pressed pumpkin seeds, Kevin and Olivia herded an enormous cow into the barn to be milked. Once the ingredients were gathered, all that was left to do was combine them and find a way to administer them to the animals. As Kevin and Olivia walked out of the barn with a full bucket of milk, Sasha and the others were gathered around a fire. When he saw Kevin approaching, Marcus held up a small jar of thick, yellow liquid with a smile on his face.
We got the pumpkin seed oil right here, boss.
Kevin nodded. Great. Now all we have to do is extract the calcium out of this milk and mix it in with the other ingredients. There was a huge metal vat over the fire that Sasha had placed there earlier. When Kevin poured in the milk, it quickly began to steam. As they waited for the milk to reach a hot enough temperature for the calcium to be extracted, Olivia's mind was focused on what would come next. Once we've produced the potion, how exactly are we going to administer it to the animals? Kevin looked around in search of a solution. Then he saw a crop duster plane sitting on the horizon. He pointed at it and said, "Look, there's a crop duster over there. We can fill it up with the antidote and smoke out the animals from above." Olivia crossed her arms and considered the proposition. "I don't think any of us know how to fly a plane, Kevin." Kevin shrugged his shoulders with a smile. "I've flown helicopters and jetliners, so I don't think a crop duster is going to be any challenge for me." Once the milk had fully evaporated, there was a small bit of powdered calcium left behind in the vat. Kevin reached into his satchel, pulled out a bundle of Australian buckwheat, and tossed it in with the calcium. Marcus followed suit, pouring the pumpkin seed oil into the vat as well. All mixed up, the antidote was thick and syrupy. In order to fill up the crop duster, they had to thin the mixture with a generous amount of water. Once it was thoroughly diluted, Kevin and his team carried the vat over to the crop duster and filled up its secondary tank, where pesticides normally go. An old-fashioned propeller plane, the crop duster had a pilot seat in the cockpit and a separate passenger seat right behind it. "Any volunteers?" Kevin asked. Marcus stepped forward with a grin on his face. "I've always wanted to fly in one of these things. Just don't try to do any loop-de-loops, please." Kevin laughed as he hopped inside. No promises. He opened the glove box and found a pair of aviator goggles and a manual. The manual was as thick as a phone book, and Kevin wasn't sure where to start. As he flipped through it, a little note fell out that contained much simpler layman's instructions. "Ah, here we go. It's just like driving a car." Following the instructions on the note, Kevin flipped a few levers and the propeller started spinning as the engine roared awake. It was so loud that Kevin had to shout, "Get in the barn and shut the doors. We don't want anyone breathing this stuff in but the animals." Olivia nodded and led everyone inside. At the same time, Kevin turned the plane about 90 degrees and prepared to take off. There wasn't a runway exactly, just a very wide field. Kevin strapped on his aviator goggles and throttled the engine into high gear. "Fasten your seatbelt, Marcus. We may be in for a bumpy ride." Just as Kevin was beginning to worry that the field wasn't wide enough, the crop duster floated up off the ground and took to the sky. Kevin had to be sure not to keep it too high off the ground so that he could spread his antidote over the farm. After reaching a comfortable altitude, he circled back and began to swoop over the farm. Following the scribbled instructions, he leaned forward and pressed a big green button on the dashboard. When he did, a great big cloud of yellowish smoke sprayed out from under them and covered a patch of the farm like a blanket. Kevin looked down and saw a group of oversized sheep pass out and slowly morph back to their normal size. Look, it's working. Just then, Kevin heard an unbelievably loud screech come from above. When he looked up, he saw they were being circled by 3 enormous crows, each of them half as big as the plane, their ebony feathers blotting out the sun. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Kevin muttered to himself. Kevin adjusted his goggles, preparing for a dogfight in the sky. He had to time this chemical release just right, avoiding a direct confrontation with the aggressive crows. They were swift and smart adversaries. The monstrous crows circled above, casting eerie shadows over the landscape, their wings beating the air with such force that it created powerful gusts. They cawed loudly, their voices sending shivers down Marcus's spine. Kevin pulled the crop duster into a steady climb. "Hang on, Marcus. We're about to turn it up a notch." As Kevin soared higher into the sky, the crows closed in with astonishing speed. Swooping down with their wings folded in like missiles, their beaks and talons looked sharp enough to rip through the plane's fragile metal skin. One of the crows, the largest of the trio, took the lead, diving straight for Kevin. Kevin banked the plane to the right, barely evading its razor-sharp beak. The crows were relentless, their pursuit unyielding. Kevin knew that he couldn't outfly them in a straight line. The only way to execute his plan was to outmaneuver the menacing birds. He pulled the plane into a dizzying series of barrel rolls, the world spinning around him as the G-force pushed him back into a seat. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Marcus was screaming his head off. "Can we please keep the barrel rolls to a minimum?" Kevin threw his head back and laughed. "Just close your eyes and pretend you're on a roller coaster." As the crop duster spiraled through the air, the crows struggled to keep up, screeching in frustration. One of the crows anticipated Kevin's next move. It looped through the air, cutting him off from above. With a final barrel roll, Kevin narrowly avoided a mid-air collision. The crow's monstrous forms loomed like evil pursuers in his rearview mirror. Kevin, undeterred, pushed the crop duster into a steep nosedive. The air rushed past him and he could hear the ear-piercing caws of the pursuing crows. It was a race against time, with the chemical antidote his only hope. At the very brink of the ground, just before disaster seemed inevitable, he yanked the plane into a steep climb. The crows, unable to mimic the crop duster's agility, overshot their target and crash-landed into the ground. They screeched in frustration as they struggled to regain their bearings. At the peak of his climb, Kevin seized the moment. He pulled the lever, releasing the antidote in a fine, misty spray. The chemicals dispersed rapidly, creating a hazy cloud in the sky. It enveloped the crows, and as the mist settled, their monstrous forms began to shrink. Feathers that had been out of proportion with their bodies started to return to their normal size. In just a few moments, the gigantic crows transformed into their regular, ordinary counterparts. Their once menacing caws now sounded confused and out of place in their new, smaller bodies. With a satisfied grin, Kevin leveled the crop duster. The mission was accomplished. He watched the crows take flight, soaring away into the vast blue sky, free from the bizarre curse that had afflicted them. Kevin smiled. Now that's what I call a happy ending. Kevin piloted the crop duster to a steady landing in the field. The chemical tanks were empty, but his sense of accomplishment was full. As the crop duster came to a rest, Olivia and the others came out of the barn and gathered around it. Kevin greeted them with a smile. "See, I knew it wouldn't be that hard to fly." Marcus, on the other hand, didn't seem nearly so comfortable. When he stumbled out of the passenger seat, his knees were wobbly and his face was pale. "I think I'm going to be sick," he said. Kevin hopped out of the plane and looked around with a self-satisfied grin. The animals, which had once been 2 or 3 times larger than usual, were all roaming around the farm back to their normal sizes. As if to express their gratitude, the animals gathered around Kevin and started to neigh, oink, and moo. Even the goats, who had been acting the most aggressive, besides the crows of course, seemed relaxed and happy to see Kevin. Mora was transfixed. She giggled with delight as she scratched an adorable little lamb behind the ear. There you go, little fella. All back to normal. The cow walked up behind Kyle and licked the back of his head. Kyle jumped away immediately. Ew, gross. Olivia stepped up next to the cow and patted it on the back. What should we do with them? She asked. I can get animal control on the phone. Kevin shook his head. No, animal control would probably just toss them into even smaller cages. We have to find them a sanctuary where they can roam free. Olivia pulled out her phone and searched the web for a nearby animal shelter. There's a farm animal rescue shelter a few miles away from here. I'll call them and see if we can arrange a pickup. An hour later, the owners of the shelter arrived with trucks and trailers for the animals. They assured Kevin and the others that they would have plenty of space to roam free and would be treated as more than just livestock. Once the animals were hauled away, Kevin walked up to the cornfield and picked an ear of corn. Well, I don't know about you, but that was certainly the most trouble I've ever gone through for an ear of corn. Come on, team. Let's get back to the lab and analyze this stuff straight away. We have to bring an end to this evil plot. After Kevin and his team refined an antidote for the oversized farm animals, the only way to disperse it was with a crop duster plane. As Kevin and Marcus took to the sky, they were ambushed by a group of gigantic crows, which Kevin had to outmaneuver and force below him in order to spray them with a chemical solution. Once the farm animals were all returned to their normal sizes, they were shuttled over to a sanctuary where they would be allowed to roam free for the rest of their lives. After driving back to Chicago, Kevin dropped his assistants off at the lab and returned home to see Lily. Especially after declaring that he wanted to stay at home more, Kevin was nervous to tell her that he'd have to go to Nashville again to see Brett Stewart. The reason Kevin had to go see Brett was because he had seen the same species of genetically modified corn growing inside the Myriad compound. Kevin hoped it wasn't true, but figured Brett probably had something to do with the farm in Milwaukee. Since their penthouse was attacked a few days earlier, Lily and the family had been staying in the Salix Leaf Hotel until they could find a new safe house. It wasn't ideal, but at least everyone had separate rooms, so it was easier for Kevin and Lily to spend some time away from Dorothy. When Kevin entered the room, Lily sprang up from the sofa and met him at the door with a kiss on the cheek. Hey, sweetie. Welcome home. How'd it go up in Milwaukee? Kevin sighed. Well, we shut down the farm that was polluting the river, but when it comes to figuring out who was behind the operation, we've only scratched the surface. I hate to say it, Lily, but the trail has led me back to Nashville. If it's all right with you, I'll probably have to head out first thing in the morning. Lily looked up at him with kind, forgiving eyes. Of course, Kevin. Whatever you need to do. I have about a dozen meetings this week, so I won't be around a whole lot anyway. Kevin nodded with a smile. He appreciated Lily's understanding more than he could put into words. Thanks, honey. I appreciate it. How is the charity coming along? Lily's face brightened with excitement. It's going really well. Rachel and I found a building in the old commercial district that would be a great place for a clinic. Renovations begin next week. With that, plus the ecological efforts we're beginning to make, I think the lily pad has a bright future ahead of it. Kevin squeezed her hand and looked at her with warm, optimistic eyes. He was just as excited about the charity as she was. That's incredible news, Lily. I'm so proud of you for making such an effort to help this city. The world would be a much better place if everyone was more like you. Lily giggled and blushed. I feel the same way about you, Kevin. You always do the right thing no matter what, and you put your friends and family before anything else. You're going to be such an amazing father. Kevin's heart fluttered as he imagined his life as a father, reading his child bedtime stories at night, teaching his child right from wrong, and spoiling him, or her, with toys, trips, and the best education money could buy. How have things been with the family? He asked. We don't need any more therapy, do we? Lily chuckled. Well, things have been a bit better now that we have some space between us, but I'm still keeping Dr. Morgan's phone number just in case. My mother still hovers around me most of the day, but
At least I have some time to myself in the evenings."
Kevin nodded. When Dorothy isn't around, the difference is night and day. If she were around now, she probably would have already found 10 or 15 things to complain about. Lily sighed.
"I know she's difficult, but I want the baby to have a relationship with their grandmother. She'll come around eventually, I know it, Kevin."
That night, Kevin and Lily stayed up late watching movies, laughing, and chatting about the future. Between his adventures, coming home to Lily always renewed his spirit. To him, she was a source of energy that never ran out, a bottomless wellspring of love that inspired everything he did away from home. The next morning, he chartered a private jet and flew to Nashville to see Brett. The Myriad compound was located a few miles outside of town, off the grid, so there was no chance someone would stumble upon it. When Kevin arrived, the guards, who were used to seeing his face by now and no longer gave him a hard time, sent him upstairs to see Brett right away. When Kevin walked into Brett's office, Brett looked up from his computer and flashed him a slick, professional smile.
"Ah, Kevin. A pleasure to see you as always. Please take a seat."
As Kevin sat down, Brett reached out and shook his hand.
"What brings you to my office today?"
Kevin didn't want to jump straight into business. He knew that if he wanted to get Brett to talk, he'd have to butter him up first. "Tell me about the Myriads," he said. "Are you still preparing for a war against the Pinnacle?"
Brett nodded. "Yes, of course, always. When they finally return, they're coming for all of us, Kevin. I hope that when that day comes, you'll stand with us and fight against them."
Kevin nodded back. "You have my word, Brett. I don't want them to succeed any more than you do. I helped to fight them once long ago on Apex Island, and I've seen the extent of their evil. Allowing them to come back to overtake the Foundation is not something I would ever let happen." Brett leaned back in his chair and stroked his chin. Like a shark that smelled blood in the water, he sensed an opportunity to claw at Kevin for money.
"If you hold back from helping until the problem shows up on your doorstep, it might very well be too late by then. The Myriads could use some more funding, Kevin. Don't you want the only organization that stands between the Pinnacle and the rest of the world to be as well funded and supplied as possible?"
Kevin let out a deep breath. He knew it was a given that Brett would eventually ask him for money now that Kevin had more than any man could spend in 1,000 lifetimes. Kevin deflected Brett's request like dodging a punch. "Where do the Myriads get their funding anyway?" he asked. Brett looked out the window and frowned. Kevin could tell it wasn't his favorite subject.
"The Myriads have been around for hundreds of years. Throughout our history, we've had a long lineage of wealthy benefactors, but these days nobody believes the Pinnacle is a threat anymore, and our funding is starting to dry up."
Kevin had sympathy for Brett. He was a shifty guy with a checkered past. They had, after all, met when Kevin was undercover for Officer Kelly Emmett in a prison, and it was only because of Kevin's intervention that Brett had become the leader of the Myriads in the first place. Kevin didn't always agree with Brett's methods, but deep down, Kevin knew that Brett's only motivation was to defend the world against the Pinnacle. Kevin wanted to help. Maybe the Myriads should expand their services. If you tell people that all your organization wants to do is defend the Foundation against the Pinnacle, they'll probably just laugh you off. But if you say that you're also a private security force or militia, they might have more of a reason to invest.
Brett scoffed. "We're not mercenaries, Kevin. We're soldiers who are specially trained for a single purpose. A purpose that people used to have enough common sense to invest in. Nobody has any idea that we're the most important organization in the world. They'd rather invest their money in big tech or big pharma, which won't do anyone any good when the Pinnacle invades. No offense to you, Kevin."
Kevin was beginning to feel sorry when he asked. "None taken. Thanks for the update, Brett. I appreciate it. Anyway, the reason I came by is because I wanted to see your greenhouse again. The last time I was here, I saw some ingredients I didn't recognize, and I would love to have another look." Secretly, the real reason Kevin wanted to see the greenhouse was to confirm that Brett was growing genetically modified corn. But he knew if he just came forward and asked directly, Brett would never confess to the operation. Suddenly on his guard, Brett looked up at Kevin with sharply knit eyebrows.
"I'm afraid that our chief herbalist is the only one who has access to the greenhouse. If you tell me what it is you're looking for, I can put in a request."
Kevin had to find a way into the greenhouse. "Please, Brett, I just want to take a look. The sunflowers you had growing in there looked exceptionally healthy, and I just want to study the growing conditions that enabled their lush size." Brett sighed and stood up from his chair. "All right, fine. Come with me." Brett walked outside and led Kevin into the greenhouse. It was a large glass building that was flourishing with fruits, flowers, plants, herbs, and mushrooms. To Kevin's surprise, though, everything seemed to be of a normal size. Kevin looked perplexed. "I know I wasn't just seeing things," Kevin thought to himself. "Brett is definitely involved in all of this. I need to get him talking." Now that the farm was shut down, Kevin still had to unravel the mystery of who was behind the pollution. He remembered seeing the same species of genetically modified corn growing in a greenhouse at the Nashville Myriad compound, so Kevin knew he'd have to pay Brett Stewart a visit. Before that, though, he went home and spent the night catching up with Lily at the Salix Leaf Hotel. The next morning, he flew out to Nashville to see Brett, but was surprised to see that the plants in the greenhouse were all of average size. "I know what I saw," Kevin thought to himself. "If Brett is involved in all of this, I have to find out how." Kevin continued to poke around the greenhouse looking for any evidence of genetically modified crops, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Brett stood by the door and crossed his arms. He was studying Kevin's movements very closely, suspicious that he might be hiding his true reason for wanting to investigate the greenhouse. Brett cleared his throat before speaking. "What are you looking for, Kevin? Perhaps I can help you find it." Kevin hesitated. It was time to decide how he was going to get Brett to talk. Whatever he did, he couldn't let Brett think he was going to be punished for being honest. "I have to make it look like I'm interested for other reasons," Kevin thought to himself. He looked at Brett and scratched his chin. "Well, it's a bit of a long story, Brett. For the last few days, I've been looking into the pollution in the Chicago River, and the investigation brought me to a farm in Wisconsin that was growing genetically modified corn. The corn itself contained a special hormone that stimulated rapid cell and fiber growth, and the soil it grew in was extremely toxic, hence the poisoning of the river." Brett forced himself to act surprised. "Oh, wow. That sounds like some serious illegal activity, Kevin. I'm glad you took it upon yourself to investigate. I am curious, though, why in the world all that would lead you here." Kevin put his hands on his hips and looked at Brett with stern eyes. This was the part he had to say the most delicately. Otherwise, Brett might get defensive and refuse to cooperate. "Well," he said, "I don't want to alarm you, Brett, but the first thing I thought of when I got a look at this corn was a similar-looking species I saw growing in your greenhouse." Brett gasped and took a step back. "Kevin, are you really accusing me of growing illegal vegetables inside the greenhouse? The Myriads are peacekeepers through and through. We wouldn't dare break the law. For what? Genetic enhancements? My soldiers earn their strength naturally." Kevin held up an assuring hand, trying to lower Brett's defenses. "Relax, Brett. I'm not here to get you in trouble, all right? I'm just trying to catch the people who were responsible for starting this one farm. I'm worried that the farm was only experimenting on animals first, and that perhaps humans were going to be next. If an evil force could somehow create an army of oversized warriors, that wouldn't be good for any of us, Brett. There could be other farms growing the same product, and I need to get to the bottom of this as fast as possible." Brett still wasn't ready to budge. He kept his arms crossed and sharply exhaled out his nose. "I understand your concern, Kevin, but you must believe I had nothing to do with this." Brett and Kevin were friends, and they were allies in trying to help the Myriads to battle against the Pinnacle, but Brett was also used to lying to Kevin. And he had just recently attempted to bring down Kevin's DC school so that Kevin's attentions were spread too thin. And he, Brett, hoped would devote more of his energies to helping the Myriads to prepare for the looming war. Brett could tell his friend many untruths and have Kevin believe them. Or so Brett thought. Kevin took a step forward. His voice was gentle and non-threatening. "I know this farm wasn't producing its own soil, and I also know that the last time I was here I saw some of that genetically modified corn. I don't think you were in an evil partnership with anyone on purpose, but I need to know if you were selling that toxic soil." Brett paused, looking away with an uncomfortable face. Kevin could tell he was on the brink of confessing. All it would take was one last gentle push. Kevin stepped forward and put his hand on Brett's shoulder. Please, Brett, I wouldn't tell a soul. It's the folks who were using the soil for evil that I want to punish, not you. Finally, Brett took a deep breath and confessed the truth. All right, fine. Yes, we were supplying the toxic soil to an agricultural company in Wisconsin, but you have to believe me, Kevin, I had no idea they were using it for such terrible reasons. They told me they were using it to grow food for livestock, to supersize their cows, pigs, and chickens for a better yield at the slaughterhouse. Kevin nodded with a deep sigh. Well, that's at least partially true. We ran into a lot of oversized animals at the farm, but I didn't realize they were being grown for slaughter. I'm glad we rescued them in time. Do you know anything else? Who was your contact? Brett shook his head. It was all very hush-hush. I was just the middleman, and the person I spoke to over the phone never revealed his name. I'm sorry about all this, Kevin. If I had known what the soil was really being used for, I never would have sold it to them. The truth is, it's like what I told you upstairs. The Myriad funding isn't what it used to be, and I was desperate for another income source. These people, whoever they are, paid extremely well. Just then, Kevin had an idea. Hopefully they weren't paying him with cash, he thought. Kevin looked at Brett and asked, How were they paying you? Maybe it can lead me to an address. Brett answered right away. He was no longer interested in hiding anything from Kevin. They paid me with checks. I can show you one if you like. Kevin nodded and Brett led him back upstairs into his office. He opened one of his desk drawers, retrieved a check, and handed it to Kevin. The check was for over $100 million, and it was made out to Brett on behalf of a company named Planet Green. Their logo was a drawing of the Earth with a huge smile on its face, and underneath it, Kevin read the slogan out loud. Planet Green, sustainable solutions for a better, brighter world. Kevin scoffed. What a load of crap. Underneath the company logo, Kevin saw a Milwaukee address. 467 North Maple Road, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This has got to be where the farm was getting the soil from. He handed the check back to Brett and asked, Have you cashed this check yet? Brett shook his head. I was about to go to the bank and deposit it before you arrived. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Kevin said. This money is tainted, Brett. The less connection you have to it, the better. Like I said, I'm not here to get you in trouble, but you might want to destroy the paper trail for when this whole thing ends up in the courts. Brett sighed and tore the check in half, tossing the pieces onto his desk. I suppose you're right. You know, Kevin, I wouldn't have had to resort to this if the Myriads were better funded in the first place. I don't suppose you might be able to lend us some assistance in that department. Kevin couldn't avoid it any longer. If he wanted to stay in Brett's good graces, which he needed to do because Brett was often very useful, he'd have to make a donation. He pulled out his checkbook and snatched a pen off Brett's table. I'll write you a check for $10 million, all right? That ought to last you a while. Brett wasn't too shy to press his advantage. I appreciate the gesture, Kevin, but that probably won't last us longer than a week. Kevin sighed. Fine. Here's a check for $20 million. Spend it wisely, all right? I don't want my money going to anything non-essential. Brett nodded with a smile on his face. Of course, Kevin. You have my deepest appreciation. Always a pleasure to see you, old friend. Kevin wasn't sure it was always a pleasure, but he at least knew that Brett meant well. Likewise, he said. I'll talk to you later, Brett. Thanks for telling me the truth. Brett nodded with a professional smile. Of course, Kevin. What are friends for? Once Kevin stepped out of his office, Brett pulled a glue stick out of his desk and started to piece together the torn-up check. He's crazy if he thinks I'm just going to leave $100 million torn up on my desk, he thought. After leaving the Myriads compound, Kevin hopped into his private car and told the driver to take him to the airport. Then he took out his cell phone and called Olivia. After a few rings, she answered with a calm and collected voice. Hey, Kevin, did you get what you needed from the Myriad compound? I sure did, Kevin replied. I'm on my way to the airport now. I need you to meet me at 467 North Maple Road in Milwaukee. Brett didn't know what it was really being used for, but he was selling the soil to that location. On the other end of the line, Olivia was already preparing to leave the lab. Interesting. I'll meet you there. Should I bring anyone with me? Bring the whole crew, Kevin said. Sasha, Marcus, Kyle, and Maura. We might need all hands on deck for this. Olivia nodded. Understood. See you soon, Kevin. After landing in Milwaukee, Kevin rented a car and went to the address. As he pulled into the parking lot, he saw Olivia and the others sitting in a van. They had only arrived a few minutes before him. Even on the way to the address, Kevin was beginning to feel confused. He thought it would be somewhere in the country, but the GPS was leading him through commercial areas and outlet malls. When he finally reached his destination, he couldn't believe it. Instead of Planet Green, the business at the address was a mattress store. When Kevin parked and got out of the car, Olivia made a confused face. Hey, Kevin, why are we at a mattress store exactly? Kevin knew something suspicious was going on. Come on, let's have a look inside. Kevin was perplexed. In all of his adventures and all of the strange places they had taken him, a mattress store at a strip mall in Milwaukee was by far the most underwhelming. But why was he here? After an altogether peaceful confrontation with Brett Stewart, Kevin accepted that Brett was not some evil mastermind behind the plot to pollute the Chicago River. Brett was just trying to make some money for his organization by selling illegal growth hormone-laced soil to an agricultural company. And that just happened to end up on the farm in Milwaukee owned by the mayors of Chicago and Milwaukee. So why had this agricultural company's address been listed as this mid-market mattress store on the south side of town? Kevin, Olivia, Maura, Sasha, Kyle, and Marcus stood outside the glass in front of the store, peering inside with their hands cupped around their eyes. It doesn't look like much, Marcus offered. It doesn't look like they do agriculture, Kyle added. Are you sure we have the right address? Sasha asked. Could be a front, Maura shrugged. I think you're exactly right, Maura, Kevin said. He went over to the door of the store, which had the opening hours listed on it, and while the store was currently open, no one was inside. It actually looked like no one had been inside in years. The mattresses were all stacked around haphazardly. Only 4 or 5 of them were out on bed frames as floor models, and even those were wrapped in thick plastic. Don't lower your guard yet. You never know what could happen. Kevin tried the door. It was open, so he went in. A small brass bell rang above the door as they entered, and 2 kids came out from the back room. They couldn't have been older than 19, and they were clearly stoned. Their red eyes squinted, and their demeanors were so calm they might have been asleep. Welcome to Arrowhead Beds. How can we make you comfortable today? One of them greeted the crew while stepping out from behind the counter to join them on the sales floor. Maybe we should point them toward the kiddie section. This guy looks a little small for a full-size bed. The other one joked, eyeing Kevin up and down. Kevin let it slide. These kids meant no harm, even if Kyle's and Marcus's snickers behind him were annoying. But he wasn't interested in wasting time, so he asked, Is there a manager here we can speak to? Or a boss or owner of the store? We have some questions. The 2 stoners looked at each other like they had never considered that before. No manager here, brother, but I can assure you, we have answers to any and all questions you have and can service your mattress needs. I'm actually not looking for a mattress, Kevin told them. That's a shame, man. These ones are primo. At least lay down and take a feel. We nap on these babies for hours, the other worker said, jumping onto a mattress himself. I bet you do. Mind if we just have a look around? Kevin asked, and the guys retreated back behind the sales desk. Kevin gathered his crew. Look for anything to identify the agriculture company. Mattress tags, packaging, receipts on the ground, stuff like that. If we can verify they are using this business as a front, maybe we can get professionals involved in an investigation. They fanned out and started looking around the mattresses as casually as possible, from the floor models to the stacked inventory along the walls. When they came back together, they all had the same answer. Everything has the agricultural company's logo on it. Kevin went to talk to the salesman again, trying a different approach this time. He went up to the counter and talked to them like he would talk to old friends, charming and happy. "Hey guys, tell me about yourselves. Do you like working here?" The stoners grinned. "Yeah, we do. We're on $100,000 salaries. The store's only open 3 days a week, and the boss is never here. All we gotta do is make sure no one steals any inventory. They get really mad about that." "Who is they? I thought you guys didn't have a boss," Kevin said, excited to have caught them tripping up so quickly. We don't. That's what I mean. No boss means no one is ever here. The owner says we're more than capable of handling the store." "You said there was no owner either." We'll be in the back if you need anything," the other guy said, pulling his friend into the back office. "Kevin, you should come here," Olivia called from across the floor. She was on one of the show mattresses, feeling around on it like she had lost her glasses. Kevin and the others joined her. "Feel this," Olivia said, compressing one part of the mattress with both hands like she was giving it CPR. Kevin did the same and felt something lumpy and hard beneath the thin layer of cushioning. "What's that?" he muttered as he felt all the way around the mattress. The whole thing seemed to be stuffed with large stones. Kyle jumped up on the mattress and the whole bed frame collapsed, broke into bits under the weight of him and whatever was in the mattress. "Make sure they don't come back out," Kevin instructed, and he ducked behind the mattress and pulled out the night dagger. He stabbed the side of the mattress and carved a huge slit in its side, the thick fabric ripping in a jagged line. A heavy metallic brick of gold slid out and landed on the floor with a thud. A few more slipped out after it. Kevin opened the slit wider and saw that the entire mattress was stuffed with gold and cash. "Hello." "Whoa, no way." Marcus dropped to his knees and picked up one of the gold bars. "That's real. Each of these bricks is worth $100,000 easily." Kevin's eyes were wide too. "Everyone fan out. Try to find the other gold mattresses and the addresses they're being sent to. Olivia, see if you can sneak behind the counter and find a ledger or something. Any information we can get, let's get it and get out of here." They spread out, tearing into the floor models and the mattress inventory stacked along the walls. Olivia went behind the counter and brought back a clipboard with a run of recent orders listed on it. "Let me see that," Kevin said, and she brought it over to him. He scanned down the list and noticed, wait, 200 East Well Street, 200 East Well Street, 200 East Well Street. These orders are all going to the same place. Where is this address? Olivia shrugged, and before they could look further into it, someone else burst out of the back room. "What's going on in here?" The man had a thick Russian accent, a bald head, and arms like a linebacker. He came storming out from behind the counter, and Kevin immediately clocked the gun on his hip. Kevin stepped forward before any other members of his crew were targeted. "We're conducting an investigation. Where are all these mattresses being sent to?" The owner looked him up and down, amused. "And who are you? I don't owe you any answers about anything. Come back with a warrant." He spat at Kevin's feet, and Kevin stepped back. "Are you the owner of the agriculture company?" "What are you talking about? Get out of my... What are you all doing?" The owner had taken in the full scene by now and saw the piles of gold bars spilling out of all his mattresses. Kevin glanced around him. His team had gathered behind him, and he just had to get them out of there in one piece. "We're from City Hall. We're here conducting a routine investigation, as I've said, and I think everything looks in order. So, guys, go." On his cue, the rest of his crew ran back out of the door and into the street. The owner charged at Kevin, and on instinct, Kevin jump-kicked him in the chest and knocked him over one of his own mattresses. Olivia snagged the clipboard out of the owner's hands, and she and Kevin followed the others, running down the street, not stopping until the mattress store was far out of sight. Kevin kept them moving quickly through the streets, even after it was clear that the owner wasn't following them. If he had security cameras, then we need to get somewhere to lay low in case they send the police out to search for us. He pulled out his cell phone and called Rachel back in Chicago. "Hey, do you know any hotels in Milwaukee?" Rachel chuckled. "Yeah, how many rooms do you need? We have a sister hotel there and the owner will hook you up." "Just one for now. Thank you so much. How's Lily doing?" "She's great. We're going to the spa for massages during my break," Rachel told him. Kevin smiled. "Great. Keep an eye on her for me. Thanks, Rachel." The last thing Kevin wanted was for the danger he was facing up in Milwaukee somehow to reach all the way back to Chicago and endanger his beloved wife, Lily, and their baby. Kevin, Olivia, Sasha, Kyle, Maura, and Marcus convened in a swanky hotel room in downtown Milwaukee with the ledger Olivia stole from the mattress store. They had followed the clues all the way to Milwaukee to find the agricultural company that was selling Brett's fertilizer. But the address didn't lead them to a farm or an agricultural business, but instead to a mattress store whose mattresses were tagged with the agricultural company's logo. And what's more, those mattresses had all been stuffed with gold bars. The store was clearly a front, and they had just been chased out by its owner. "I still don't think that Russian has the brains of this conspiracy," Kevin thought out loud as he and the group gathered around a table and pored over the ledger, confirming that every single order for the last 3 years at that store had been delivered to the same address. Kyle responded, "I don't think that guy is the brains of anything." "Of course he's not. He's just a part of the operation that brings the farm's mutant corn back to the organization's obviously crazy leader." "But who is that?" Olivia wondered. "And the mattresses?" Kevin challenged her. "A way to store the profits. I bet anything this address belongs to the mayor of Milwaukee who co-owns the farm with Mayor Walsh back in Chicago," Olivia told him confidently. "That's exactly what I was thinking," Kevin nodded. As always, he and Olivia were on the same wavelength. The others watched them volley back and forth like a tennis match. Sasha was grinning. He loved it when Kevin got going like this. "So, where does the address lead?" Maura asked. Kevin put it in his phone and nodded. "It's City Hall, Mayor's office." He checked his watch. It wasn't too late, he didn't think. "Let's go see if she's still in." They caught a cab downtown, even though everyone was eager to take a nap in the huge comfy beds in their luxurious hotel suite. City Hall was emptying out for the day, public servants filtering down the large stone steps out front in pairs and trios, talking about their evenings. Kevin and his crew went through security, getting weird looks from the guards but passing through the metal detectors without issue. They walked swiftly down the hallway and up the stairs until they were stopped by another round of guards.
"No more tours today, guys. You gotta leave City Hall. It's closed to the public in 10 minutes.
"I work here. I just left my badge in my car. These guys are with me. They're helping me move some stuff into my new office. I promise we'll be out in 10. We're just getting our tools." Kevin improvised. The guards looked at each other and decided that was believable enough, letting everyone pass. They snuck up another flight of stairs to the mayor's floor and down the hall, trying to be quiet and also act natural. They rounded the corner, and at the end of the hallway was a set of double doors flanked by 2 more guards. The mayor's office. "Follow my lead. These guys look like the real deal," Kevin whispered. He then walked right up to the guards and said, "I have an appointment with the mayor."
"No, you don't,"
one of the guards said flippantly, like there was no way Kevin could have an audience with his boss. "I do, and I'm afraid it's urgent. If you'll excuse me." Kevin tried to push past the guys, but they stepped together, completely blocking him.
"Nice try, Pipsqueak. Now scram. The mayor is heading out for the day soon," the guard sneered.
Kevin eyed him carefully. There was something about this guy that seemed out of the ordinary. Kevin, as a test, tried to sweep the man's legs out from under him, and on reflex the guard jumped and dodged him. These guards had cultivated power levels. The one he attacked looked down at him enraged. "Oh, it's on." The two guards leapt to action, as did Kevin's team. More guards appeared from the mayor's office and flooded the hallway, and the whole scene devolved into a battle. Kevin sought out the largest of the guards for himself. Sasha was the only other high-level fighter in Kevin's group, so he took a pair on himself and led them down the hall away from the rest of the group. Kyle and Marcus could hold their own at their low levels, and they worked better as a team, so they took on another two guards. Olivia was very capable as well, and she had Mora backing her up as they battled even more guards. But as Kevin watched, the fight spread out further and further, and the group got separated as their battles went down different hallways or into the stairwell. Kevin ran after his guards down the way they had come up. One of them was halfway down the stairs when Kevin got the idea to get a running jump and land on his shoulders, using the momentum to flip him down the rest of the way and tuck and roll himself to the ground floor. "Kev!" Sasha was down the hall, having tumbled down another staircase, and he needed help. Kevin saw that at least one of his own guards was knocked out, and if the other wanted to follow him, so be it. Kevin dashed over to Sasha and hit one of his attackers with a flying chop to the neck, knocking him unconscious. The other one aimed a hard kick at Sasha's ribs, but Sasha blocked his leg and knocked the guy with a jab right to his nose, causing him to stumble backward into a gallery of paintings that depicted the city's past mayors. Picture frames fell and shattered at their feet, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. The guard had a particularly large piece of glass sticking out of his calf, but that didn't stop him from making one more play for Sasha. Sasha sidestepped his advance, and the guard lurched into an empty office. Sasha pulled the door shut behind him and slid a bench up under the handle, trapping him inside. "Nice one," Kevin said. "Let's help the others," Sasha panted. They ran down the hallway looking for other battles, and after rounding a corner, they heard Mora up ahead grunting as something made an impact with her body, hard. When they reached Mora, they saw her struggling to fend off another pair of guards, and Kevin wondered how she had gotten separated from Olivia, and he wondered if Olivia was okay. He and Sasha joined in the fight, Kevin distracting one of the guards and Sasha teaming up with Mora on the other. They gained ground in the hallway, pushing their guards further and further back towards the stairs up to the mayor's office. Kevin's guard got a kick in on Kevin's ribs, and Kevin felt a chilling crack. But he was immediately soothed by the latest recovery pill in his system. He returned with an identical kick to the guard's side, and the guard stumbled away, crashing into a large bronze bust of an Ojibwe Native American leader and falling to the ground. The bust fell off its pedestal and landed on the guard's back, pinning him to the floor. Kevin turned back to the other two who had also knocked out their guard. "Everyone okay?" Kevin asked. Mora and Sasha nodded, breathing heavily. "Let's go," Mora said, and they took the stairs two at a time back up to the mayor's floor. Before they could get to the mayor's hallway, however, they found Olivia in a very interesting situation indeed. She was fighting just one guard who was a little smaller than she was, and it seemed she had already dislocated one of his shoulders because he was only fighting her with one arm. They watched as she pinned him to the ground under a huge tapestry that hung on the wall, depicting a scene of early French settlers trading furs with Native Americans. Olivia kept one foot pinned on the guard's chest, took the end of the tapestry and wrapped it around his ankles. She then pulled the wires behind the tapestry to hoist the guard up into the air by his ankles, so he hung upside down, swinging his good arm at Olivia. She stepped out of reach. "Was that necessary?" Kevin asked, exasperated. "Yes, he insulted me," Olivia shrugged. "Right on," Mora grinned. Olivia joined the group and they kept running, finally getting back in front of the mayor's office. Two guards remained, both fighting with Marcus. Kevin's stomach tightened when he saw that Kyle lay unconscious on the ground by the base supporting the pole of the Wisconsin flag that framed the office doors. Marcus was doing a fair job given he was only a level 2 fighter. He was offering up simple fight moves, but they were working to fend off the pair of guards who seemed to be only level 1. Kevin jumped in and made short work of them, and after a couple of well-placed chops, they were crumpled at Kevin's feet. "Are you okay?" Kevin asked Marcus. Marcus nodded, but all he could do was stare at Kyle's unmoving body. "That's my fault. I didn't have his back and he got dropped," Marcus said, his voice nearly breaking as he looked at his friend lying there. Kevin went over to Kyle and made sure he had a pulse, then said, "He'll be okay. We just need to get him somewhere safe until he comes to consciousness. Why don't you guys wait out here with him while I go talk to the mayor?" Marcus nodded and sat down next to Kyle. Maura and Sasha hung back too, but Olivia came with Kevin as he entered the mayor's office. Mayor Janine Cozart was not what Kevin had expected. He had just assumed the mayor would be an older, wealthy man like in Chicago, but she was instead a young woman, not much older than Kevin. She wore a sharp suit and sharper glasses, and her hair was piled up on her head in a tight bun of thin dreadlocks. When Kevin came in, she set down the pen she had been using to scribble on a legal pad and looked up at him. "I suppose I should have been expecting you by now, Kevin Williams. What have you done to my guards?" "I took care of them. I needed to speak to you," Kevin said, taking another step into the office trying to assert some sort of power despite being on her home turf. Olivia matched his step. "I'm afraid that's not going to happen. See, the police are here." Kevin looked around and saw, just outside of the office, that his cohorts were already in handcuffs. He and Olivia rushed out to help them, but Kevin decided he would rather get some information out of Mayor Cozart before getting arrested himself. When he pivoted and rushed back into the office, however, the mayor had disappeared. Kevin rushed around the office, checking the private bathroom, behind the bookcases, everywhere. But it was like she had evaporated. And before he could think about it any harder, he felt handcuffs click around his own wrists, and he was dragged out of City Hall and toward prison. After discovering that a local mattress store was delivering hidden gold to City Hall, Kevin and his team, including Marcus, Sasha, Maura, Kyle, and Olivia, went to investigate further, and were forced into battle against the mayor of Milwaukee and her high-powered security detail. Kevin was able to defeat the guards but lost the mayor in the skirmish. Worse, Kevin and his friends were swarmed by police and immediately arrested for their efforts. The cell door slammed closed behind Kevin, Kyle, Sasha, and Marcus. The group was now standing together inside the crowded men's holding cell deep within the belly of the Milwaukee jail. Kevin took in the space. It was a large open cage with several long benches resting inside. A dozen or so recently transferred inmates walked around, waiting to be processed to their final destinations. Kevin focused on Kyle, who was nursing a nasty headache after their confrontation with the mayor's guards. "How do you feel?" Kevin asked. "We've been through worse," Kyle responded, giving a reassuring thumbs up. Marcus cut in. "Why did we let them arrest us? Surely you could have used your vast influence to keep us out of jail. You're Kevin Williams." "Or at the very least, we could have fought our way to freedom," Sasha added. Kevin smiled. It wasn't worth it. Those men were innocent police officers just doing their jobs. They couldn't have possibly known the true situation at play. And as for getting out of here, I used my one phone call to contact Stanley Cooper. The Reaper Squad is on its way as we speak. They'll clear up any confusion there is with the authorities and spring us in no time. "But the mayor got away. We have to find her," Sasha pleaded. Kevin put a calming hand on Sasha's shoulder. "We will. And in the meantime, we learned what we had to learn. We know that the mayor is involved, and she knows that we're on to her. Hopefully all this chaos will lead to more revelations. It's a victory. Enjoy it. Take this time to regain your strength and heal. The recovery pills I gave you should have you feeling 100% in no time." Marcus turned to Sasha. "I'd rather go to a spa." Sasha nodded in agreement. "I just hope Olivia and Maura are all right." Kevin shook his head. There's nothing to worry about. We're safe now. And if they do run into trouble, Olivia and Maura can more than handle themselves." On the other side of the jail, Olivia and Maura sat in the smaller holding area for women inmates. The men and women had been separated the moment they arrived. Olivia and Maura were brought to the women's facility on the other side of the complex. Unlike the men's side, there were no other people in their cell. They were totally alone, completely isolated. A cardboard box with several small cheese sandwiches wrapped in cellophane had been set out for them. Maura picked up one and examined the contents. "Don't eat that," Olivia warned. "Who knows how long those sandwiches have been sitting there?" "I know. I'm just starving. Aren't you hungry too?" "Of course, but for justice," Olivia bantered playfully. Maura thought aloud. "I wonder how much further this conspiracy goes. The mayor of Chicago and the mayor of Milwaukee?" Olivia's eyes darted around the room. "We probably shouldn't talk too much in here. You never know who might be listening, but we'll get our answer soon enough." Maura bit into the sandwich she had been holding and grimaced. "Oh, that is awful." "I told you," Olivia replied. Just then, their focus shifted as a prison guard called out,
"Everyone on your feet. Warden on the premises."
Olivia and Maura shared a curious look as Warden Shaw made his entrance. He was an imposing older man with a stark white crew cut. He was muscular and disciplined, possibly former military. He walked up to the main cell door and addressed Maura and Olivia directly.
"Ladies, I apologize for these lackluster accommodations. I'm Warden Shaw, and I was wondering if I could interest you both in some coffee and fresh pastries in my very cozy office upstairs."
Olivia and Maura shared another look. "No thanks," Olivia rebuffed. "We're fine right here."
"Ladies, please, you don't need to be afraid. I was just hoping to enjoy the pleasure of your company, but also I'm not asking. Guards!"
On cue, the cell doors swung open and a handful of guards rushed in, cuffed Maura and Olivia, and dragged them out into the hall. A few moments later, the women were sitting together inside the warden's plush corner office, the guards keeping watch nearby. The warden entered.
"Uncuff them. Leave us."
The head guard hesitated.
"Warden, are you sure?"
The warden's gaze hardened.
"Now."
The guard followed his orders. They uncuffed Maura and Olivia and quickly exited the room. Maura and Olivia rubbed their sore wrists and watched as the warden set out a beautiful silver serving tray overflowing with delicious jam-filled pastries. Maura's eyes went wide. Olivia stepped in front of her. "Don't even think about it," Olivia advised. Maura knew she was right.
"Let her eat."
The warden sat down beside his thick oak desk and lit a long cigar.
"Both of you, enjoy yourselves. My treat."
Olivia wasn't buying it. "What do you want from us?"
"Smart girl. I want some information," the warden grinned. "Your friend is a very powerful man, but something else is going on here. Something that runs all the way to City Hall. I received a phone call the moment you all arrived. A very important someone was quite worried about what you might have told the police. Why? What do you know?"
"We don't know anything," Maura responded, now fully realizing the situation she was in. "And even if we did know something, we'd never tell you." Olivia spat onto the pastries in anger.
"I see," the warden responded. "Well, that's too bad because information is very valuable to me. The more I know, the more leverage I have with my bosses. That's the leverage I want. Leverage I think you two can give me."
"You won't get anything out of us. We'd never betray Kevin's trust," Maura countered.
"Oh, your very powerful friend. I wouldn't worry too much about him. He won't be with us for much longer,"
the warden said almost as an afterthought, as if he wanted to see how angry his casual words could make Olivia and Maura. Olivia's hands balled into fists. "What the hell does that mean?" The warden's lips curled into a sinister grin.
"You'll see."
Meanwhile, Kevin remained with Kyle, Marcus, and Sasha in the men's holding cell. The door suddenly swung open in front of them. Marcus stared in confusion.
"That can't be good."
Just then, a half-dozen heavily tattooed inmates stepped into the cell. "Who are these guys?" Kyle inquired. Kevin stepped in front of his friends in a protective manner. "Something tells me they're not here to sell Girl Scout cookies." Kyle sighed. "Never a dull moment." The tattooed inmates surrounded Kevin. Kevin could tell they were not high-level fighters, so he did the kind thing and tried to reason with them. "We're not looking for any trouble."
"Too bad, Pops, 'cause you found some."
The leader of the crew pulled out a switchblade and swung at Kevin. With razor-sharp reflexes, Kevin dodged the attack. "Kevin!" Marcus shouted. Kevin raised his hand as if to say, "I'm okay, stay back." Marcus followed the command. Kevin and the knife-wielding inmate circled each other. The inmate thrust his knife forward once again. Kevin again dodged the blow, but this time smacked his attacker across the face.
"Hey, knock that off. Just fight."
The inmate's anger grew and he lunged at Kevin wildly, swinging his blade with no real skill or focus. Kevin was at peace. In tune with his mind and body, he weaved around each potential strike before finally leveling his attacker with a single well-placed open palm blow to the throat. The knife-wielding inmate slumped to the ground in an unconscious heap. The other would-be attackers looked down at their fallen comrade and then back up at Kevin in shock. "Anyone else?" Kevin quipped. The remaining inmates all pulled out makeshift knives and attacked. Kyle, Marcus, and Sasha finally jumped into action. A massive battle was already beginning. At the same time, in the warden's office, Olivia and Maura paced back and forth just as a loud alarm began to blare. The warden smiled. "Oh no, that's the riot alarm. Hope your friends aren't getting into too much trouble," the warden teased. "You idiot," Olivia scoffed. "Was this your whole plan? Kevin is a level 7 fighter." The warden pulled out his gun and pointed it at the women. "I'm sick of asking you nicely. Tell me what you know about the mayor, or your fate will be the same as your friends." Olivia kicked the gun out of the warden's hands. Before the warden could react, she jumped on top of him and placed him in a paralyzing chokehold. Maura screamed. "Olivia, what are you doing? He's the warden." "I'm not scared of titles. He threatened us, and what's right is right. Now pick up his gun off the floor and follow me. We're getting out of here." Maura picked up the gun as Olivia pulled the warden out of the room toward the exterior exit. Back in men's holding, Kevin and his team continued to fight. Kyle and Marcus ripped a long bench up from the floor and used it as a battering ram, leveling multiple knife-wielding inmates as they powered forward. Kevin jump-kicked one last foe in the face and then looked around. The battle was over. All the inmates were subdued. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. Nice work. The sound of gunfire drew everyone's attention as the Reaper Squad stormed into the holding cell. The leader of the Reaper Squad stepped forward and removed his tactical mask, revealing Kevin's longtime ally, Stanley Cooper.
"We had just pulled up outside when Maura and Olivia flagged us down and told us what was happening. We thought you might need help,"
Stanley informed Kevin with some amusement in his voice. Kevin smiled graciously. "Appreciate that, Cooper, but I think all we really need now is a ride home." Stanley nodded in response.
"With pleasure. We may have gotten here too late to join the fight, but at least I can guarantee that you will all be let out of here safely."
Kyle breathed a sigh of relief. "Whew! Thank goodness! I was worried we were all going to use our dinner spoons to start digging a tunnel." Stanley motioned for Kevin and his men to follow him out of the cell. Kevin took 2 steps, then stopped abruptly, struck by something Kyle had just said. Marcus took note. "What is it, Kevin? What's wrong?" Kevin looked up, his eyes full of purpose. Tunnels! Suddenly, Kevin knew what had become of Mayor Janine Cozart. It had been a long night. Kevin, Olivia, Sasha, Maura, Kyle, and Marcus had spent it in jail after their lengthy battle throughout Milwaukee City Hall. Mayor Janine Cozart, who co-owned the strange hormone-laced growth farm with Chicago's Mayor Walsh, not only had an army of security guards with cultivated power levels, but she, of course, also had the police in her pocket. So even after Kevin and his team had beaten the guards and gotten into her office, they had been put into jail. Luckily, Stanley Cooper had come to their rescue. Kevin wasn't surprised about that. Stanley was the kind of guy you could rely on to get you out of almost any bad situation. And Kevin always expected Stanley to come through for him after Kevin got word to his ally through back channels of the Reaper Squad that Stanley's interference with Kevin and his team's police captors would be less messy than Kevin taking matters into his own hands and making a scene in Milwaukee. And even though Kevin and his crew were now free from their cells and walking down the streets of Milwaukee at dawn to get back to their investigation, Kevin couldn't get his mind off of one thing. Where had the mayor disappeared to? After his battle with her guards, Kevin made it to Mayor Cozart's office and they spoke briefly. When the police came to arrest his team, Kevin only looked away for a moment, but when he looked back, the mayor had disappeared. Kevin searched the whole office before he himself was arrested, and the mayor was nowhere to be found. Short of jumping out of a third-story window, Kevin couldn't imagine where she had gone. He caught the team up on this mystery as they walked. Kyle said something interesting, though. Kevin trailed off at the end of his tale.
Did I? I mean, of course I did,
Kyle said. His chest puffed out proudly as they turned the corner and left the side street for a main road downtown. Kyle had been a little bit out of it since being knocked out cold by the guards, but he wasn't showing signs of a concussion, so when he had asked to stay with the group rather than go back to the hotel to rest, Kevin agreed. Keeping Kyle close would benefit them both. Kyle was increasingly loyal to his mentor, Kevin, and Kevin also knew that every difficult situation, every battle, and every adventure would help to increase Kyle's levels, so that he would soon be more than a low-ranking expert, but one who would make valuable contributions to Kevin's team. Kevin turned to Kyle and explained, "You mentioned tunneling out of prison, and that made me think. What if Mayor Cozart has a secret tunnel in her office leading out of City Hall? I mean, if she's part of this farm operation, who knows what other sort of illegal businesses she's getting a profit from? She might have to make escapes like that often. I know the police are in her pocket, but there are worse dangers than Milwaukee cops," Kevin mused. Olivia nodded. "That makes sense. So where would the tunnel lead? Her house?" Kevin shook his head. "That seems too obvious. It must be somewhere out of the city or to a garage where she can drive off in her car or something like that."
So to summarize, 2 mayors own a corrupt farm that's shipping steroid corn off to unknown but surely corrupt interests. They can grow that steroid corn thanks to fertilizer made by Brett Stewart, but Brett didn't know it was being used for evil because he just sold it wholesale to an agricultural company. That company's address goes to a mid-city mattress store in a strip mall, and that store only sells mattresses full of gold to the mayor of Milwaukee. Did I get everything?" Sasha asked, counting the points on his fingers.
"That's pretty much it," Kevin sighed. He needed sleep, but he couldn't help but feel that they were on the verge of finding the last puzzle piece that would make this sound logical, rather than crazy. That's why they were on their way back to the mattress store now, this time with Stanley Cooper and some members of the Reaper Squad. Kevin wanted answers, and he didn't want to put his team through any more battles to get those answers.
"Come on, you lot. We're losing daylight already,"
Stanley called from up ahead. He and his Reapers were almost a block ahead of Kevin's tired crew, and they just made it to the front doors of Arrowhead Beds. Kevin shook his head. It was hardly daybreak, but he did speed up a little as he approached the mattress store. "Okay, we should make a plan. There are 2 airheaded salesmen in there, but they're just part of the front. I don't think they really know what's going on with the business. There's a boss too, but I don't know if he'll be there. He was the one who chased us out last time after we discovered all the gold," Kevin told Stanley. He had filled him in on everything else that had happened already. Stanley Cooper didn't seem to care very much, though, and he burst into the store without a response. The 2 salesmen were sitting on the counter flicking paper clips at each other. The mattresses Kevin and his crew had slashed open had been hidden away somewhere, and new ones had been set out on the floor model bed frames with others stacked around the edges of the store in heavy plastic wrappings. The rest of the group followed Stanley and Kevin inside, and Kevin felt a few of the mattresses by the doors. He could tell immediately that they were filled with gold bars just like the other ones.
All right, you two. Give it up. Where's your boss, and what is he doing with these mattresses full of gold?
Stanley growled at the salesman. Stanley was a big guy, 6'5" at least, and he had a menacingly low voice. Even though Kevin was a better man and a better fighter, he couldn't just instill fear on first impressions the way Stanley could. And the salesman nearly fell off the counter when he spoke. "We have no boss." It was the same excuse they gave Kevin last time, but now Kevin knew that wasn't true.
Cut the crap. We know you've got someone back there. Why don't I just take a look for myself?
Stanley Cooper grabbed the two by their shirt collars and carried them over to one of the floor model beds. He plopped them down on the mattress and used zip ties from his pocket to bind them to the bed frame.
You wait here. Come on, Kevin.
Stanley led the way behind the counter and through the door to the back room. This is where Kevin expected the owner to be because this was the door he had come out of last time, but the room was completely empty. Not just devoid of people, but actually empty. No desk, no filing cabinet, nothing. "Well, at least we know for certain that it's not a real store," Olivia scoffed. Kevin noticed the rug on the floor was bunched up on one side and he pulled the thick fabric back to reveal a large wooden trapdoor in the floor. "Hello." "A tunnel," Kyle cried, a triumphant look on his face. "I think I have an idea where this goes," Kevin mumbled, and he pulled the door up slowly with Stanley's help. A wide staircase led down into the dark, but Kevin could see a flickering light shining from somewhere down there.
Reapers, stand by. Guard the entrance. Make sure no one comes in after us, and make sure those idiots I tied to the bed frame don't escape.
Stanley ordered, and the Reapers saluted him. Kevin looked at his crew and said, "Kyle, Marcus, stay here with them. I don't want you in any more battles, Kyle, until you're fully recovered. The rest of you, come with us." Kyle and Marcus imitated the Reaper's salute, which did not particularly amuse Stanley Cooper. Kevin led the way through the trapdoor. The stairs took them at least 3 stories down into the earth, and when they hit the ground, a long tunnel stretched out before them, torches sitting in holsters every 20 feet or so at eye level. Kevin grabbed one of them and was suddenly reminded of his adventure through the tomb in Philadelphia when he was looking for the moon viewer. That adventure had gone south quickly, and Kevin hoped this one would be smoother. Stanley also grabbed a torch and they all set off. They avoided speaking in case someone else was down here waiting to attack intruders. The tunnel widened and narrowed at certain points, but never got less than 6 feet across. It wound this way and that, and at certain points, water pipes laid by the city were visible crisscrossing the ceiling. Much to Kevin's surprise, there didn't seem to be any spiders or worms or other underground creatures present, which told him humans were in here often, making it clear that this was their territory. Soon, he got even more proof of that. Every once in a while, they would come across a mattress with the agricultural company's logo on its tag. Each mattress had been ripped open and emptied of all its gold. It was like encountering carcasses or roadkill, cast off with no real system in place to get them to proper waste disposal locations. The tunnel twisted again and led out into a large room. Kevin could see the tunnel continuing again on the other side of that room, but between his group and that continuation was a group of several enormous men sitting around a card table in the middle of a poker game. Their tables sat atop a rug, and they had a mini fridge and a small shelf full of canned foods next to their table. Along the walls of the room were a few sets of bunk beds. This was essentially an army barracks, and all of its soldiers were now staring at Kevin, and though their mouths were open in confusion, each was already flexing his biceps as if sending a warning to prey. Prepare to die. Kevin stared back at the grizzled poker players. He, Stanley Cooper, Sasha, Olivia, and Maura had ventured through the trapdoor in the Milwaukee mattress store to find a long, deep tunnel that Kevin suspected led to City Hall, which would explain how the mayor had escaped them last night in her office. After seeing miles of nothing but ripped open mattresses, they had stumbled upon the living quarters of several enormous men who were playing cards and very clearly not happy to see visitors.
"Evert too?"
One of them shouted in a language that sounded to Kevin like Icelandic.
"Lamnahar!"
Another cried in some Nordic language Kevin couldn't decipher.
"You're lost, friends."
One thankfully spoke in English. Kevin recognized him as the Russian man who had chased them out of the store the first time, posing as the store's owner. He had a thick accent and thicker biceps, and the rest of these men were just as jacked, if not more so.
"Didn't I already chase you out of here once?" he asked, cocking his head as he recognized Kevin.
"You did, but as I told you then, I'm conducting an investigation and I would appreciate it if you didn't interfere again," Kevin said boldly. The Russian scoffed at him, so Stanley Cooper, the Reaper Squad head, stepped forward.
"All right, guys. If you tell us what we want to know, we'll get out of your tunnel. At the very least, let us pass if you don't want any trouble,"
Stanley said in a stern and commanding voice that usually had him getting his way easily. The Russian stood and left his pals at their table, coming over to meet the group.
"I don't think you understand, my friend. You're in my tunnel. I'd say you better find some respect to show me, or you won't make it out of here alive."
Up close, Kevin could get a better read on the guy and decided that neither he nor his beefy friends had any cultivated power levels. They were huge and had no doubt been fed the illegal growth hormones from the corn, but they weren't any match for Kevin and Stanley. Kevin stepped closer. "You can't take us. You'll just have to trust me on that. Let us through and we'll make sure no harm comes to you." The Russian threw his head back in laughter.
"Look at the size of you. I'll take my chances."
He turned back to his men who were still playing cards in their hands and said,
"Come."
They all understood and rose from the card table to join him. And before Kevin could regain control of the situation, Stanley Cooper started the fight, putting the Russian in a headlock and ramming his fist into his stomach over and over. Kevin felt bad fighting with these men as they weren't trained the way he and his team were. They were ordinary, even if they had muscles the size of cement blocks, but he leapt to action nonetheless to back up Stanley. He dodged a punch from the Icelandic man, returning a quick chop to the back of the neck that knocked him out cold. He did the same to the Nordic speaker, distracting him with a right hook and then pinching the nerve on his shoulder that collapsed his muscle system so he crumpled to the ground. Olivia went after one of the other guys, and with Mora backing her up, she managed to knock him out cold with one spin kick. The fighting only lasted a minute or two before every one of the tunnel men was on the ground, save for the Russian, who was still in Stanley's headlock. Stanley brought him back over to the poker table and slammed his head on the green felt surface.
"Now tell me who you work for."
The Russian's face was screwed up in pain, but he spat out.
"I don't know, okay? I don't know. My men and I carry the mattresses into the tunnel, take out the gold, and drive it up to City Hall. That's all we know. We're kept in the dark on purpose. We are paid well, and we don't ask questions."
Blood was trickling out of the corner of his mouth now, and Kevin worried that Stanley Cooper had done some serious damage to the Russian's internal organs with all of those sucker punches. But he didn't have time to heal this man right now. "Take us to City Hall the way you take the mattresses," Kevin demanded.
"Fine."
Stanley let the Russian go, and he led them further down the tunnel to a golf cart with a large cargo bed hitched to the back. There were a few stacks of gold bars in the bed and more emptied mattress carcasses next to it. Kevin rode shotgun and everyone else piled into the cargo bed. The Russian drove them further down the tunnel, the golf cart's headlights doing little to illuminate their path. After what Kevin estimated to be another 3 miles, the tunnel started to slope upward, and another staircase became visible in the distance. "Is that City Hall?" he asked the Russian. The Russian nodded.
"But that's not where you want to go."
The tunnel suddenly forked off to the right, and the Russian turned the cart down the second path. "What are you doing?" Kevin demanded. He almost grabbed the wheel himself to steer them back to the City Hall exit.
"She's not there. She's in her private bunker,"
the Russian told them. Sure enough, another staircase came into view with a smaller door at the top. The mayor was still hiding from them, and the Russian knew where to find her. I thought you said you don't know who you work for, Kevin said. The Russian nodded.
I don't, but I know where the mayor is.
So the mayor isn't your boss?
No. The mayor is just who collects the mattress gold. I don't know what happens after that.
The Russian let them off of the cart at the bottom of the stairs. They all got out and he drove off without another word. Stanley started up the stairs, but Kevin pulled him back. I don't think she's going to respond to intimidation. Give me 10 minutes with her alone. Then if I'm not back, you guys come in, okay? Stanley shrugged.
Your mission, your rules.
Thanks. Keep my friends safe. They always have my back, so I need to make sure they know I have theirs, Kevin said in a quick aside to Stanley Cooper. Kevin strode up the stairs and opened the door. With one last glance at Olivia, Sasha, and Maura, he went inside. The door led out into a small powder room with dark tiles covering the floor. Kevin saw himself in the mirror for the first time in a while, and he looked rough. After spending the night in jail and then trekking through the underground tunnel, his hair was wild and dusty, and his face was smeared with grime from his various battles. He rinsed his face in the sink and made his way out of the powder room to a large parlor, where Mayor Cozart was doing a crossword puzzle in her pajamas, a mug of coffee in her hand. She looked up, startled when Kevin entered. How did you find me? That's not important. We need to talk. He walked over and sat down across from her on a pink and white striped sofa, whose old cushions felt like they were stuffed with springs and scrap metal. No, we don't. You don't learn, do you, Kevin? I've evaded you so far, and I'll do it again. Mayor Walsh told me you were coming, and I can assure you that I have no information for you. I'm not at liberty to discuss my business dealings on the farm. Mayor Cozart said rather quickly, as if offering Kevin some simple explanation would send him away. Really? Because I just spent the night in jail for trying to get a meeting with you, so I'm pretty sure you owe me one. Kevin retorted, getting annoyed now. You spent the night in jail for attacking my guards. I owe you nothing. Mayor Cozart countered. Kevin kept pressing. You and Mayor Walsh, did you own the farm before you were contracted by some evil group to grow illegally modified crops? Or did you hear about how lucrative it would be to buy the farm for just that reason? Mayor Cozart sipped her coffee. I don't know what you're talking about. So those jacked up gold haulers in the tunnel are just volunteers? Kevin smirked. Tunnels? Mayor Cozart asked innocently. Do you sleep well at night knowing you're polluting a water source that millions of people rely on for everyday use? Kevin continued to batter her with his words. I take care of my citizens. What happens outside of the city limits is outside of my jurisdiction, and you, Kevin, are not one of my constituents. You do not pay taxes to my city or my state, so I don't owe you anything, least of all my time. I suggest you find your way out of here before the police come to collect you again. The mayor replied as if she wasn't at all concerned about Kevin's presence in her home. Kevin looked around the parlor, calling her bluff. This place is pretty nice. Almost as nice as Mayor Walsh's house. This international farming trade must pay really well. If I were to have the IRS audit you, would everything be above board? Mayor Cozart stood. How dare you threaten me with the government? I am the government. Now get out of here. She pressed a button on her phone and Kevin heard an explosion from within the powder room that he had emerged from. What was that? He asked, rushing to the powder room. The room itself was intact, but there was smoke seeping through the doorway to the tunnel. When Kevin looked back at the mayor, she had disappeared again. All that he could do was check to make sure his friends were okay. He rushed through the door in the powder room back into the tunnel where the smoke was clearing. Stanley, Maura, Olivia, and Sasha were strewn across the floor, not dead, but unconscious. Kevin whipped out his satchel of herbs, knowing that he had to make sure his team was restored to health first, though in the back of his mind he also knew that every moment he was delayed gave Mayor Cozart, the answer to this growing mystery, a chance to escape forever. After discovering a hidden tunnel beneath the mattress store, Kevin and his team followed it all the way to a secret portal in the mayor of Milwaukee's office. When Kevin confronted Mayor Janine Cozart on her involvement in the plot to grow genetically modified corn, she denied being involved and had Kevin and his team sent to jail for breaking and entering. After facing yet another assassination attempt in jail, Kevin and his allies were sprung from jail by Stanley Cooper and the Reaper Squad, after which they got back to pursuing the mayor, until they learned that she had fled the country and her whereabouts were unknown. For the time being, because the mayor of Milwaukee had appeared to flee the country, the investigation into the culprits behind the toxic farm had reached a dead end. In light of this, Kevin and his team decided not to spend any more time in Milwaukee and returned to Chicago to pick up the investigation there. Maybe there's more information I can get out of Mayor Walsh, Kevin thought to himself. He's just as wrapped up in this as the mayor of Milwaukee is. During the ride home, the van was full of chatter about the mayor and her crime.
"How high up do you think the corruption goes?" Sasha asked. "Does it stop at the mayor, or does it go even higher up the chain of command?"
Kevin hoped the conspiracy didn't go any higher, but he honestly wasn't sure. There's only one way to find out. We have to keep looking into this. For all we know, there could be other farms out there growing the same corn as the one in Milwaukee. Christopher Walsh, the mayor of Chicago, knows more than he's letting on. My plan is to talk to him next. Maura was sitting in between Kyle and Marcus in the back row of the van. She crossed her arms and shook her head. Why would they team up to support a farm that was polluting the river? What do they stand to gain from all of this? Kevin chuckled. Money, Maura. Follow the money. It always comes down to money. You saw those mattresses they were sneaking into the mayor's office. Each of them had enough gold bricks hidden inside to buy an entire island. Maura still couldn't fathom how people could have so much greed in their hearts. But as the mayor of Milwaukee, she was already getting a huge salary. How could she turn against her own city, her own country for that matter, for a few more zeros in her bank account? Olivia had a disappointed look on her face. For some people, nothing is never enough. Their greed consumes them until there is hardly anything human left. They become like cancer cells, turning against the rest of us to serve only themselves. It's a tale as old as time. Kevin's face turned serious as he contemplated Olivia's words. It's true, but if evil, greedy people are like cancer cells, the world is also full of people who are like white blood cells, doing their best to fight off diseases and keep the whole body healthy. I like to and think that includes all of us. The car fell silent as Kevin turned onto the main freeway back to Chicago. It would be about another 2 hours from there, so Kevin pulled out his phone and gave Lily a call to let her know they'd be back soon. When Kevin called Lily's cell, it rang a few times, but no one picked up. She must be busy with work, he thought. I'll give the charity a call and see if I can reach her there. Kevin dialed the charity's number, and this time someone picked up. The voice belonged to a young man. Hello, you've reached the Lily Pad Charity Foundation. How can I help you today? Kevin spoke into the phone with a calm and collected voice. Hello, can you transfer me to Lily Williams, please? It's her husband, Kevin Williams. The young man on the other end of the line seemed excited. Oh, hello, Mr. Williams. It's nice to finally meet you. My name is Duncan, and I'm Lily's assistant here at the charity. She's always has such nice things to say about you. Anyway, I'd transfer you if I could, but I'm afraid Lily's in a very important lunch meeting right now. Kevin remembered Lily mentioning that she had several lunch meetings planned that week. Oh, that's right. Who is she meeting with? I'm curious. Duncan answered with no reservations. She's at the Green Street Cafe with Mayor Walsh right now, actually. I believe they're discussing ways that the charity could help clean up the city, ecologically speaking, of course. Kevin's heart skipped a beat when he heard the mayor's name. Mayor Walsh? Listen, Duncan. I don't have time to explain the whole story, but the mayor is dangerous and Lily has to get out of there. Duncan felt concerned immediately. Dangerous? Really? Oh gosh. Well, I'd call her if I could, but Lily insists on turning off her cell phone for these high-profile meetings. Kevin was beginning to feel nervous, but he knew he couldn't let fear overtake him. He had to stay in control and think of a solution quickly. Don't worry, Duncan. I'll take care of this. Thanks for the information. I'm right here if you need me, Duncan said. Let me know if there's any other way I can help. Kevin appreciated Duncan's concern. Will do. Thanks again, Duncan. Nice to meet you. After hanging up, Kevin dialed Stanley Cooper, the leader of the Reaper Squad. After a few rings, he answered in a professional tone of voice.
This is Agent Cooper.
Kevin knew there was no time to waste. Every second she was with Mayor Walsh was a second she was in danger. Stanley, it's Kevin. I'm just leaving Milwaukee now, but I need to get back to Chicago faster than I can drive. Is there any way you can provide me with some aerial transportation? Meanwhile, a few dozen miles away, a huge grin crept over Stanley's face.
Well, actually, Kevin, I happen to be in a helicopter right now. We were running some training exercises over Lake Michigan. If you're near Milwaukee, I can get to you in just a few minutes.
Kevin was so thrilled he slapped the top of the steering wheel. Wow, talk about perfect timing. He looked up at a traffic sign to see where the next off-ramp was. I'm getting close to the rest stop on the main freeway, exit 23B. Will you meet me there? Stanley throttled his helicopter and banked it to the right, toward the shore of Lake Michigan.
Say no more, Kevin. I'm on my way.
Kevin hung up the phone with a huge smile on his face. Thanks, Stanley. See you soon. As Kevin pulled over to the rest stop, everyone was dying to know what was going on. Olivia, Kevin's oldest and closest assistant, was the first to ask. What happened, Kevin? Is everything all right? Kevin shook his head. That sleazebag mayor, Christopher Walsh, is having lunch with Lily as we speak. It can't be a coincidence. I have to get over there before anything bad happens. Stanley Cooper is on his way now to pick me up in a helicopter. The rest of you can keep driving home in the car. Sorry for the holdup. Mark just shook his head.
No need to apologize, boss. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Kevin hopped out of the car and Olivia got behind the wheel. Just then, Kevin heard the spinning blades of a helicopter, and when he turned around, he saw Stanley landing on the nearby lawn. Before Kevin went over to him, Olivia looked at him and nodded reassuringly. Keep her safe, Kevin. It's what you do best. Kevin nodded back. I'll see you at the lab as soon as I can. Drive safe, Olivia. With that, Kevin turned around and started running towards the helicopter, whose blades were still spinning. When he hopped inside the passenger seat, Stanley shook his hand and gave him a pair of headphones.
So, where to?
He asked. Kevin answered as he strapped on his seatbelt. Green Street Cafe. We have to go as fast as possible, Stanley. Stanley chuckled as he lifted the helicopter back off the ground.
Green Street Cafe, huh? I love that place. Great croissants.
Meanwhile, sitting at a small table inside the Green Street Cafe, Lily took a bite from a green croissant. A moment later, Mayor Walsh stepped inside and spotted her from across the room. Before sitting down, he reached over and shook her hand.
Mrs. Williams, thank you so much for meeting with me today. We have so many things to discuss.
Lily smiled. I appreciate the invitation, Mayor Walsh. My husband Kevin tells me you've made it your top priority to clean up the Chicago River. My charity foundation, the Lily Pad, has also set its sights on environmental cleanup, so we're in a great position to begin working together.
Mayor Walsh nodded. Yes, the city certainly isn't as clean as it used to be. I'm glad to have your help, Lily. You and your husband's help, that is. The last time I spoke to Kevin, he said he was looking into the river's pollution. Any idea how far he's gotten in the investigation?
When the mayor finished his sentence, Lily instantly felt suspicious. Did he really invite me here to talk about Kevin? She wondered. Instead of saying that out loud, she leaned back in her chair and said, He did mention something about a farm in Milwaukee that was polluting the river. But you just have to ask him about it, not me. You did ask me here to talk about more than just Kevin, I assume? The mayor eased up his questioning. He couldn't afford to be exposed.
Of course, my dear. Let's talk about how your organization can help. How would you feel about sponsoring the cleanup of Millennium Park?
Just then, Stanley landed the helicopter in the parking lot outside. People in the parking lot seemed confused and alarmed, but the people inside were none the wiser. Before racing into the cafe, Kevin looked at Stanley and asked, Do you have a wire microphone I could borrow? I have to get this guy to confess.
Stanley nodded. Of course, I never go anywhere without one.
He reached into the back and handed Kevin a wire which he taped under his shirt. Once it was ready to go, he looked back at Stanley and nodded. "Thanks again, Stanley. Hopefully this won't take long." Stanley held a thumbs up.
"Any time, Kev. I'll stay out here just in case you need backup."
Without another word, Kevin took a deep breath and approached the cafe. After their leads dried up in Milwaukee, Kevin and his team started driving back to Chicago. Along the way, Kevin called Lily to check in and learned from her assistant Duncan that she was just sitting down for a lunch meeting with the mayor of Chicago, Christopher Walsh. Kevin knew that Mayor Walsh was connected to the corn farm in Milwaukee, so he immediately worried for Lily's safety. He called the leader of the Reaper Squad, Stanley Cooper, who was able to give Kevin a helicopter ride straight back to Chicago. Before going inside the cafe to confront the mayor, Kevin taped a wire under his shirt so that he could finally expose him once and for all. As Kevin approached, Lily and Mayor Walsh were still chatting inside. When the waiter came by to take their order, the mayor insisted that they both drink tap water. As the waiter walked away, Lily made a perplexed face. "Tap water? But didn't you just say the river was polluted?" The mayor shrugged his shoulders.
"It's not so toxic that we can't drink it, Mrs. Williams. Besides, I'm a man of the people. If they're drinking it, I'll drink it too."
When the waiter sat down their glasses of water, neither of them reached for a drink. Lily sipped on her coffee instead. "So," she asked, "what else is your administration doing on the environmental front? I've got a long list of projects I think we could collaborate on. The city needs more green energy for a start. What do you think about installing solar panels on the major government buildings?" The mayor held the glass of water up to his lips, but Lily could tell that he actually didn't take a drink. After setting the glass back down, he looked up at Lily with a professional smile.
"I think that's a wonderful idea, Mrs. Williams. Maybe your husband can help us as well. Where is he exactly anyways?"
Lily sharpened her eyebrows. She was beginning to suspect that the mayor was not there to discuss environmental action at all. "You seem to be very interested in my husband, Mayor Walsh. Is that the reason you wanted to meet up with me?"
Mayor Walsh grinned. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Williams. I didn't mean to offend you. I don't know what to say except that your husband fascinates me. A brilliant herbalist, a successful businessman, enormous riches, and a beautiful wife. I suppose you could say I'm something of a fan. I just wanted to know what he was up to."
Just then, Kevin's voice called out from the other side of the cafe.
"If you're so curious, Mayor Walsh, then why don't you ask me yourself?"
The cafe fell silent as everyone turned their heads at once. The mayor, not wanting to look suspicious, stood up and walked over to Kevin with open arms.
"Ah, Kevin, we were just talking about you. Won't you join us for lunch?"
Mayor Walsh reached out his hand, but Kevin refused to shake it. Instead, he just started walking toward the table. "I think I will join you, actually. I have a lot to discuss with you, Mayor." The mayor gulped as he followed Kevin back to the table. He was nervous, but he couldn't afford to show it.
"Of course, Kevin. I'm eager to see how your investigation is going."
Kevin sat down next to Lily and took hold of her hand. "Hey, honey, what are you doing here? What's his angle?" Lily had to whisper because the mayor was just starting to take a seat beside them. "He said he wanted to talk about environmental solutions, but so far, all he's been asking about is you, Kevin. I don't trust him. I think he's up to something." Just then, Mayor Walsh settled down in his chair and flashed Kevin a smile.
"So, your wife and I were just discussing how we could go about cleaning up the city. Do you have any updates about the river, Kevin?"
Kevin nodded with a frown on his face. "Since we last spoke, Mr. Walsh, the situation has become much clearer. There's a farm in Milwaukee that was growing genetically modified corn, and the soil they were using was a major pollutant." The mayor did his best to act surprised.
"Really? Well, I'm glad you figured this out, Kevin, but were you able to put a stop to it?"
Kevin nodded. "Yes, we were able to shut down the operation, but that isn't all, Mayor. Do you want to know something else I learned? It turns out that this farm, the one polluting the river, was giving huge donations to your campaign. You've received over $10 million from them in this month alone." Lily gasped. "Really? Mayor Walsh, is this true?" Mayor Walsh threw up his hands in defense.
"My goodness, Kevin, how could you accuse me of such a thing? You know that environmental protection is my #1 priority. For God's sakes, I've planted more trees in the city than any other mayor before me."
Kevin glared at Mayor Walsh with sharp, serious eyes. All those trees you planted were just a distraction against what you were really doing. Accepting bribes to turn a blind eye to pollution. You and the mayor of Milwaukee were in cahoots. Don't even bother trying to hide it. We have the paper trail that leads straight to you. The mayor paused and clenched his fists. Suddenly, his face changed from friendly to hateful in just a few seconds.
"Listen to me, Mr. Williams. Have you forgotten who you're speaking to? You may think you're a big fish in this town, but no one is bigger than me, you hear? I can get away with anything, and there's nothing you can do about it. Besides, it's just a little pollution. Anyone in my position would have taken the bribe as well."
Hearing his words, Kevin smiled. "Thank you very much, Mayor Walsh. I believe that's all we need." Mayor Walsh looked confused.
"What are you talking about? What do you mean that's all you need?"
With a huge grin on his face, Kevin pulled the microphone out from under his shirt, retrieved the recorder from his pocket, and hit play. The tape recorder played back the mayor's words for all to hear.
"Besides, it's just a little pollution. Anyone in my position would have taken the bribe as well."
The mayor's face dropped as he reached out for the tape.
"Give me that right now, Mr. Williams."
Kevin pulled the tape away from him and wagged his finger at the mayor. I think I'll hold on to this, actually. But don't worry, you'll hear it again. In court." The mayor slammed his fist on the table as he stood up from his chair.
"This lunch meeting is over. I'll have you ruined for this, Kevin. I have the best lawyers money can buy, and they will utterly destroy you. And don't think I've forgotten about you, Lily. Once I throw your husband in jail, I'm coming after the lily pad next."
As the mayor walked toward the exit while continuing to make threats, Kevin relaxed in his chair with a calm look on his face. He called Stanley Cooper, who was waiting in the helicopter outside, and said, "Hey, Stanley, the mayor's about to walk out of the cafe in a very bad mood because I have incriminating evidence against him. Do me a favor and arrest him, will you? No need to go easy on him." Kevin heard Stanley chuckle through the phone.
"No problem at all, Kevin. My pleasure, in fact."
The mayor stepped out of the cafe just as Kevin hung up the phone. Kevin stood up like a gentleman and helped Lily out of her chair. "Ready to go, my lady?" When Kevin and Lily stepped outside, they saw Mayor Walsh struggling to break out of Stanley's grasp.
"Let me go this instant, you little worm! You don't have the jurisdiction to arrest me!"
Stanley threw his head back and laughed.
"Actually, Mr. Mayor, as leader of the Reaper Squad, which answers directly to the president, I technically do."
Before Kevin and Lily made it all the way to Stanley Cooper, a dozen police cars suddenly turned into the parking lot with their sirens wailing. As they screeched to a stop, a squadron of officers leapt out and pointed their guns at Stanley.
"Release the mayor or we will open fire."
Kevin jumped in between them and raised his hands. "Not so fast, officers. I think there's something you ought to hear before you pull any triggers." Kevin pulled out the tape recorder and hit the playback button. For all to hear, the mayor's voice came forward.
"I can get away with anything, and there's nothing you can do about it. Besides, it's just a little pollution. Anyone in my position would have taken the bribe as well."
Upon hearing the recording, the police officers all turned their heads to the mayor with suspicion.
"Sounds like pretty solid evidence to me,"
one policeman stated. The mayor anxiously shook his head, sweat pouring down from his brow.
"No, that wasn't me. It's a fabrication. Please, you have to believe me. I would never accept a bribe."
A policeman walked up and put the mayor in handcuffs.
"Save it for the judge, Mayor. I always did have a bad feeling about you."
The mayor begged and pleaded to be released while the policeman escorted him into the back of his cruiser.
"No, you can't do this. I'm the greenest mayor the city has ever seen. Without me, everything will—"
The policeman slammed the door shut before the mayor could finish his sentence. After breaking up his meeting with Lily, Kevin confronted Mayor Walsh about accepting donations from the mysterious farm owners who were polluting the Chicago River. At first, the mayor denied all ties with the farm, but after Kevin revealed that he had a paper trail, he turned to threats instead. Kevin was wearing a wire and recorded the mayor's confession. When the police arrived, Kevin played back the recording for all to hear, and the mayor was promptly handcuffed. After the mayor was carried away, Kevin thanked Stanley Cooper for his help and returned to the Salix Leaf Hotel with Lily. When they stepped inside their room, they were surprised to see Dorothy sitting at the counter with Alan and Susan. When she saw Lily, Dorothy jumped out of her chair with an enthusiastic face. "Hey, sweetheart. How was your meeting with the mayor? Did you get a lot of city planning done?" Lily shook her head and sighed. "Well, it turns out the mayor isn't as ecologically motivated as everyone thought he was. He was actually motivated by the millions of dollars in bribes he was getting from polluters. Kevin showed up just in time to coerce him into a confession." Dorothy gasped. "You mean to tell me that Kevin broke up your meeting with the mayor? Geez, Kevin, what is wrong with you? Do you not want your wife to succeed or something?" Kevin groaned. "Of course I want Lily to succeed, Dorothy. That isn't it at all. Mayor Walsh was a corrupt politician who was accepting bribes to turn a blind eye to pollution. When I heard he was having lunch with Lily, I had to get there to save Lily from danger." Dorothy crossed her arms and scoffed. A likely story. Sounds to me like you just don't like the idea of Lily moving up in the world, so you invented a reason to interrupt her meeting. What's the matter, Kevin? Afraid of a little healthy competition?" Kevin's mom, Susan, was the first to come to his defense. "Oh, come on now, Dorothy. Don't you think that's a bit too far?" Dorothy shook her head. "Kevin is your son, Susan, so of course you can't see his true colors. That's why you have to rely on people like me to tell you who he really is." Lily massaged her temples. They hadn't been home for more than 5 minutes, and she was already starting to get a headache. "I was there, Mom. Everything Kevin's saying is true. Mayor Walsh was corrupt, and I'm proud of Kevin for stopping him." Dorothy rolled her eyes and snorted. "That's probably just what he wants you to think. Mayor Walsh is the greenest mayor this city has ever seen." Without saying a word, Alan picked up the remote and turned on the TV. When he saw what was on the news, he chuckled to himself. "Well, there's your answer, Dorothy." When Dorothy turned over her shoulder and looked at the TV, she saw footage of Mayor Walsh being escorted out of a police car. The banner at the bottom of the screen read, "Mayor Walsh, eco-warrior or eco-terrorist." A reporter's voice accompanied the footage. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This just in, Christopher Walsh, the mayor of Chicago, has just been arrested for accepting bribes. Sources tell us that the bribes, some of which were over $10 million, were in exchange for Mayor Walsh's compliance with illegal pollution. As the self-declared greenest mayor in America, the nature of Mayor Walsh's crimes comes as a surprise to us all." Finally, Dorothy had no choice but to back off at least a little bit. "Well," she said, "you could have at least allowed Lily to finish her meeting first." Lily sighed. "Kevin did the right thing, Mom. Now, enough of this already. You can all go back to your rooms now. Kevin and I need some time to relax." As Dorothy and Susan approached the door, Alan walked up to Kevin and put his hand on his shoulder. "I'll get out of your hair in just a second, Kevin, but before I go, could you and I have a word?" Kevin nodded. "Of course, Dad. Let's step onto the balcony for a moment." As Lily closed the door behind Dorothy and Susan, Kevin and Alan stepped onto the balcony. After shutting the door, Kevin joined Alan by the railings. "What's going on, Dad?" Alan took a long pause and chose his next words carefully. "Well, Kevin, I know you've been busy with work lately, but I hope you haven't forgotten about Uncle Thomas. He doesn't seem to be doing any better, and his wealth is evaporating more and more each and every day." Kevin tried to stay calm. After everything Uncle Thomas did to undermine him and his family, Kevin couldn't understand why Alan was so determined to help him. "I'm doing what I can, Dad. The lab has been sending him herbs to stabilize his condition, which is more than he deserves, I'd say. Why do you care so much about helping him? As far as I'm concerned, the sooner he's gone, the better." Alan shook his head. "I didn't raise you to think that way, Kevin. Uncle Thomas may be a hateful old bastard, but he's still family. Family is the most important thing. I'm sure you know that, especially now that you're about to become a father. There has to be more we can do for Thomas." Kevin shrugged his shoulders. You know how rare his illness is. Very little is known about it, and I'm not sure what else can be done." Alan took a deep breath and gazed out at the skyline. "Well, why don't you go take a look at him? Maybe you'll catch something that the other doctors missed. I can go with you if that would be easier." Kevin groaned, but he didn't want to disappoint his father. "Fine, we can go together. What hotel is he staying at?" Alan was thankful that Kevin agreed to help. He actually can't afford to stay in a hotel anymore. He's been staying with your cousin Ethan in the suburbs. Kevin groaned again. Now you're telling me I have to see Ethan too? As if things couldn't get any worse." After saying goodbye to Lily, Kevin and Alan hopped in a private car and drove over to Ethan's house in the suburbs. Before knocking, Alan looked at him and said, "Give your Uncle Thomas a chance, Kevin. Sometimes when people are close to the end of their lives, they become much more tender and open-hearted." After a few knocks, Ethan answered the door with a puzzled look on his face. "Alan? Kevin? What are you doing here?" Alan smiled. "Kevin's here to take a look at Uncle Thomas, Ethan. We want to help." Ethan looked at Kevin skeptically. "Really? Kevin wants to help? For some reason, I have a hard time believing that." Kevin stared right back at Ethan with a frown on his face. "I'm doing this for my father, Ethan. Now let us in or we'll be on our way." Ethan opened the door and begrudgingly let them inside. "Fine. The sooner he's healthy again, the sooner he can get out of my hair. He's a pain to live with, you know. He's always criticizing my every move, calling me a bastard and the devil's spawn. As soon as he found out that I wasn't his real son, he stopped loving me entirely. I don't know why I try." Ethan led them through the living room and into a guest room at the end of a long hallway. Inside, Uncle Thomas was lying in bed, hooked up to a heart monitor and an IV drip. When he noticed Ethan enter the room, he shook his head and grumbled. "There you are, my ungrateful bastard son. Did you get that food I asked for? I'm starving over here." Ethan cleared his throat before speaking. "Dad, Kevin and Alan are here to take a look at you. Kevin thinks he might be able to help." Uncle Thomas scoffed. "How dare you bring that traitor into our household, Ethan? Whatever he's here for, it isn't to help me, that's for sure." Ethan groaned. "Just let him take a look, Dad, please." Uncle Thomas glared at Kevin. "Those herbs you've been sending haven't been helping me at all, Kevin. I thought you were trying to help cure me. What in the world is taking so long?" Kevin threw his head back and laughed. He knew Alan wouldn't like what he was about to say, but at this point he couldn't hold himself back. "You thought I was going to cure you? Why would I cure the man who kicked me out of the family, who treated my parents like garbage and did nothing to help us while we were at our lowest?" Uncle Thomas sneered. "You're really trying to play the victim, Kevin? You were the one who made that terrible investment with your inheritance money. You have no one to blame but yourself for what happened to you." Ethan made a puzzled face. "Wait, but if you haven't been trying to cure him, then what have the herbs been doing?" Kevin crossed his arms and smiled. "The herbs have stabilized your condition. You won't get any more sick, but you won't get any better either. If you really want to get better, you have some serious making up to do." Uncle Thomas clenched his fists. "It'll be a cold day in hell before I ever apologize to you, Kevin." Kevin clapped his hands together and started walking away. "Fine, so be it." As Kevin walked out of the room, Alan stayed behind to plead with Uncle Thomas. "Please, Thomas, just apologize to him. He can help you." Uncle Thomas clenched his fists. "Never. Why don't you get the hell out of here too, Alan? I stopped calling you brother long ago." Finally, Alan could see it was no use. He stood up and followed after Kevin. "Fine, Thomas. Don't say I didn't try." As Alan and Kevin left the house, Ethan had a grin on his face. "Wow," he thought. "For once, Kevin and I are on the same side." Kevin had made progress in exposing Mayor Walsh as a corrupt politician, and he hoped to get some rest and enjoy time with Lily. But he was still being criticized by Lily's mother, Dorothy. Kevin's father, Alan, insisted that Kevin visit ailing and now poor Uncle Thomas, who was living with Ethan in his suburban home. By Uncle Thomas's bedside, Kevin revealed that he never intended to cure Thomas. and instead had given him herbs that would leave him in a constant state of near death, so that he could suffer physically and financially for the rest of his life. This was Kevin's revenge for Thomas's treatment of Kevin and his parents. Now Kevin was back in the city, and glad of it. His family was still staying at Rachel's luxurious Salix Leaf Hotel since their home had been the setting of a recent assassination attempt against Kevin. No one felt safe in the penthouse after that. Kevin arrived at the hotel and took the elevator up to his and Lily's room, hopeful for a relaxing afternoon with his love.
"Hey, how did it go?"
Lily asked as Kevin got in the room, kicking off his shoes and flopping down on the suite's plush velvet couch. She was in the bathroom taking off her earrings after a lunch meeting. "It was fine, but I'll be honest, I don't like the suburbs. It's too quiet out there. It's unsettling. I'm afraid someone will sneak up on me," Kevin told her. Lily walked out of the bathroom and sat down with him, wrapping her arms around his neck and holding him close.
"Funny you should say that. I've been meaning to talk to you about something."
Kevin pulled away and looked concerned. "Is everything okay?"
"Yes, of course. It's just that I'm not sure how safe we are in the city anymore. Your reputation is bigger than ever and you have so many people after you. I mean, we had an assassin in our home the other day. I don't think I'll be able to get over that for a long time. In the suburbs, we could melt into the scenery. No one would ever find us because they wouldn't think to look there. What if we thought about moving?"
Lily was smiling at Kevin, trying to get him excited about the idea, but Kevin wasn't convinced. Even if everything he did in life was to make Lily happy, he was unsure that they would be happy living so far from the excitement of the city. Then again, maybe there had been too much excitement for them both lately. "What about work? Your office is here, so is mine. I don't want to add a commute to your stress load, especially during the pregnancy." Kevin's concerns were genuine. Lily shook her head.
"It doesn't bother me. I can hire someone to drive me back and forth, so I don't even have to look at the road. I really think we could make a great fortress for ourselves with more room in the suburbs. And we'll still have your Radiance guards with us full time. They'll be able to see threats coming a mile away."
Kevin started to think about it and realized she was right. He wasn't paranoid in the suburbs because he thought someone might be sneaking up on him. He was just freaked out because he wasn't used to feeling calm. That could actually be amazing. We can completely customize the security systems and have every inch of the property on lock. We can get separate houses down the street for our parents. And I'll get us a big dog to protect you and the baby when I'm not home." Lily hugged him again.
"Plus, if we have another baby down the line, there will be room for our family to grow. The kids could have a yard to run around in. They could ride their bikes to school and have a normal life."
Kevin kissed her. Kevin could see that Lily had been giving this a lot of thought and she was excited about it, which meant that Kevin was excited about it too. "That sounds perfect. Let me call Dalton and have him set us up with a realtor. He knows the best ones. And we should probably get a new apartment in the city too, something more low profile so the assassins don't suspect it. We'll always need a place to stay when we come into the city to eat at the latest glamorous restaurant." Lily nodded.
"Good thinking. Should we keep that between us? The fewer people who know about it, the better."
Kevin grinned. "You read my mind. This is all information that no one else needs to know yet. Got it." The two of them spent the early afternoon together on the couch surfing the online housing listings while waiting for Dalton to call them back with an official realtor. Kevin and Lily used to do this when they were first dating. They'd set their budget to as high as the website would allow and look at the houses in the nicest cities in the world and dream about the day when they would be rich enough to get their own castle. When they got married, those searches got more realistic, but still fanciful, as they planned out exactly how many bedrooms and how much property they would need for the many kids they wanted. It was nice to feel like their younger selves again, but now they were even happier because they were able to buy anything they wanted. As it turned out, the Chicago suburbs were nicer than Kevin had realized. From Evanston to Wheaton, they really couldn't go wrong. Kevin almost got caught up in the fantasy of leaving his dangerous work behind and becoming a family pharmacist operating out of his home. making friends with the other dads in the neighborhood and taking his kids to their soccer games on Saturday mornings. But then he remembered the reason they were moving, for safety, and he snapped back to reality. His work was too important to abandon in the city, and he knew that normal and average was not what Lily deserved. Kevin was going to continue his business enterprises to bring in the wealth that would make him and Lily and their children live wonderful lives. By the time Dalton got back to them with a realtor, Kevin and Lily had a list of 12 properties they wanted to tour. They met the realtor at a cafe in one of the top suburbs for young families to lay out their plans. But as soon as Kevin saw the guy, he knew there had been a mistake. The realtor was young, younger than Kevin and Lily, and wore thick glasses and a suit 3 sizes too big for him. He looked like a kid dressing up like dad and going to work. "Kevin and Lily, hi, I'm Simon. I'm your junior realtor. It's so great to meet you," he said, extending a sweaty palm for Kevin to shake. "Hey, Simon, great to meet you too. Forgive me if this is rude, but do junior realtors usually take on clients with our budget? I was expecting someone more senior," Kevin said. Lily nodded nervously. Simon looked like a sweetheart, but there was no way he was going to find them a good deal on a luxury home. Simon shook his head. "You were supposed to meet with our managing partner, Patricia, but she was double booked. And at risk of sounding rude myself, sir, I think I can work within your budget." He looked Kevin up and down at his well-worn khakis and a plain t-shirt and clearly wasn't expecting Kevin to have the kind of money he did. Lily smiled. "Well, I think you'll be surprised about what we're looking for." She handed him her printouts of the house listings they had assembled. Simon actually burst out laughing when he saw the listings. "Right. Okay, good one. Let me show you a location I've picked out." Kevin decided it was worth a laugh to let this kid try to sell them a lemon. He texted Dalton to get them the managing partner of the real estate brokerage to meet them at the location Simon had in mind, and he and Lily got in Simon's car. Simon was a terrible driver. He slammed on the brakes at the first sight of a yellow light, activated the windshield wipers when he meant to use the turn signal, and was hunched over the wheel the whole time like he truly couldn't see a foot in front of his face. Kevin and Lily sat in the back holding each other's hand for dear life. Simon drove them out of the nice part of town and to a rundown neighborhood that looked like it had been largely abandoned since the 1980s. He pulled into the driveway of the smallest, most depressing-looking house Kevin had ever seen. The windows were boarded up, the lawn was overgrown, and the garage door had graffiti on it that had been very poorly covered up with thin white paint. "Home sweet home," Simon beamed, putting his car in park and hopping out. Kevin and Lily got out with him and gazed upon the little home. "It's got good bones," Kevin said as a way to lead Simon on. Lily stifled a laugh, catching on to the game. "Can't beat the location. I mean, I'm sure this neighborhood is just about to launch a comeback." Kevin snickered. "And what's that I see through that unexplained hole in the wall? Is that shag carpet? Wow!" Simon laughed along with them, clearly missing the fact that they were poking fun at him. "Right? You get the vintage touches of a mid-50s build, plus the modern accommodations of the last remodel, which was in," he checked his notes, "1989. What sort of mortgage are you qualified for? $500 a month? That will cover this place nicely." Kevin and Lily looked at each other, wondering how to prove to this little man that they were worth much more money than that. "You know, those listings Lily showed you weren't a joke. We're looking for something in the range of $10 million, Kevin told him. Simon's face fell. "You? What, do you have a trust fund? Is Daddy an investment banker or something?" Kevin didn't mind taking a ribbing from Simon. He was secure enough in his masculinity to not rise to anger when someone who wasn't a threat tried to get under his skin. But Lily was annoyed now. "Kevin is a brilliant herbalist, an inventor, the owner of one of the leading media companies in the world, and a philanthropist, actually. So if you don't mind wiping that smug grin off your face and showing us a real house, I'd appreciate it." Before Simon could reply, another car pulled into the driveway. It was a big, chunky Cadillac driven by a large woman with a beehive of red hair piled on the top of her head. She stepped out of the car with her high heels coming out first and with enormous jewelry shining from her neck, wrists, and ears. Dalton Steele got out of her passenger seat and winked at Kevin. "Simon Scram! I'll take it from here. Mr. and Mrs. Williams, I am so sorry for the inconvenience. My name is Patricia, and I'm the managing partner of the brokerage." Patricia shook their hands enthusiastically. "I hope Simon here didn't waste too much of your time. Your partner, Mr. Steele, sent me your preferred listings, and I have private showings lined up for you all afternoon and evening. Come with me." Kevin and Lily got in the back of Patricia's Cadillac and let her drive them back to one of the suburbs they had picked out and right into a house that sat on 10 private acres of beautiful lawn and forest. The property was at the end of a neighborhood, giving it full privacy but also a perfect little community. Kevin took Lily by the hand as they explored the gorgeous 100-year-old building, with all of its carved wood accents and whole separate wings for the in-laws. Patricia let them go off on their own and fall in love with the place, and even though it was the first real listing they had looked at, Kevin was certain it was the one. He knew Lily felt the same way when they entered a bedroom down the hall from the owner's suite. It had a huge bay window, bookcases built into the walls, and the most beautiful sage green walls. Lily turned to Kevin and said, "It's the perfect nursery." Kevin and Lily were hunting for their forever home, a suburban fortress where they could grow their family and hide from the high-profile enemies that were constantly after Kevin. They had just found the perfect place in the perfect suburb of Chicago. The commute would be easy. They would still have a place in the city to crash during late nights, and their in-laws could live in separate wings and care for the kids when both of them were at work. It was the start of domestic bliss. But in a neighboring suburb, domestic turmoil was brewing. Ethan Williams was caring for his supposed father, Thomas, who was now bedridden with a terminal illness that Kevin refused to cure. Now that this was out in the open, Thomas was even more miserable, and he was taking it out on the equally miserable Ethan. Ethan was already in the middle of an emotional crisis. He wanted nothing more than to topple Kevin from power, but now he had no avenues by which to do that. Thomas had no money or power to leave him in his will, and Ethan couldn't pretend that he didn't long for the day that Thomas would die. So he was essentially caring for the man out of nothing but guilt. He brought Thomas his soup that evening for dinner on a tray to be eaten in bed, of course. And before he could rush back out of the room and leave Thomas to it, Thomas croaked out his name.
"Ethan."
"Yes?" Ethan stopped in the doorway, already opened.
"My son."
"Don't call me that. You're not my real father," Ethan spat. He had spent years living with the man he thought was his dad, only to find out just recently that his whole life had been a lie.
"I need your help. The spoon. I'm too weak."
Thomas looked truly pathetic sitting up in the bed supported by several pillows. He wasn't actually that old, and he had been a strong and powerful man not that long ago. This descent as the illness ate his body from the inside out was a horrible sight. Ethan took pity and drew up a chair at his bedside, spooning soup into the man's mouth.
"Let me know if it's too hot,"
Ethan mumbled, blowing on the broth before letting it touch Thomas's lips.
"I can't believe Kevin Williams is going to be my downfall. He is the only one in the world who can cure me, and he refuses. There was a time when I would have stomped on him like an ant at a picnic, and I missed my chance,"
Thomas grumbled. Ethan shrugged.
"I think you got a few good punches in. You ousted him and his family from the Williams family estate and most of the Williams family businesses, after all."
Thomas frowned.
"That was a fool's attack. It didn't hit him where it hurts."
"Well, he's letting you die because of it, so I think it hurt him a bit," Ethan told him, bringing another spoonful up to Thomas's mouth.
"Still, I'll never beat him again, and I'll never take him out for good. You need to promise me you'll keep trying to take him down after I'm gone, Ethan,"
Thomas rasped. Ethan shook his head. "I'm not promising you anything. I sympathize with you, but I still don't like you." Thomas snarled.
"What chance in hell do you have of ever making a name for yourself if Kevin lives? He will always be the most famous Williams,
He will always be the smartest, most accomplished, and strongest person in our family's name. A world where Kevin Williams lives is a world in which you can never become great."
It took all of Ethan's control not to flip the bowl of hot soup over Thomas's head, but he held the spoon steady and said, "I've tried. I don't think there's any use. I'll have to resign myself to a life of normalcy, of being average, of taking care of dying men who lied to me all my life."
"Stop pitying yourself, boy. It's no wonder Kevin beats you at every turn. You're pathetic. Listen to me. If you bring Kevin down before I die, I'll leave the Williams Company to you. May not be worth much, but that company is still valued at billions of dollars, and the CEO makes more than that every year with his investments. Does that change your tune?"
Thomas sneered. Ethan rolled his eyes. "You don't have the right. You said that if I'm not your legitimate heir, you can't give me the title."
Thomas nodded. "That's true, but the truth of your parentage is only known to a handful of people. If I destroy the records, it will be my word against theirs, and I will always win. It could all be yours. You'll secure your legacy, have your dream job, and never have to worry about Kevin again."
Ethan couldn't help but be a bit drawn in by the idea, but he said nothing. He just kept spooning soup into Thomas's mouth.
"Oh, come on. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and be a man. Take what's yours."
Thomas egged him on. Ethan sat back and sighed. "I want it in writing."
"Huh?"
"If you're serious about promising me the title of CEO and your shares of the Williams Company, I'll take Kevin out by any means necessary, but I want a contract that you can't worm your way out of."
Thomas shrugged. "Okay, I can do that. Call my lawyer."
Thomas's lawyer showed up an hour later, and Ethan's lawyer showed up moments later. Ethan hoisted Thomas up out of bed and into a wheelchair and wheeled him to the kitchen table so they could talk. Right away, the lawyers were bickering like an old married couple. It was clear they both took this meeting very seriously, but it was more like they were play acting at being very serious lawyers. Thomas looked at Ethan and said,
"Are you sure this is necessary?"
Ethan's lawyer immediately jumped in. "You don't have to answer that. Don't talk to him." Ethan threw his hands up. "Everyone settle down. This is a simple matter of an agreement to exchange services between me and Thomas. I want it noted that I'm going to carry out the defeat of one of his enemies in exchange for his company being left to me upon his death." The lawyers pulled out their notepads and started scribbling down notes. "And what are you both considering a defeat of this enemy?" Thomas's lawyer asked.
"He must die,"
Thomas growled. Both lawyers paused their writing. "I'm sorry, is this a hitman arrangement? I'm not participating in that kind of practice." Ethan's lawyer told them. "We cannot legally bind you in an agreement that will result in someone else's death," Thomas's lawyer added.
"Then he must be destroyed beyond redemption. He must be reduced to poverty at the very least. Is that legal?" Thomas spat.
"Just barely," his lawyer whispered. "And when I prove I've done that, Thomas will put me back in his will," Ethan insisted. The lawyer scribbled some more, and after a few rounds of revisions, they had a contract. Ethan's lawyer typed it up and printed it out, and they all signed. Ethan and Thomas shook hands.
"I look forward to our continued partnership,"
Thomas said, sneering. After the lawyers left, Ethan carried Thomas back to bed for the evening. "Ring your bell if you need anything," he said, and he left the room. When Ethan got back to his own room, he took a long shower trying to revive himself somehow. He had become so downtrodden, so self-pitying, that he couldn't see how he could motivate himself to take over the Williams family companies. Be a CEO? He wanted that job because of his status. He wanted the money because of the power. Was it worth killing Kevin for? "What are you thinking, Ethan? This is everything I've ever wanted," he groaned to himself. He got out of the shower and slumped down on his bed, deep in thought. If I destroy Kevin, I get the company. If I don't destroy Kevin, nothing happens. If Thomas dies, the company will leave the family's ownership and I'll never get the job. If Thomas lives, I'll have more time to convince him I should get the job without killing Kevin.
And if I find Thomas a cure, he'll have to give me the job.
Ethan leapt up and started pacing the room. Kevin is the best herbalist in the country and the most likely to be able to find a cure. So I need to find someone almost as good as him, who could also stand a chance at finding the cure. He pulled out his phone and started scrolling through his contacts. Clint Grayson, chief herbalist of the Herbalist Society. No, he's too high profile. He wouldn't just do me a favor. Earl Mathis, chairman of the Herbalist Society, doesn't have any reason to help me either. I need someone who hates Kevin. That way there will be something in it for them. Kevin hates Thomas, and if Thomas is cured, he'll be furious. Ethan felt the answer come to him all at once. I need Vincent Reeves. Living together under one roof, things were beginning to get tense between Ethan and Uncle Thomas. As a peace offering, Uncle Thomas told Ethan that if he helped him topple Kevin's empire, he'd make him a high-ranking position within the Williams Company. Always suspicious, Ethan wanted the agreement to be sealed in a legal contract, so they invited a pair of lawyers to the house. The only way to deal with Uncle Thomas's condition was for Ethan to cure him of his illness. So Ethan called the only herbalist he knew besides Kevin who might be able to do that, Vincent Reeves. When Vincent knocked on the door, Ethan answered with a professional smile. Mr. Reeves, thank you for coming. Your reputation precedes you. Vincent put on a friendly face as he reached out and shook Ethan's hand. Your reputation, well, precedes you as well. The two were like boxers feeling each other out in the ring. Ethan Williams and Vincent Reeves each wanted something from the other, but also knew that they had, beneath their schemes, the same goal in mind: ruining Kevin Williams. I was sad to hear that your father is ill, Ethan. Vincent continued, not meaning a word he was saying, which Ethan was smart enough to realize, just barely smart enough. Ethan grimaced. Well, first, he isn't my biological father. There's nothing he loves more than reminding me of that. About his condition, there isn't much I can tell you, I'm afraid. It's an extremely rare illness and very little is known about it. I just know it's made him very hard to look after. Vincent nodded. I understand. Well, let's go have a look at him then. I'm happy to help however I can. Just then, Uncle Thomas's voice called out from down the hallway, accompanied by a loud screeching bell. Ethan! Ethan, where are you? Is my dinner ready yet? Thomas yelled. Ethan's face looked pained at the loud noise, and he made a frustrated frown before collecting himself. He turned down the hallway and shouted, Just a minute, Dad, it's on its way. Ethan looked back at Vincent and gestured for him to step inside the kitchen. Before we go in, Vincent, I hope you won't mind if we have a little talk, just the two of us. Not at all, Vincent said. What do you want to talk about? Vincent stepped into the kitchen and took a seat while Ethan walked around the counter and started putting Uncle Thomas's dinner in a blender. Ethan paused, preparing his next words very carefully. Then finally his emotional dam broke loose. You have to help me, Vincent. I'm the one who needs saving more than Thomas does. Ever since he got sick and moved in with me, my life has been a living hell. He's rude, impatient, demanding, and I need him out of here as soon as possible. I can't go on living like this anymore. Down the hall, Uncle Thomas rang his bell again and shouted, What's taking so long, Ethan? I'm starving over here. Ethan rolled his eyes. It's almost ready, Dad. I'm just making the finishing touches. Then he looked back at Vincent with a frown on his face. See what I mean? He asked. Vincent nodded his head. Yes, I see what you're up against. I can only imagine how stressful these past few weeks have been for you. Vincent put on a sympathetic face, but the truth was he didn't care much about Ethan or Thomas. If he could figure out a way to cure Uncle Thomas, he surely would. But more than anything, he was there to pick their pockets. He, like everyone, knew that the Williams family fortune was rapidly disappearing, and he intended to get the last few $1 million before Thomas was completely broke. He looked at Ethan and smiled. I'll do whatever I can, Ethan. I promise. Ethan sighed. I suppose that's all I can ask for. He scooped the pureed spaghetti into a bowl and told Vincent to follow him down the hallway. After stepping inside, Ethan sat down in a chair beside Uncle Thomas's bed and started spoon-feeding him. "Dad, this is Vincent Reeves from the Herbalist Society. He's the number 2 man at the society and a skilled herbalist himself. He's here to take a look at you and see if he can help." Vincent followed Ethan inside and gently shook Uncle Thomas's hand.
"Hello, Thomas. I'm sorry the conditions aren't ideal, but it truly is good to see you. I'd be happy to help out however I can."
Uncle Thomas then coughed up a storm without being polite enough to cover his mouth. Vincent Reeves leaned back to avoid Thomas's hacking. After collecting himself, he took a deep breath and said,
"Well, I'm just glad that someone cares enough to help me. Did you hear about my nephew Kevin? He's the best herbalist on this side of the Mississippi, and yet he completely refused to help his dying uncle. I mean, what kind of an herbalist turns his back on his own family?"
Vincent offered up a sympathetic nod.
"Yes. Without meaning any offense, sir, I've always viewed your nephew Kevin as a bit of a shady character, to say the least."
Uncle Thomas agreed.
"No offense taken, Mr. Reeves. Kevin is an absolute scoundrel who is a constant embarrassment to the Williams name. He stole the company from right underneath us, and I'll never forgive him for it."
"Don't worry, Dad," Ethan said as he gathered another spoonful of pureed spaghetti. "We'll get our revenge soon enough." Vincent dropped a duffel bag on the counter and pulled out a pair of latex gloves.
"Well, gentlemen, in that endeavor, I wish you the best of luck, but let's get to the reason I came here, shall we?"
When Vincent stepped forward, Ethan stood up and offered him his chair. Studying Thomas's arms and legs, he saw that his skin was unusually pale and covered in sores. Additionally, his eyes were blood red and his breathing was labored.
"Tell me about your symptoms, Thomas. Where does it hurt the most?"
Thomas pointed to his chest.
"It feels like there's a bowling ball pressing down on my chest at all times. It's painful just to keep breathing."
Vincent touched his fingers to Uncle Thomas's neck and asked him to take a deep breath. When he did, Vincent could feel his pulse spike.
Yes, I see. Well, Thomas, I'd like to help you, but it's going to be a long process of trial and error. We'll have to experiment with a long list of herbal combinations until we land on something that can hopefully bring you back to health. Unfortunately, it won't be cheap."
Uncle Thomas groaned.
"Charging a dying old man on his deathbed, are you? You know, for someone who denounced Kevin just a few moments ago, you sure are starting to sound like him."
Vincent chuckled and looked down at the floor.
"I think you misunderstood me, Mr. Williams. The money isn't for me, but for the expensive ingredients I'll need to experiment with. I wouldn't dare charge you for my personal services."
Of course, Vincent's words weren't true. He'd overcharge for the ingredients and then pocket the change. Uncle Thomas had another coughing fit that lasted many seconds before he could reply.
"Fine," he said. "I've just about run myself dry, but Ethan still has money. How much do you need?"
Ethan opened his mouth to say something, but Vincent beat him to it.
$15 million ought to be enough, at least to start."
Ethan gasped. $15 million? For what? There's no way the herbs you need cost that much. Ethan only wanted to make sure Thomas stayed alive long enough to hand over the family companies to him. He didn't want the organization to be bankrupt when he did. Vincent remained professional. He had to convince them it was absolutely necessary.
"There are certain herbs that might be of use to us which aren't available on the mainstream commercial market. These more, how should I say it, illicit herbs come at a much higher price."
Ethan took a deep breath. He still wasn't convinced. "I understand, but $15 million still seems a little steep to me." Uncle Thomas scoffed.
"What are you saying, Ethan, that my life isn't worth $15 million to you? If I don't get cured, it means our deal is off, so I suggest you shut up and pay the man whatever he wants."
Ethan was speechless. Vincent looked over at him with a slimy grin on his face.
"If you really want to get to the bottom of this, I'd make it $20 million just to be safe."
Ethan frowned and pulled out his checkbook. "Fine, I'll write you a check." In his mind, Vincent was doing backflips, but all that appeared on his face was a polite smile and nod.
"Thank you, Ethan. I'll get in touch with my suppliers right away."
Also, while I'm here, would you care to tell me about how you plan on getting back at Kevin? Ethan shook his head as he tore out the check and handed it to Vincent. You just worry about curing my father, all right? Leave getting back at Kevin to me. Meanwhile, across town, Kevin, Lily, Dorothy, Alan, and Susan were just settling into their new house in the suburbs. A team of movers was carrying in boxes and laying them all over the floor. Dorothy, of course, was already pestering Kevin about her living arrangements. Kevin, did you go out of your way to make sure I wouldn't have a room in the main house? How could you make me sleep outside like some dog? Kevin groaned. Your bungalow in the backyard is bigger than most people's whole house, Dorothy. We wanted to make sure everyone had their own space. Dorothy snorted. I see what you're up to. You won't push me away, Kevin. I'll sleep in the living room if I have to. Just then, the doorbell rang and Kevin gladly went to answer it. Excuse me, Dorothy. I'll be right back. When Kevin opened the door, he was shocked to see Ethan smiling back at him. Kevin, welcome to the neighborhood. I thought I'd come by to give you this housewarming gift. Ethan handed Kevin a small potted plant. As he got a whiff of it, he recognized the species immediately. Cambodian foxtail, one of my favorite herbs. It isn't rigged to explode or anything, is it? Ethan chuckled and shook his head. No, of course not. It's my idea of a peace offering, actually. I've been doing a lot of reflecting lately, and I've decided it might be time to lay down the hatchet, wouldn't you say? Kevin hesitated before saying anything. Of course, he wasn't sure if he could trust Ethan. After everything you've done, Ethan, I hope you'll forgive me for saying I need to think about it. Ethan nodded. Of course, take all the time you need. I'm always a phone call away if you'd like to have a family barbecue or something. As Ethan turned and walked away, Kevin had a suspicious feeling in his gut. Well, that was weird, he thought to himself. Before he could consider it any further, Lily called for Kevin's help lifting a box. He set the Cambodian foxtail down on the counter and went upstairs. Then, as Kevin was walking away, a small termite crawled out of the plant's soil. So small it was barely detectable. Then 10 more climbed out, and then 20 more followed them. And suddenly a trail of termites was coming from the plant and right into Kevin and Lily's new and beautiful home. Answering his call for help, Vincent Reeves arrived at Ethan's house to take a look at Uncle Thomas. In typical fashion, Vincent swindled them out of $20 million for herbal ingredients he claimed were extremely expensive when, in actuality, he just wanted to pocket their money. Later that same day, Ethan went over to Kevin's new house in the suburbs, offering him a potted plant as a housewarming gift. After setting down the plant and walking away, termites started to crawl out of the pot. After spending their first night in the new house, Kevin and Lily woke up in each other's arms as morning light shone in from the window. Morning, honey. How'd you sleep? Kevin asked. Lily stretched her arms and let out a deep breath. I slept great, Kevin. I think this new place is going to work out really well for us. Kevin leaned down and kissed her, and the best part is your mother is across the backyard and separated from us by a whole other bungalow. Just then, Dorothy's voice called out from below. Lily! Lily, are you awake? I've got your breakfast ready right here. Don't keep the baby waiting too long. Lily looked at Kevin and chuckled. Looks like we won't be getting rid of her that easily. Then she raised her voice. I'll be down in a minute, Mom. Just have to brush my teeth and change out of my pajamas. Kevin sighed. We should have bought her a house on the other side of town. Just as Lily was getting out of bed, Kevin's cell phone started to ring. He reached over to the bedside table and picked it up. Hello? The voice on the other end was stern and assertive. Hello, is this Kevin Williams? Kevin could already tell it was something important. Yes, it is. Who am I speaking to? The man cleared his throat before continuing. Hello, Mr. Williams. My name is Harold Brockmeyer, and I'm a Chicago district attorney. I'm leading the prosecution case against Mayor Walsh, who, as I'm sure you know, was just arrested for high-scale fraud and embezzlement. Kevin nodded his head. Yes, I was there when it happened. What can I do for you, Mr. Brockmeyer? Mr. Brockmeyer got straight to the point.
I know it's last minute, but I was wondering if you might be able to come down to the courthouse this afternoon. The trial begins at 1 p.m. and my team and I think you'd be a good witness to call up onto the stand.
Kevin smiled. Of course, Mr. Brockmeyer. I'd be happy to help. I was looking forward to seeing Mr. Walsh go to prison, and now I'll have a front row seat. Mr. Brockmeyer knew he could count on Kevin Williams' help to put sinister Mayor Walsh in prison.
I'm glad to hear you're just as enthusiastic as we are. Talk to you soon, Mr. Williams. I'll see you at the courthouse.
After a quick breakfast, Kevin hopped in the car and headed over to the courthouse downtown. When the car dropped him off out front, the courthouse was swarmed with reporters and paparazzi. As soon as Kevin stepped out of the car, the reporters turned their heads and pointed their cameras at him. They immediately began to shout over each other so Kevin could only hear the one closest to him. Mr. Williams! Mr. Williams! Do you have any comments on the mayor's recent crimes? Kevin kept his answer brief as he walked up the steps to the courthouse. Mayor Walsh's involvement in the pollution of the Chicago River is a shame and a betrayal of the voters. By electing him as our mayor, we put our trust in him, and he has failed us terribly. The reporters threw up the microphones and shouted more questions as flashbulbs popped while getting pictures of the city's hero, Kevin Williams. Kevin was through with talking. Instead, he pushed his way inside. Stepping into the courthouse, Kevin saw that it was loud and filled with people. A large man with a thick brown mustache looked up from the prosecution table and saw Kevin across the room. He quickly got up from his seat, walked over to Kevin, and shook his hand.
Thanks for coming, Mr. Williams. I'm Harold Brockmeyer. We spoke on the phone.
Kevin nodded. No problem, Mr. Brockmeyer. Anything I should know before I take the stand? Harold shook his head.
Your honesty should be more than enough. Go ahead and take a seat. The trial should be starting any minute now.
Kevin took a seat on one of the benches and waited about another 5 minutes before the judge entered the room. At the same time, the bailiff said,
All rise. This court is now in session.
As the judge walked up to his chair, everyone in the courtroom stood, including Mayor Walsh and his defense attorneys. When the judge took his seat, he waved his hand and said,
Thank you. You may be seated.
As everyone sat back down, the judge organized some papers on his desk, then looked down at Mayor Walsh and pushed up his glasses.
Mr. Walsh.
When called upon, Mayor Walsh stood up with a remorseful look on his face. Then the judge continued.
You stand accused of pollution, fraud, embezzlement, and bribery. What have you to say in your defense?
Mayor Walsh stared at the judge with a bit of guilt in his heart.
I'm innocent, Your Honor. These accusations against me are pure slander, nothing more. As everyone already knows, I'm the greenest mayor the city has ever seen.
Mr. Brockmeyer slammed his desk.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a lie.
The judge shook his head and beat his gavel.
Overruled. Let the defense deliver their opening statements, Mr. Brockmeyer.
Harold leaned back in his chair and tapped his desk impatiently. At the same time, one of Mayor Walsh's attorneys stood up and cleared his throat.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Martin Weissman, and I'm here representing my client, Mr. Christopher Walsh, the mayor of Chicago, who stands here today as the unfortunate victim of slander and misinformation. The prosecution may come forward with some shocking testimony today, but if you hold true to your logic and accept nothing less than cold hard evidence, I'm confident that the mayor will walk out of here a free man, as he should.
As Martin sat back down, the judge nodded impartially.
Thank you, Mr. Weissman. Mr. Brockmeyer, you may now proceed with your opening statement.
Mr. Brockmeyer stood up and turned to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor would like nothing more for you than to believe that he is simply the victim of lies. That way his corruption could go on indefinitely. I won't shower you with flowery language the way my opponent will, but what I can do is demonstrate to you the validity of the honest-to-God truth. Your Honor, may I call my first witness to the stand?
The judge nodded.
I'll allow it.
Then Mr. Brockmeyer turned over his shoulder and said,
Your Honor, I call the mayor's wife, Christina Walsh, to the stand.
The crowd gasped as their heads turned in unison. As Christina Walsh walked down the aisle, her heels clicked. She had a cold, scornful look on her face, and Mayor Walsh looked more surprised to see her than anybody. As she strolled past the defense table, he tried to reach out to her and say, "Christina, darling, what a wonderful surprise. You wouldn't say anything against me, would you?" Christina swatted away her husband's hands. "Save it, Christopher. I have nothing left to say to you." As Christina took the stand, Mayor Walsh started to sweat. Once she was seated, Mr. Brockmire walked up and asked,
"Mrs. Walsh, to the best of your knowledge, are the accusations leveled against your husband true?"
Christina took a deep breath and nodded her head. "Yes, it's all true." The crowd gasped as she continued. "My husband has been accepting bribe money for years. His claim to be the greenest mayor in the country is a total hoax. He doesn't care about anything other than money and himself." Mr. Weissman stood up in a fit of rage.
"Objection, Your Honor. The mayor's wife has clearly turned against him. There isn't a single shred of evidence to support what she's saying."
Just then, a huge grin spread across Mr. Brockmire's face.
"Oh, but there is, Mr. Weissman. The prosecution calls Kevin Williams to the stand."
The crowd gasped again as Kevin walked up and took Christina's spot on the stand. Mayor Walsh's eyes widened in fear. Mr. Brockmire looked at Kevin and sharpened his eyebrows.
"Now, Mr. Williams, if I understand things correctly, the mayor recently approached you and asked you to help look into the pollution of the Chicago River. Is that correct?"
Kevin nodded. "Yes, that is correct." Mr. Brockmire continued.
"And tell me, Mr. Williams, where did that investigation lead you?"
"It led me to a farm in Milwaukee that was growing genetically modified corn with illegal, toxic soil," Kevin said. "Moreover, I discovered that Mayor Walsh was accepting enormous campaign donations from the owner of this exact farm. Donations that went straight into his pocket." Mr. Weissman slammed his desk.
"Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay."
The judge shook his head.
"Overruled. Let him continue."
Mr. Brockmire smiled.
"Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Williams, after you learned of the mayor's corruption, you confronted him during a lunch meeting with your wife, did you not?"
Kevin nodded. "That's right, sir, I did."
"And at that lunch meeting, he confessed to his corruption, didn't he?"
Kevin nodded again. "Yes, that's true." Mr. Brockmire turned to the jury.
"Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to take Kevin on his word alone. Thankfully, he was wearing a wire and we have the recording right here."
When Brockmire turned to his partner and nodded, she hit play on a tape recorder and the mayor's voice came through the speakers.
"I can get away with anything and there's nothing you can do about it. Besides, it's just a little pollution. Anyone in my position would have taken the bribe as well."
The mayor turned red as his words filled the room. Mr. Brockmire grinned.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case."
The mayor, so angry that his face was twisted like the color of a fire truck, turned toward Kevin and made it clear with his penetrating eyes that he would kill Kevin Williams if it was the last thing he ever did. After the first night in his new home in the suburbs, Kevin received a call from the Chicago District Attorney, Harold Brockmire, asking him to testify against Mayor Walsh in court. Eager to see justice served, Kevin agreed without hesitation and headed down to the courthouse. After the mayor's wife, Christina, testified against him, Kevin was called to the stand and Harold played the recording he captured for all to hear, in which the mayor boldly confessed to accepting bribes. Everyone in the courthouse was stunned. Up until this point, there had only been accusations leveled against the mayor that could have been claimed to be rumors. But now, his corruption seemed undeniable. As the courtroom broke out into whispers, the mayor's words echoed in everyone's minds.
"I can get away with anything and there's nothing you can do about it. Besides, it's just a little pollution. Anyone in my position would have taken the bribe as well."
The words were right there on a recording for everyone in Chicago and the world to hear. Desperate to save the situation, Mayor Walsh's defense lawyer, Martin Weissman, stood up, slammed his desk, and shouted,
"Objection, Your Honor. The evidence provided by my opponent is not admissible in the court of Illinois. According to state law, audio recordings such as the one you just heard require the consent of both parties to hold up in court."
Mayor Walsh sneered with delight as Mr. Weissman turned to Kevin with sharp, punishing eyes. Tell me, Mr. Williams, before recording your conversation, did you get Mayor Walsh's consent? Kevin gritted his teeth. There was no way Kevin would ever lie under oath, so his only option was to be truthful. No, I did not get the mayor's consent to record our conversation. If I did, he never would have confessed to his crimes. Mr. Weissman grinned very subtly, but then immediately composed himself and put on a serious face. He knew he had the case in the bag. Because the jury has been persuaded with inadmissible evidence, Your Honor, I demand a retrial. As the crowd gasped and started to murmur, Mr. Brockmeyer rose to his feet and shouted, Objection, Your Honor. Even without the recording, there is more than enough material for the jury to make a sound decision. I withdraw my previous statement but insist that the trial continue. Mr. Weissman fired back immediately. What you propose is entirely unlawful, Mr. Brockmeyer. This jury is biased now thanks to your little slip-up. Hell, this whole city is biased. I demand that the retrial be moved to a different county, a different state, even a different country in order to get justice for my client. Mr. Brockmeyer was starting to turn red with anger. Now that is a step too far, Mr. Weissman. This case specifically relates to the people of Chicago, and it's the people of Chicago who will decide the mayor's fate, nobody else. The entire courtroom was buzzing with chatter until the judge slammed his gavel. The judge shouted, Order, people! Order in the court! As everyone fell silent, including the lawyers, the judge took a deep breath and continued. Mr. Brockmeyer, in light of the inadmissible evidence you provided, I'm afraid I have no choice but to postpone the hearing and gather a new unbiased jury. You will receive the date and time of the retrial in the next 24 hours. Court adjourned. The judge slammed the gavel a final time and stood up from his chair. At the same time, Mr. Weissman looked over at Mr. Brockmeyer and shot him a devilish grin. Better luck next time, Harold. Without that recording on your side, you don't have a shred of evidence against the mayor. Mr. Brockmeyer pointed his finger and raised his voice. I won't let him get off on a stupid technicality. Everyone knows you're guilty, ex-Mayor Walsh. Mark my words, justice will be served. Brockmeyer loved mocking the mayor. As Mayor Walsh and his attorney shuffled out of the courtroom, the mayor looked over at Mr. Brockmeyer and smiled with a sarcastic little wave. That little wave almost sent Mr. Brockmeyer over the edge. He slammed his fist on the table so hard that his pens and papers bounced off the surface and onto the floor. As people filed out of the courtroom, Kevin hopped off the stand and approached Mr. Brockmeyer. Don't sweat it, Harold. One way or another, justice will prevail. Harold shook his head. I don't know, Kevin. That bastard Mr. Weissman is right. Without that recording, we don't have much other than small bits of evidence. Sorry to waste your time. Suddenly, Kevin realized the situation wasn't as bad as it looked. You know, Mr. Brockmeyer, this whole thing could work out in our favor. There's no way the mayor was behind all this. He's just the puppet of an even greater evil, I'm sure of it. If he walks free and we continue to keep a close eye on him, he may lead us straight to the bigger culprit. Mr. Brockmeyer smiled a bit. That's very optimistic of you, Kevin, but if you want to keep tabs on the mayor, I certainly won't stop you. Just then, Kevin's phone started to ring, so he quickly said goodbye to Mr. Brockmeyer, walked out of the courthouse, and answered it. Hello? He said. Lily's voice came through the other end. Kevin, you have to come back to the house straight away. We have a huge problem. Kevin's heart skipped a beat. Whoa, easy now. What's going on? Is everyone all right? Kevin could sense the fear in Lily's voice. Please, just come back as soon as you can. All right, Kevin said. I'm on my way. Without another word, Kevin hung up the phone, jumped in the car, and hurried back to his home in the suburbs. As he pulled up outside the house, he was relieved to see no immediate signs of danger. When Kevin stepped inside, he saw Lily, Dorothy, and his parents, Alan and Susan Williams, standing in the living room. To Kevin's surprise, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. What's going on? He asked. Is everything all right? Dorothy pointed up with a sour glare on her face. Take a look for yourself. When Kevin looked up, he saw that the support beam on the ceiling was shredding and splintered. A small patch of it was blistered with tiny holes and frayed edges. Could only mean one thing. With a heavy sigh, Kevin said, "We have termites, don't we?" Dorothy nodded. "We have to fumigate the place immediately." Kevin looked up at the wood that was half chewed through, and he couldn't help but sympathize with the termites. Ever since he went on his vision quest in the Amazon, he'd been much more sensitive to the emotions of animals, even termites. He shook his head and said, "I want to avoid fumigating the place if we can. The chemicals are toxic, and I'd like to spare the termites if possible." Dorothy scoffed. "Spare the termites? You have to be kidding me." Kevin crossed his arms. "They're part of the web of life just like the rest of us, Dorothy. Just give me a few days to find an alternative solution, all right? We still have a few weeks until they spread to the rest of the house." Dorothy looked at Lily with a disgusted look on her face. "I told you, Lily, he's finally gone absolutely insane. You're not going to let him get away with this, are you?" Lily sighed. She was once again caught between her mother and her husband, but she knew where her loyalties rested.
"If Kevin thinks he can find another solution, I'm sure he will. He always accomplishes whatever he sets his mind to. And if he can't, we'll fumigate as a last resort. Right, Kevin?"
Kevin nodded. "That's right. Just give me a couple of days." Dorothy couldn't believe what she was hearing. She turned to Alan and Susan and said, "Alan, Susan, can I at least rely on you to back me up here? If we have termites, we fumigate the house, end of story." Alan shrugged his shoulders. "It'll take them at least another 6 weeks to get through that beam. If Kevin thinks he can find another solution in the next 3 to 4 days, I think we should give him a chance." Dorothy groaned and clenched her fist in frustration. "Oh, for heaven's sakes, am I the only one in this house who hasn't completely lost her mind?" Fed up beyond reason, she stomped out of the room with a wicked scowl on her face. Kevin looked at Lily and smirked. Well, at least the termites will keep her out of the main house for a few days. Lily wasn't as amused.
"Whatever you plan on doing, Kevin, just try to make it fast. I'm happy to give you a chance, but I'm not exactly thrilled to be living with termites either."
Kevin nodded and went out to the garage to grab a ladder. After propping it up in the living room, he climbed up to the support beam and scooped a few termites into a jar. "I'll bring a sample into the lab and see what I can learn. Maybe there's a way to change their eating habits. If we're really lucky, there might even be a way to put them to use." Alan chuckled. "You want to add them to the Williams Company payroll?" As Kevin was about to walk out the door, he suddenly noticed the Cambodian foxtail that Ethan had brought over as a housewarming gift. Suddenly, everything clicked in his head, and he let out a heavy sigh. "I think I know where the termites came from." Kevin took the potted plant with him as he stepped out the door. "If Ethan comes over with another generous housewarming gift, whatever you do, don't accept it." Kevin had never accepted Ethan's apologies and peace offering. He knew that his cousin would be his enemy for life, and that meant he would forever be dodging Ethan's bullets and schemes. Unless Kevin could put an end to Ethan's plots once and for all. Because Kevin didn't get Mayor Walsh's permission before recording him, the evidence was deemed inadmissible, and the judge announced they would need to have a retrial because the jury was now biased. The Chicago District Attorney, Harold Brockmeyer, was disappointed, but Kevin assured him that justice would prevail. After the trial, Kevin went home and was shocked to discover that termites had started eating into the house. Because of the toxic chemicals, Kevin didn't want to fumigate, and much to Dorothy's annoyance, Kevin thought he could think of another solution. With Lily's permission, he scooped up a few termites and headed over to the lab. When Kevin got to the lab, he set the jar of termites down on the counter and called for his lab assistants. As they gathered around him, Kevin pointed to the jar and said, "I need a full analysis on the biology of these termites. Metabolic rate, blood levels, structure scans, everything." Olivia nodded and picked up the jar. "Sure thing, Kevin. We'll get to it right away. What's this all for, if you don't mind my asking?" Kevin sighed and took a seat at one of the workbenches. Do you remember my cousin Ethan, the one who tried to burn down the lab with Mario Kessler? Olivia nodded. Well, Kevin continued, it turns out his latest scheme was to fill my new house with termites. The last thing I want is to fumigate the place with toxic chemicals, so I'm hoping there might be a more mutually profitable solution that doesn't involve killing them all. Sasha took a step forward. We could try putting them to sleep with an anesthetic. After that, we could collect them and move them out of your house. Kevin scratched his chin. Yes, I thought of that too. Not a bad solution by any means. However, the idea I had in mind is a bit more radical. Sasha made a puzzled face. Well, what did you have in mind? Kevin stood up and clasped his hands behind his back. As you all know, the Chicago River is terribly polluted. Sure, we stopped what was going on at that farm in Milwaukee, but that doesn't mean we've stopped the pollution by any stretch of the imagination. A lot of it is spilling in from the banks upriver. So what I was thinking was, what if we could change their biology so they would eat and break down the toxic compounds instead of wood? If we can get them to recycle the toxic soil, the process could become an important application to use around the world to reverse pollution. A slight grin crept over Olivia's face. That's an absolutely crazy idea, Kevin. I like it. Just then, as Olivia and the other assistants unscrewed the jar to collect a few of the termites, Kevin remembered the secret books given to him by the Night King. If anything can point me towards a solution, it would definitely be in the books. As his assistants got started on studying the termites' physiology, Kevin pulled the herbalist books out of his back pocket and had a seat in the corner. The little leather-bound books could fit in the palm of his hand, but they were at least 3 inches thick, with over 600 pages written in a very tiny font. There were chapters pertaining to all kinds of herbal practices, from cultivation and agriculture to deadly poisons and herbalist history. There was an entire chapter devoted to pest control, which Kevin found in the table of contents and flipped to immediately. What do we have here? He wondered to himself. After scanning through methods and recipes for various fumigation mixes, Kevin found a page that was titled Insectoid Biodegradation: How to Mutate Termites to Break Down Toxic Chemicals. Kevin smiled. Bingo, he said under his breath. After quickly reading through the chapter, Kevin returned to his assistants and filled them in on his finding. Good news, everyone. I found the exact recipe I was looking for. It turns out that if we introduce a parasite found in the Australian outback, it will mutate the termites' digestive systems to break down toxins. Apparently, this unique parasite can only be found far into the Australian desert at Ayers Rock. 2 of Kevin's assistants, Yuki and Hiro, widened their eyes and looked at each other. Yuki took a step forward and said, Hiro and I have been to Ayers Rock. It's an enormous plateau in the Australian outback, the tallest thing for hundreds of miles. Hiro and I spent a gap year in Australia. We're very familiar with the perils of the outback. Kevin smiled. Great. Well, that makes it really easy to decide who's coming with me. What do you say, Yuki and Hiro? Are you up for it? Hiro enthusiastically nodded his head. Are you kidding? I've been wanting to go back to Australia for years. We'd love to go with you. Olivia was eager to tag along as well. Can I come too, Kevin? I've always wanted to see the outback. Kevin nodded. Of course, Olivia, I was going to ask you to come anyway. You've proven yourself 100 times over. Olivia smiled. Awesome. I'll go pack my bags then. As Olivia, Yuki, and Hiro stepped out of the lab, Kevin pulled out his phone and called Lily. After a few rings, she answered and said, Hey, Kevin, how's it going with the termites? Any solutions yet? Kevin wished he could tell her the solution was immediate. Yes, honey, I found the perfect solution, but it will require me to go to Australia for a few days. Is that all right with you? I promise it will just be 2 or 3 days at the most. Lily giggled. Going to the land down under, are you? No problem at all, Kevin. I hope you have a nice time. Bring some Vegemite home, will you? I've always wanted to try that stuff. Kevin laughed. Sure thing, honey. I'll be back as soon as I can. Love you. Take care of yourself and our baby."
"Love you too, Kevin,"
Lily said, and Kevin knew she meant it. Their marriage was stronger than ever, and soon they would be a family of 3. After hanging up the phone, Kevin met back up with Olivia, Hiro, and Yuki and took a car to the airport. They took the next direct flight to Australia, and after 16 hours of laying back and trying to sleep, they finally landed in Adelaide, at the edge of the outback. On Yuri and Hiro's recommendation, Kevin rented a windowless Jeep and started driving out of the city. After a few dozen miles, they turned onto a dirt road that led straight into the outback. As the hot desert wind flowed through his hair, Kevin looked out and marveled at the environment. The terrain was flat for as far as the eye could see, and except for the occasional patch of brush, the land was entirely sunburnt orange. Olivia was just as captivated as Kevin was.
"What is it about the desert that's so intriguing?" she asked.
Kevin was wondering the same thing. Then he stumbled upon an answer. "It's clean," he replied. After about an hour, the dirt road came to an end and nothing but the wild, untamed outback stretched out before them. Kevin parked the Jeep and pulled the folded map out of the glove box. "Looks like Ayers Rock is about 300 miles to the west. If we hurry, we can make it in just a few hours." As Kevin drove into the outback, the Jeep began to bounce up and down. As they began to head west, Hiro pointed out the window and shouted, "Look! Look!" There on the left was a mob of kangaroos, perhaps a dozen, leaping through the desert. Kevin looked out the window and smiled. "Well, would you look at that?" Just then, Olivia pointed forward and shouted, "Kevin, look out!" When Kevin looked forward, he saw a kangaroo jumping directly in front of the Jeep. He slammed the brakes and turned as hard as he could. When he did, the Jeep skidded and crashed into a large boulder. In the blink of an eye, the airbags burst out and Yuri shrieked. Kevin was the first to regain his senses. "Is anyone hurt?" he asked. Everyone shook their heads. They were fine, but Olivia was more concerned with the car.
"Is the Jeep all right? I don't hear the engine running."
When Kevin turned the key, the engine wouldn't start, and when he got out and opened the hood, a dark cloud of smoke rose up. Kevin looked down at the engine and sighed. "It's pretty busted up in here. I don't think we'll be able to get it started again." Olivia's eyes widened.
"But the nearest town is hundreds of miles away. How are we going to survive without a car, Kevin?"
Just then, Hiro heard a buzzing on the horizon. Way off in the distance, he saw a tuk-tuk driving toward them, kicking up a tan cloud of dust. "Hey, look! Someone's coming!" As the tuk-tuk came into focus, Kevin saw a man with sunglasses behind the wheel. He had a white Panama hat with a red feather stuck into it, and a tan vest with the sleeves cut off. When he brought the Jeep to a stop in front of Kevin and his team, he spoke in a thick Australian accent. "G'day, mate. The name's Wilder, Mick Wilder. Run into some trouble, did ya?" Kevin nodded. "Our engine just broke down and we're stranded out here. Any chance you could give us a ride to Ayers Rock?" Mick looked out to the horizon. "Well, I wasn't heading in that direction, but I can get you there easily enough. Hop in." Kevin took a step forward, but Olivia hesitated.
"Hold on a minute, Kevin. Look what he has in the back."
When Kevin looked, he saw several animal carcasses, including a kangaroo, a dingo, and 3 Komodo dragons. Kevin looked back at Mick with pensive eyebrows. "You're a hunter?" Mick nodded with a smile. "I sure am, mate. Aren't you?" Kevin shook his head. "Isn't it illegal to hunt Komodo dragons?" Mick frowned. "Oh, don't tell me you're a bunch of environmentalists. I don't need this crap. I'd save the life of a murderer before I'd save the life of an environmentalist." Without another word, he throttled his tuk-tuk and disappeared into the outback. Hiro sighed. "Great. Now what are we going to do?" The group was left in the heat and dust of the outback, with a broken-down Jeep and not enough water and food to get through even a few hours. Many people had died in conditions less severe than this, but Kevin Williams knew he could and would save himself and his team from becoming parched skeletons in the desert sun. After traveling to Australia in search of a rare herb to help combat his recent termite infestation, Kevin and his team, including Olivia, Yuki, and Hiro, found themselves stranded in the middle of a seemingly endless desert when their tuk-tuk driver revealed himself to be an evil poacher who abandoned the group after they dared to question his illegal hunting. Kevin stood in the hot Australian desert, staring at a set of tuk-tuk tracks in the sand below. The tracks headed toward the horizon in the distance, towards the setting sun in the west. "He left us," Yuki cried. "Alone in the desert. How could he do that? It's criminal." "It'll be all right," Kevin replied, doing his best to calm his friends as he quickly thought of a new plan of action. "But we don't even know where we are," Yuki countered, "and he drove off with most of our supplies. We're stranded." Yuki's twin brother Hiro agreed. He shook his head nervously. "This is bad. Very, very bad." "Hiro and I know all about the Australian desert. We came and studied here in our gap year," Yuki added. "There are so many threats: scorpions, fire ants, dingoes, snakes, not to mention our lack of food and water." "And the heat," Hiro chimed in. "Yes, the heat," Yuki agreed. "Until it gets dark, and then we have to worry about the freezing cold. We could die in so many different terrible ways out here." Kevin remained stoic and upbeat. No one's going to die. Think of it like a camping trip. Worst case scenario, we get to spend the night sleeping under the stars. Doesn't seem so bad to me. Olivia threw Kevin a look. She stepped closer to him and did her best to speak softly. "Do you remember what you said to us in the Amazon?" she asked. "We're not in trouble here. Talk to me when we're in the desert." Kevin couldn't help but grin at the remark. He had said that. But Kevin knew they'd be all right. They just needed to get proactive. "So let's get to work building a campsite." Kevin took the lead. "What supplies do we still have?" Olivia, Hiro, and Yuki looked around. They gathered what they could find and emptied the contents of their pockets onto a large flat rock nearby. "1 canteen of water," Hiro offered. "Still mostly full." "That's good," Olivia muttered. "A few granola bars," Yuki added. "But they have almonds. Does anyone have a nut allergy?" No one responded. Yuki shrugged. "Another good sign." Kevin looked over their tiny stockpile of food and water. "It's a good start, but we'll need to scavenge for more. The sand is littered with cacti and succulents. We can squeeze them for H2O." Olivia nodded in agreement. "Yuki and I will be on bug detail." "Bugs?" Yuki asked. "Protein is protein," Olivia responded. "Gross," Yuki replied. "But at least I can show you which bugs are poisonous and which are safe." "There are also plenty of small four-legged creatures," Hiro added. "Bilbies are attracted to cacti flowers. We can set traps." Kevin nodded in agreement. "And we'll need a fire. I can use the lenses inside my binoculars to jumpstart the process." Everyone considered the plan for a moment before Kevin finally spoke up. "Let's get to it." The group sprang into action. As the sun set, Olivia and Yuki carefully squeezed multiple cacti and succulents and placed the precious supply of water pulled from them into a small container. Hiro took his additional layers of clothes and used them to craft a makeshift tent. It wasn't perfect, but it did offer some protection from the elements. Kevin again stared at the tuk-tuk tracks. He knew what to do, but wanted to ensure his team was well taken care of first. Olivia approached. "What do you think?" "I'm going to have to go after that tuk-tuk driver, Mick Wilder." "Kevin, you can't. Someone will come. Maybe a plane or another tuk-tuk." "We can't rely on that," Kevin countered. "The only thing we know for sure is that these trails lead to our tuk-tuk and the rest of our supplies, and there's no telling how long they'll stay visible. If we're hit by a sandstorm, they could be lost to the desert forever, and us with them." "Look!" Hiro suddenly shouted. Kevin and Olivia turned to him as he pointed east. Kevin realized what he was shouting about. In the distance, a hungry-looking dingo approached. "Looks like trouble," Olivia whispered under her breath. Kevin stepped forward. Wait here. Watch the twins. I'll take a closer look. Kevin walked out past the makeshift camp and approached the dingo. He got within a few hundred yards and stopped. He took in the beast. Its razor-sharp teeth glistened in the sun. Kevin had recently formed a greater connection with the animal world, and he was hoping that he could meld with this creature peacefully and avoid any conflict. Kevin focused. He locked eyes with the beast, but something was wrong. He couldn't connect. And that's when Kevin saw it. The dingo's eyes were blood red, and foam formed around its gnawing jaws. Rabid, Kevin thought. The dingo has gone mad and can't be reasoned with. Kevin knew what he had to do. He stepped forward aggressively and shouted as loud as he could, doing his best to scare off the deranged predator. Go! Get away from here! Go! The rabid dingo turned and walked off slowly. The dingo wasn't afraid. It was just waiting. Kevin hurried back over to Olivia, Hiro, and Yuki, who had been watching the exchange from a safe distance. That was intense, Hiro remarked. Kevin again did his best to comfort his friends. I wouldn't worry too much, but to be safe, we should probably secure this campsite before nightfall. Yuki and Hiro shared a nervous look. How are we going to do that? Kevin went to work answering their question. He took a long, sharp rock and began to dig. Olivia saw what he was trying to do and began to help. Hiro and Yuki joined in as well. All four dug as fast as they could. In less than an hour, they crafted a trench around the encampment, 6 feet wide and 3 feet deep. Then they gathered as many sharp cacti as they could. They filled the trench with piles of prickly fauna. As day fully turned to night, the four had successfully built a primitive defense. After they had finished their work, the four sat around a newly sparked fire, eating bugs and drinking freshly squeezed cactus water together. Olivia smiled as she crunched into a chunky desert insect. Not bad for a single day's work. Poor little critters, Yuki noted as he ate his bug as well. Kevin disagreed. It's the circle of life. We eat the bugs, but one day we'll turn to dirt, and that dirt will feed the trees where other bugs can nest and feed their young. That's beautiful, Hiro added as he chomped into his handful of ants. The four relaxed for the moment, but Kevin had more on his mind. His eyes again went to the tuk-tuk tracks. After a time, he climbed to his feet. It's time. I'm going to hunt down our tuk-tuk driver. What? Yuki spit out his bugs. You can't leave us. What if the dingo comes back? We've built a good camp, solid and secure. That dingo won't be able to get past our trenches, and Olivia will stay here to protect you from anything else that might be lurking in the darkness. Kevin, do you have to? Olivia asked. What if you get lost in the desert? What if the tuk-tuk driver just kept going and you're never able to catch up with him? Kevin considered the possibility. It's a fair thought, but he had to be headed somewhere. If I can't get to him, then at the very least I could stumble into a small village or trading post. We've done a good job setting up camp, but it won't last forever. One way or another, I have to help. I don't know, Hiro worried. Maybe we should all stick together. What if you find help, but you can't find your way back to us? I'll follow the tuk-tuk tracks. They head west. But I'll also take a walking stick and mark the sand as I go. If I have to detour from the tuk-tuk's trail for any reason, I'll have my own desert markings to help find my way back. It'll work. Trust me. They did trust Kevin, but they were scared. Kevin gathered supplies. The group watched as he took a small container of cactus water and a long, thick stick, and then headed for the makeshift bridge that lay across the trench. The group walked with him as far as they could, after which they all said their goodbyes. Olivia gave her friend a warm hug. I'll watch out for the twins. Thank you, Kevin replied. Yuki stepped forward next. Good luck, Kevin. I know you'll make it. Hiro handed Kevin something. It was a half of a granola bar. Since you're not allergic. Kevin smiled. Appreciate it. Kevin turned and walked over to the trench. When he was clear, the group pulled the bridge back, securing the camp. Kevin followed the tuk-tuk tracks forward, the fire from the campsite growing smaller and smaller behind him. He peered through the darkness. wondering what waited for him ahead.